the public relations industry, the advertising industry, which is dedicated to creating consumers. It's a phenomenon that developed in the freest countries, in Britain and the United States. And the reason is pretty clear. It became clear by, say, a century ago that it was not going to be so easy to control the population by force. Too much freedom had been won. Labor organizing, parliamentary labor parties in many countries, women started to get the franchise and so on. So you had to have other means of controlling people. And it was understood and expressed that you have to control them by control of beliefs and attitudes. Well, one of the best ways to control people in terms of attitudes is what the great political economist Thorstein Veblen called fabricating consumers. If you can fabricate wants, make obtaining things that are just about within your reach the essence of life, they're going to be trapped into becoming consumers. And it's done with great sophistication.
You don't see many wild stallions anymore. He's one of the last of a wild and very singular breed. Come to Marlboro country.
The ideal is what you actually see today, where, let's say, teenage girls, if they have a free Saturday afternoon, will go walking in the shopping mall, not to the library or somewhere else. The idea is to try to control everyone, to turn the whole society into the perfect system. Perfect system would be a society based on a dyad, a pair. The pair is you and your television set, or maybe now you and the internet, in which that presents you with what the proper life would be, what kind of gadgets you should have. And you spend your time and effort gaining those things which you don't need and you don't want, and maybe you'll throw them away. But that's the measure of a decent life. What we see is in, say, advertising on television. If you've ever taken an economics course, you know that markets are supposed to be based on informed consumers making rational choices. Well, if we had a system like that, a market system, then a television ad would consist of, say, General Motors putting up information saying, here's what we have for sale. That's not what an ad for a car is. An ad for a car is a football hero, an actress, the car doing some crazy thing like going up a mountain or something. The point is to create uninformed consumers who will make irrational choices. That's what advertising is all about. And when the same institutions, PR system, runs elections, they do it the same way. They want to create an uninformed electorate which will make irrational choices, often against their own interests. And we see it every time one of these extravaganzas take place.
Hello and welcome to Health Revealed Part 7, where we are diving deeper into the problem of statism and the psychological aspects behind it, which a lot of our society perhaps may not know about. And we've been navigating so much nuance. We're having amazing conversations, actually, with folks who've been reaching out to us and people that we know about this project. So I welcome you. I thank you for being a part of this and sharing your journey, your resources. Always appreciated. Let us begin. Say hello, everybody. Stephanie Mo Davis, Leslie Powers, Scott Gordon.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Let us begin by understanding this idea of interconnectedness, which we might find upon Eastern philosophy and Eastern medicine, and also among the field of study that we introduced last time called eco-psychology. And Theodore Roszak, who coined this term, he argues that the needs of the planet and the needs of individuals are not separate, but form a continuum. This means that caring for the environment is inherently linked to caring for our own mental well-being. Roszak critiques industrial society or technocracy for its role in ecological destruction and psychological alienation. Authoritarian structures also contribute to this, disregarding the intrinsic value of nature. He believes that the industrial system prioritizes profit and efficiency over the well-being of people in the planet. He details the counterculture we must create, which involves, the quest involved in exploring alternative lifestyles and consciousness expanding practices such as meditation or even psychedelic drug use and new forms of artistic and spiritual expression. The aim is to break free from the psychological constraints imposed by technocratic society and to achieve a more authentic and liberated state of being. Now, if you guys remember, I really like this term eco-psychology because I'm a very nature-seeking person myself. And we were having a discussion before talking about this idea of how we can go through many different aspects of our life of studying one thing or another thing, this field or that field. And maybe we just have to go out into nature. Maybe we have to find our own view away from looking at all these other views. Not that they're not important, but to really find out who am I in this environment at this moment in time? And so, I've been going into nature for a long time, and I would assume most people have or could, but there's some people who live in the city who may not have access to nature. So what can they do to reconnect with nature in a sense, or reconnect with themselves? I think this draws upon the question and hence the discussion and the new idea of eco-psychology.
Yeah, I think that there are cultures, if we go back into indigenous culture, let's say in South America, where it was natural for individuals to go and spend long periods of time in nature observing, or let's say they do what they call a dieta, a diet of a certain plant medicine, not necessarily psychoactive, but to deeply get to understand a piece of nature in order to understand themselves and life in a broader way. And most of us in our current lifestyle don't have that luxury of going and separating from, this busy life in delving into nature in that type of expansive, patient interconnection, right? So you were mentioning in a conversation off camera about how meditation, and I would add the psychedelic drug use, is almost like a shortcut or a little quickening to get some of these lessons and expanded thinking if you are in a city or if you do have a 9-to-5 job, right?
And I think perhaps, there might be a lot of solutions people don't know about for ways they can reconnect with nature indoors. I mean, for instance, I mentioned feng shui, or different practices to create a more natural environment, perhaps inside your house, right? Like indoors, you can have plants, which I have one on my desk, and it's just more wood-like materials or more natural settings, and maybe that contributes to the psychology of people, right? How does it look if somebody has a sterile environment and it's all white and black, or it's grays, and it's not necessarily natural colors, or they're not really seeing paintings of natural landscapes? What can that do to a mind, and how creative is that? I think is the question as we move forward into the modern art and modern technology era.
I was just going to say there's a lot of architecture nowadays that's implementing a lot more of natural life and plants into the actual implementation of the structure of the building. And you're right, part of our project here is dedicated towards the healthcare field. And there couldn't be a more disconnected, in a sense, environment from nature than the sterile environment of a hospital. And when I think of healthcare, one thing that I think of is the interconnection between the treatment and the healing process. And when I think about a healing environment, it's not necessarily what I see within the environment that most providers are surrounding themselves with on a day-to-day basis under these artificial lights, the white walls, the sterility. I've thought many times of what that must be like to work without connection to the natural light very often and in those settings. And I have a lot of compassion for the way, although maybe it appears to be sterile and clean, I think long-term, the effects of being in those environments do make people feel more disconnected from nature, because they are.
And there's even research that is showing that, we need some of that bacteria, and that's being lost in those sterile environments. And
Sure.
some of that dirtiness that comes out of nature is not so dirty, but just natural and part of life, and so it shouldn't be feared. So it's very interesting when you start delving down that path. And then you go to the ancients and how connected they may have been to nature, as Leslie mentioned. But, talking about that, we have also another project called Origins Reclaimed that I'm like working on. And this idea of Origins Reclaimed talks about this idea of the Garden of Eden, right? Which we can imagine is this like paradise, or this like peak idea of humans working or in a natural environment. So if we look at that, um, and it's a very fascinating story, of course, that can be interpreted different ways as well. But it's humans having access to food that is growing in their own environment. How many people have that? So are they prepared, not just on a survival way, but also in a health way? What happens when people grow their own food local to them? What happens when they have a plant on their desk or local to them? Their health can shift dramatically, and their diet and their mood and the community. So a lot can be potentially solved through integrating permaculture and community, local, healthy, sustainable agriculture. So just an idea might help bridge into this idea of, a new hospital setting that Stephanie is mentioning, right? A nursery of plants can actually be a nursery that heals people.
I mean, for any operating room technician or surgeon that has his jaw on the floor right now, thinking that we're completely ignorant, of course we understand the sterile nature that's required in certain settings. But, as you were talking, Corey, and we were talking about these environments that actually integrate nature more into aspects of the environment, I think that, if you go through any hospital system that, is a successful modern day hospital system, what you typically see is artwork. And I've heard that there is a tremendous salary for an influx of money for the system to put art on the
Hmm.
walls. And if you think about it, is that looking at art gives us often a connection to the abstract, to nature, to something more beautiful on the wall. And I understand the value of that, but I also have heard of and am seeing more hospital systems that are implementing more plant life, even having gardens for food for certain, a
Hmm.
portion of the patient population. It's the actual implementation of the beauty of nature back into the environment, aside from simply gazing at a piece of art in a sterile environment.
Wow. Yeah, personally, I think that this whole idea of nature connectedness is highly underrated. And that's one of my key focuses personally, coming into this project. So thank you very much for sharing that, Stephanie and Leslie. And so let's talk about this theory of repression, going now into other ideas and reconnecting to our main central theme of statism. Norman O. Brown, a psychoanalyst, says he basically critiques Freud's theory of repression, suggesting that the foundation of civilization itself is built upon the repression of human desires, particularly sexual desires. Now, this goes back to what we talked about with Wilhelm Reich and his work, talking about how sexual desires are repressed, and this leads the way to authoritarianism. Now, Brown says this repression is not just a personal issue, but a societal one, leading to a collective neurosis where entire societies are structured around managing these repressed desires. The repression of desires necessitates the creation of rigid hierarchies and norms to maintain order and control. Authoritarianism in this context is seen as a societal mechanism to manage the inherent conflicts and anxieties that arise from repressed human nature, right? So we talked about nature. Well, here's human nature. And again, it's like reconnecting with who we are beyond the fears and the pressures and the things that perhaps society or different systems may create and enforce within ourselves. And so Brown suggests that both psychoanalysis and mysticism seek to understand and transcend the limitations imposed by repression. Brown envisions a society where repression is minimized, allowing for a more authentic and liberated human experience. This vision contrasts sharply with the authoritarian norms of contemporary society, proposing a radical shift towards a more open and expressive culture. He posits that the neurosis experienced by individuals is a reflection of the broader societal condition where repression is a fundamental aspect of civilization. You know, if statism and this idea of wanting domination or wanting control or wanting, power is kind of built into that civilization, then maybe there is this repression as a fundamental aspect. But Brown says this perspective shifts the focus from individual therapy to societal transformation as a means of addressing neurosis. And we gave the example last time of how we could be treating individuals endlessly if we're not recognizing that all these individuals have the same condition because they're all under the same environment. So unless the environment gets fixed or looked at, it's just going to keep treating more and more individuals, which is great. We want to look at the individual, we want to treat them for who they are, but what if we can also, at the same time, again, the nuance, look at the bigger picture?
Corey, I
Yeah.
just want to add real quick the concept of repression. Again, most people know this, but I just want to add in this nuance again, so we're a little more comprehensive, is that we can see this playing out right now is the theory of repression doesn't mean do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've taken a lot of things too far. Right. So it's one of those things where, yes, we need to address our repression and really address the psychic undercurrent underneath some of the desires or thoughts that we have. But I totally agree with you is, the danger in just straight up repression and also the danger of not trying to process through some of our own neuroses and repression that is maybe dangerous to express in the real world is at least we need the proper help to start to take responsibility for our thoughts as adults and to start to work through some of these things either with ourselves or with people who have the capacity to want to process and work through some things with individuals that maybe required a repression or a confession before a treatment or a drug. So getting the right help to work through maybe through some of the shadowy sides of repression could be very beneficial over maybe just the traditional means of psychology that we tend to approach some deeper neuroses with, and especially, a plethora of medication.
Yeah.
I think that there's a general fear, I observe anyway, in people, a fear of the collective unconscious, a fear of this boogeyman that could just jump out of people unexpectedly, for example. And I think that there's a parallel there between that fear of the collectively repressed emotions and an ignorance of their own individual psychology and a lack of skill and knowledge about how to address that which is inside themselves. This would be a type of projection, right? And so when we help people learn how to understand their own psychology and develop psychological hygiene for themselves, then it becomes less scary to recognize that that exists in other people as well. And we can, through, education and exposure to these psychological concepts, really minimize the need for fear, right? Or the fear itself.
The fact to know that you're not alone is so therapeutic in your thoughts or in your fears, or in your guilts or in your shames, can be very, very helpful to know that most people, this is part of the human condition, most things. And you're right, Leslie, in that fear of, I don't want this to come out of me. And if it does, it's going to the whole society is going to break down. The opposite or the reality of that is actually it's still coming out in more manipulative shadow subconscious ways. It's still in your fear of expression is that's still coming out just in ways that aren't so direct and obvious.
And so this brings us to the idea of, crowd psychology. When we're looking at society on a mass scale and we're looking at the collective versus the individual, which is a common theme among our seminar. Douglas Murray, an author, discusses the concept of crowd psychology, where individuals in a group can lose their sense of personal responsibility and become more susceptible to extreme behaviors and beliefs. This phenomenon can lead to a heightened sense of in-group versus out-group dynamics, fostering division and hostility. Murray also touches on the psychological need for belonging and how identity politics can exploit this need. By creating a strong sense of group identity, movements can attract individuals who feel marginalized or disconnected, offering them a sense of purpose and community. However, this can also lead to an us versus them mentality, where dissenting opinions are not tolerated and conformity is enforced. Murray argues that the rise of identity politics has led to a form of authoritarianism, where dissenting views are suppressed and ideological conformity is demanded. He criticizes the use of social and institutional power to enforce ideological purity, comparing it to the historic examples of authoritarian regimes. He points out that the enforcement of political correctness and the silencing of opposing viewpoints can create an environment where the free speech is stifled and intellectual diversity is diminished. Crowd psychology may also be used against dissidents who come together. So, whether you're using psychology as a tool for trying to empower people or trying to control people, that's what this last sentence is referring to. But as you can see, there's a lot of nuance to kind of stifle through here, and kind of sift through, because free speech. I mean, this idea of like let people say whatever they want. Well, I don't know. This person might say something dangerous, and then intellectual diversity. Oh, well, we want people to think what they think, but they just can't think this. So, and it gets very tricky. Because then it's like, oh, well, we have this really good idea. We have this really good solution. So we got to share this. And that means then we don't want this solution. So we have to keep that out of the conversation. And we have to be careful of that, right? Even among the seminar and the people we talk to and the people we invite are we trying to hold this information together into some like agenda or tight fabric where it's like we're not open to new ideas? For me, when I gathered these resources, and we talked about this last part, was like I was trying to find anybody on the topic of authoritarianism. I didn't have an agenda as like, oh, certain people, certain fields of study, like anyone who talks about this issue. I'm trying to see, what they have to share with us.
Hmm.
So that's where I'm coming at this is like being able to see all points of view, and that's what I encourage, and we try to do navigating this.
Hmm. Corey, just to, thinking about what this says and the concept of, the authoritarianism is that right now there's a gentleman, his name is God Assad. I don't know if you know who that is, but he talks about, and he wrote a book, I believe, called The Parasitic Mind. But now he's really been talking with Jordan Peterson and other individuals about what he calls suicidal empathy, which is when you take the concept of being empathetic and caring towards others, right, which would seem to be the opposed to authoritarianism, is when we take control and say, wait, no, we have to care for each other and we have to bring it back in. But he's talking about how when this is again extreme or out of balance, it becomes weaponized empathy. It becomes weaponized, and he calls it suicidal empathy, which is almost takes it all the way back, like Ouroboros, like the snake eating its own tail, back to the effects of authoritarianism. Is that if we don't do this in balance, if we don't somehow understand the nature of seeing where we're at accurately and seeing both poles, both sides, let's say suicidal empathy and authority, like if we can't understand these opposites and then decipher where we are along that spectrum and then see how we can work towards more of a balance. Either way, the tendency for extremism, especially at this time in history, no matter how pure your initial ideology may be, it seems that it's just spinning into an extreme because we're just so collectively and maybe individually out of balance.
I think that over-identification with any particular group or point of view ultimately blinds you to other perspectives, and therefore you miss the whole truth. So
Yeah.
we have to be careful with that.
When you start attacking someone else, it's time to look in the mirror to realize maybe you've missed something.
Yeah. And so perhaps changing the social fabric, we can look at Gestalt therapy was mentioned before, and Paul Goodman, who was part of the foundation of this therapy. And so the lack of meaningful work, community, and personal freedom stifles psychological growth, resulting in alienation and cynicism among young people. So Paul Goodman was actually quite inspiring for a lot of younger folks, I would say, I think in the 60s and 50s or so, because his work really appealed to them because they were kind of wanting to be more in the rebellious side of things, seeing as the systems were not really helping them. And I think we're still in that position as of recording this. I'd say there is a lot of people who are looking for change. And so there's a lot of movements, there's a lot of ideas that are appealing to people. And I think, what Stephanie mentioned too is like, we have to be careful, is what we're talking about a lot in the seminars, this tendency to lure people in, this tendency to use good for evil. And this is something that we keep seeing again and again to be cautious about. So Paul Goodman also details the authoritarian nature of the education system. And we talked about how this is one of the roots to all of this mess. He emphasizes individual development and creativity, which authoritarianism is directly counter to. He sees that art is important for revealing truths and creating social change. Goodman proposes that human behavior is more flexible and influenced by social and environmental factors than traditional psychoanalysis suggests. He emphasizes the importance of understanding individuals within their specific contexts rather than through rigid theoretical frameworks. He suggests that authoritarianism fosters environments where aggression and racism can thrive as individuals project their frustrations and insecurities onto marginalized groups. Goodman calls for societal changes to address these deep-seated issues. Authoritarian norms also lead to distorted and unhealthy sexual behaviors as individuals struggle to reconcile their natural desires with societal expectations. Goodman advocates for a more open and accepting approach to sexuality, which goes back to the idea of the theory of repression. Are we repressing these natural aspects of ourselves that if we let be more natural would result in more freedom, and so in more health for the populace as well.
I wanted to bring up the idea of Gestalt therapy related to some of the techniques that are used, which are generally promoting flexibility of the mind to be able to be a witness to yourself through talking to a part of yourself in an empty chair, or imagining a conversation with someone else, who's separate from you, right? And looking at dreams, locating emotions. There's different approaches, and I think it's important that this is referencing this flexibility of mind and being able to get out of your own rigid point of view. Right.
I just wanted to add, Leslie, that was beautiful, is this, changing the social fabric is what we're discussing. And I think it's part of human nature that when we wake up to the fact that we've been suffering somehow, or our ancestors have been suffering, or our cultural group has been suffering, the proclivity is to move out of pain and into something that feels more comfortable. And in terms of true spiritual awakening and moving towards change and transformation through a process, it's like you don't want to go from point A to point C without really going through the process of understanding before you jump to a place that feels better. And when you're in, a lot of activist groups that we have, or what have you, or cultural ideologies playing out today in the mainstream, is that when you have the group dynamic, as we've mentioned, is that even though you're fighting against something and it still doesn't feel comfortable, at least you have masses of support and empathy and care and a feeling of a family with the people who are fighting for the same cause. Part of self-awareness and growth and change has to do with, number one, starting to know yourself, doing the right work to start to become aware of yourself and how you show up in situations, and to become aware of the patterns that are on repeat within your life, creating the reality that you live in. So this all comes before change. right? It's easy to say we need change and this is what we're doing about it. But first you have to know yourself and you have to become aware of your patterns. And then before change also comes from that point is having the ability to accept yourself for your shortcomings and really start to understand the dynamics you've been playing on repeat and blaming others for that have to do with yourself. So number one, know the self. Number two, accept yourself. Forgive yourself for what you've done in your unconsciousness. And then you can build a plan for change. And what I see now more than ever is I'm oppressed and we're going to change before the other two are done.
So are you, and just to kind of ask some questions if you don't mind, Stephanie, are you saying that pain or some sort of, striving that can be very difficult is required as part of that process? Because it makes it sound like in a way that you're saying it's not as easy, like people want to jump to the easy route out, but that there is pain involved. But isn't that then kind of ironic to health, right? It's like pain is required for healing.
Well, I think to answer the question briefly, I think I've come to understand that for most people, suffering is a necessary part of growth. I think there are few people who can take direct routes to enlightenment, but those people, I believe, are very far and few between because you may be tricking your own ego in that process when you try to take a direct route. So, unfortunately, true spiritual awakening and integration comes with discomfort. And I think that when you wake up to the fact that you've been suffering, as human nature, the first thing we tend to want to do is get out of it. How do I get a pill? I don't feel good. Give me a pill. How do I do? Oh, I don't feel good. Let me move. Let me change. This is gonna. Oh, maybe if I do this, it'll fix me. It's like we're constantly looking to escape the work, the discomfort of realizing I'm on a life process here. I don't know a lot about myself. I'm projecting a lot of blame onto other people, and maybe I need to just stop for a moment and look in the mirror and really get very clear on my part in this projection of the movie
Yeah.
that I'm seeing within my life. So sadly, I see for most of us is that some sort of discomfort, suffering, whether it be unconscious or even ritualized suffering, where people do things or go into dynamics where they create suffering on themselves as a means to grow through the pain. I mean, just look at a seed in the dirt, right? Like it's a great example of the human conditioning, or the butterfly going through its metamorphosis in its cocoon. It's like all things that become beautiful tend to go through a process of shadow in the dark, the unseen, the breaking down, the sludge, the mush, and then eventually, if we're fortunate, we get the wings. And it seems nowadays that we want our wings before we go through any metamorphosis because we don't want to tolerate any pain and we want things done the way we want them done. And I have a voice and I can hurt people and I'm going to do that so I feel better about myself.
Wow.
The
So would you,
rigidity, it doesn't leave room for imagination, and
yeah.
without imagination, that there's not a opportunity to shift and change and grow, right, out of that pattern that has become, rigidified. So the personal work is really part of that, and being able to shift perspectives to be able to access the creativity within us for growth and,
Mhm.
Yeah, you can shift if you're not willing to look at yourself. So like very easily, I mean, not easily, but easily is that a good indicator is if you're furious or really frustrated at something else or somebody else, it's a good indication through your own energetic expression that you don't really understand either yourself or the dynamic of human nature because we are flawed. There's a lot of evil in the world. If you are highly frustrated and your energy is very out of balance towards anger and aggression, it's probably part of that is true, but a lot of it has to do with something that's coming through you that needs to be looked at as well. It's like mirror work, they call that, right? So when I'm triggered through someone else, I break down the trigger, I identify what it is about the person, place, or thing that's frustrating me. And then I'm willing to own that little part that it's that person, but I have to also then own that within me that's calling upon that projection that I feel so out of balance about.
Yeah. Would you say the birth process itself is in a way traumatic? I mean, just the baby coming out of the womb.
For some people, sure, terribly tragic, and for others,
Mhm.
maybe they have a more smooth birth. But I've heard people and women and even men say that, some people feel like they can remember that, or mothers talk about that trauma and how
Mhm.
we're born into trauma, right? We're born into birth isn't easy.
Yeah. Well, I
So
think it ties
maybe,
into your point of like how pain or suffering kind of leads to life in a way, part of it.
and it may or may not be considered trauma, right?
Right.
That has a lot to do with our perspective.
Perception.
And
Yes.
yeah, but I think it's pretty clear that in nature that growth involves taking things apart, or something that may be uncomfortable in order to create that new thing, or the growth, right? When children's bones are growing, they might have aching shins. You know what I mean? And that, I wouldn't call that trauma, but I would call that growing pains, right?
Right, right.
You know?
I agree. Yeah, absolutely. And then that goes back to our idea of nature, not fearing our nature, just letting it not be overanalyzed or just we may look at this and t label it as something, but it's like really it's just nature. It's just a natural process. I know in the Taoist text they confront the idea of death and they're very open about it. They're like, we shouldn't be grieving over death. We should, in fact, actually be celebrating it. Very, very different. I know Stephanie mentioned before the idea of a death cafe, where it's like you talk about it because it's such a taboo in society, but people are open to talking about it, and it allows them to release so much of the repression that societal norms was keeping hidden on them.
Yeah. The fear of death, right? The fear of
Yes.
suffering, the fear of pain is really keeping people very contracted and in fear. And so I think that's half the problem, that we're dealing with in society is the fear of nature, the fear of natural processes, the disconnection from, the misunderstanding of, the fear of our own mortality, the seeing death as the enemy.
Right.
All of this relates.
Yes.
Just this concept of trauma is, it came fast and furious on the scene just several years ago. And up to that point, most doctors and physicians, especially the ones I've talked to, and I've worked with physicians who worked for the VA, and they'll say, trauma, what do you mean? Like PTSD from war, right? Like their understanding of trauma was related to PTSD from war veterans. But the concept of trauma has just completely exploded in the real world, and because things are moving so quickly, right? Technology, evolution, change, breakdown, system, like everything is breaking down so quickly that it is very abnormal for humans. We aren't used to operating in this dynamic of speed and AI and processing. So it almost feels to me now that a lot of the trauma, that we claim that we have within the world has to do with our disconnection from nature, because technology is speeding up and life is speeding up in such a degree that the human body, the physical body, has a hard time adapting to it. So I think some traumas, CPTSD, regular PTSD, family traumas are very important to address. But then also just to understand that humans we might be having a hard time adapting to how quickly things are changing and how
Mhm.
further and further we're getting away from nature, which makes it even that further away from transformation, because transformation is a process of coming in. And now it's like we're going so far out in the world of technology and change that when somebody thinks about the idea of change, it's like I can't do that. It's like so far away of where my psyche and my culture is at over in the AI
Yeah.
technology over here. So you're right. I mean, simply getting back to nature somehow, some way, I think it's almost impossible to not put your bare feet on the dirt and get out in the world, in nature, and not be moved by the beauty in the world, or
Mhm.
not feel the energy of the sequoia, the trees around you, whatever it may be, and to how easily nature helps us reconnect with our souls almost
Mhm.
without words. And
And
that's what it is. I think the point is that we're disconnected from our souls because we're far away from nature. And that's our problem.
and where are we, seeking that reconnection? Like Leslie mentioned, it could be psychoactive drugs, it could be, um, it could be art, it could be video games, right? Going into a natural environment in a video game, going on a vacation is the only time we go to a natural environment. I mean, it's a fascinating idea. It's
Slow
like, oh,
down.
after all this speed, I have to take this one day or week off to finally slow down. Do we want to live our life where it's kind of unsustainable in that way, where it's just like all momentum and then full stop? I mean, I don't know, right? I mean, how do we see it's impacting people?
Yeah. They're like
You
unnatural rhythms, right, that have been put on to us, but they aren't really coming from within so that we can express and live in harmony with nature's rhythms. And I
yeah.
do think there's a toll that that takes on us. And maybe it is connected to a lot of our illness. And especially from the psychological standpoint, when we're at this high pace of life all the time, we are not slowing down enough to really even pay attention to the signals within our body, mind, complex, our system, to be able to process them and integrate them as we're going.
Mhm.
And to think that we're just going to be able to do all that on one day off is unrealistic.
Mm. Yeah, our body sends us cues all the time. And you're right, is that because we're in a process doership society and culture, is that usually it takes us getting hit over the head by a 2x4 to slow down or something serious to happen to slow down. And I was just reading yesterday that they're talking now about another concept that humans are suffering with, which is the suffering with the concept of urgency. Everything's got to be urgent. We got to have things now. And this again, it's just like, how fast can a human go before we just topple over like a top? Like, we're just not meant to be doing this. And I think that, push come to shove, either we're going to get sick, something's going to make us stop, or something within the world is just going to stop. And that's going to
Uh,
be a
Yeah.
problem.
We have to ask for whose benefit is that urgency? For whose gain?
Well, this goes back to suicidal empathy. I think the evident answer would be, well, we're doing this to cultivate a better society for our children. But in reality, within the threads of that desire to have a better culture is straight up ego. That
Mm.
we're not trusting nature to do its thing. We're not trusting that beyond us, things are going to be okay. It's all on us to change the entire society. So
Mm. Good
Speeding up
point.
doesn't always get there faster, right? Or
it's
or
Slow but
sometimes
or get
steady
there
wins the race.
safely. Yeah, yeah.
And bear in mind, again, the education system, like right when somebody, is starting to develop a mind of their own, right into some man-made system, right? And then another one after another one after another one. So it's like a trap in a way, which is why if you get to these roots, if people are watching this and they're curious, what are the solutions? I mean, it's really quite simplistic to say nature. But look at it, like see it and see how complex the system of nature is, but yet the interface of it is so simplistic. And I think it's a very fascinating idea. The idea of slow being faster, or the idea of soft being more hard. The idea of this ironic or opposite type of based idea of, what if we can learn to trust, like Stephanie said, and it actually allows us to gain more progress. It's something that the Eastern philosophy has been coming over gradually over the years to the West and sharing, but it's something that we're still integrating, I would say, as a whole civilization. And with AI, I think in technology, it may actually be assisting this transition because it's becoming more and more apparent. Before, while these things were still in development, it's less apparent. And you may say, oh, well, we had more nature connection then. Maybe not, depending on our mindset and still the systems that we were indoctrinating ourselves into. And there were a lot of belief systems back then. There were a lot of war, a lot of conflict. So, looking on the light side of things, I mean, you have this mechanistic world, but it's going to show an obvious solution on the shadow of it, which is nature or natural intelligence, right? So, I mean, Gestalt therapy was created like a shadow to these other forms of therapies and ways of doing things in psychology, right? With several different figures, Paul Goodman, Laura Pearls, Fritz Perls. And you can see there's a picture on the side. There's some techniques, the empty chair technique, two-chair techniques. There's different methods that people have developed to really emphasize this idea of personal responsibility and autonomy. And so the focus is the present moment and self-awareness rather than past experiences, emphasizing the integration of mind, body, and emotions, encouraging clients to take responsibility for their thoughts, feelings, and actions. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, understanding context and personal experiences, role-playing, creative arts, reenactment to enhance self-awareness, overcoming roadblocks and actualize human potential. There's a quote. It says, "Awareness in itself is healing. The Gestalt therapist does not accept the authoritarian role of the expert who knows better than the patient and what is good for him. Each person must take responsibility for his own life and actions rather than blaming others or society." And here's a quote from Paul Goodman. He says, "Anarchism, which we introduced as an idea through the lens of voluntarism, a very different approach to it psychologically, is grounded in a rather definite," he says, "social psychological hypothesis that forceful, graceful, and intelligent behavior occurs only when there is an uncoerced and direct response to the physical and social environment, that in most human affairs, more harm than good results from compulsion, top-down direction, bureaucratic planning, preordained curricula, jails, conscription, states." And so he's looking at all these different aspects. And just like what we're doing, kind of integrating the state with health and vice versa, seeing the relationship, not just with the client, but with the whole of society.
This non-authoritarian therapy is something I resonate with and something I practice. And it relates to some of the things we were talking about earlier. I think we can all agree that getting in nature or unwinding, toning things down when we're working too hard and too long is a way of unwinding the trauma as well. So it relates to the practice in therapy of actually being a listener as a therapist, of letting the trauma come up and come out of the person. And I think there's a natural process that happens when a person sits in nature. It's not maybe as fast or as direct, but that's why we find such renewal in nature. And I think that can teach the therapist that the optimum session or the optimum therapy is creating a safe environment of renewal. And maybe you're not matching the peace of nature, but you're certainly being a listener and allowing that trauma to come back up to the surface and maybe come off bit by bit, because they're sometimes traumas are too heavy to come off all at once. For a long time, psychology and psychiatry were acknowledging birth trauma and had it as a focus. I think I know the reason why they dropped it, and that is it's very hard to get to. Most people actually have the belief that they'll never recall any portion of their birth ever. And, then I wanted to bring up rebirthing, and that's a long, complicated thing. Rebirthing is actually a valid therapy that got destroyed, and I don't want to say by who, but somebody didn't want it, let's just say. And if you do a search on rebirthing, you're going to find 2 therapists in jail, and I don't even know if it's not fake news, but 2 therapists went to jail for killing somebody during rebirthing. That's how badly they didn't want rebirthing therapy. And I had done rebirthing therapy and found it incredibly good. I think it's similar to a yoga therapy, so Stephanie may recognize it. I think they have a sort of a breathing thing that turns on the body armor that Reich talks about. and you push through that. And that's essentially what rebirthing is. It was similar to yoga breathing that is kind of a more aggressive breathing, a deeper breathing, that faster breathing that gets a trauma turned on. Anyway, that was too much for me to explain in a, distilled. And again, I don't know what to say about rebirthing, or I don't remember the name of what took its place, right? Because it was shoved out of the way. It was very popular in the 90s, and I did some of it, and it was very helpful.
Wow.
And it did touch on the birth trauma. That's why they called it rebirthing. But you don't see that much anymore. I don't know, Leslie, do you ever see anything in
not called
counseling?
rebirthing so much, but other
Yeah.
types of breath work,
Yeah.
that are somewhat
But
related.
that are directed to re-stimulating birth trauma or anything?
I know there are people out there probably still doing it, and I bet they're on the down low.
They've changed the name. I just am not aware of the new changes.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But I just wanted to bring up that I do think that there's a greater likelihood of birth trauma in the medical birth system.
Yeah.
I could go on about that.
Sure. And then there's for the men, there's the what do they call that procedure? Drawing a blank.
Yeah. When you cut the tip of the foreskin off.
Yeah.
Circumcision. Yeah.
Yeah. So that there's been a movement, it kind of a sub movement in the freedom movement talking about circumcision. And I wanted to kind of bring that up, but I don't know much about it. So I just,
Those are good points.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people are talking about it. Stephanie, what do you think?
Based off of what Scott was talking about, I did a little bit of rebirthing work myself, and it was in the mid 90s, Scott, and how that access came to be, to put it simply, was through the process of inner child work. So it kind of started a little further out in age, and then as the subconscious and the yoga and the breathing and the therapy was going forward, we were just taking the psyche back. Right. But we had to get through a lot of the inner child stuff and the prime ages that the core wounding took place. For most people, it was between those tender ages of like 4 and 7. Most people could identify like, oh, my 5-year-old self is right here. Like they would start to have access to that inner child, would almost present itself to the individual to do work with. And we could only get to the rebirthing if that inner child work, if that inner child felt safe to continue to go back deeper. And then I've seen a lot of people, I've experienced this, who then feel like they can even go back further. Right? Now, right. Well, now I'm in the womb. I'm 2 months, I'm 3 months, or even like before that, which is very fascinating, but you're very deep into the subconscious and to the metaphysics. And I could see how to the lay person, it would seem like woo-woo or very dangerous. Again, like Leslie said, I'm positive it's still going on, but probably more underground and hopefully with deliberate practitioners.
Interesting.
Right. And Dianetics, the book, when it came out, talked about the birth trauma and talked about prenatal. They call them engrams, which are heavy experiences, heavy traumas. And that was what Dianetics was when it was first being done. Later Dianetics that became mainstream within the inner work of Scientology didn't focus so much on that. But there was an irony that my wife, when I was in Costa Rica, most of her recovery for herself, that she got so much out of it, was running prenatal engrams. So she got a lot out of it, and she was an adopted, so it was a big deal for her because her mother had given her away,
right,
and her birth mother. So it was important for her to resolve that because she remembered actually the prenatal time.
Wow.
And so Let's talk more about this idea of autonomy and self-realization, which we can relate to the idea of self-actualization, right? Lewis Mumford, a sociologist, Mumford emphasizes that true democracy involves giving individuals the freedom to direct their own lives. This autonomy is crucial for personal development and psychological well-being. And before I continue, I just want to say, here we have the use of the word democracy, just like anarchism, in a different lens, right? Because again, there's always different perspectives sometimes on these words and why people follow them. What makes people appeal to this idea of democracy is, oh, I have a vote, or I have a voice, or I get to choose how to live my own life. So again, that kind of brings us back to voluntarism and this idea of consent. Authoritarian systems can lead to alienation, where individuals feel disconnected from their work and society. Democratic systems, on the other hand, promote engagement and a sense of belonging, which we said is also very important psychologically for people's health. Democratic techniques also foster a sense of individual moral responsibility. People are more likely to take responsibility for their actions when they feel they have control over their environment. Throughout the phases of technological development, Mumford emphasizes the importance of fostering human creativity and sensory experiences. He argues that technology should serve to enhance these aspects rather than suppress them. So, right, when we're talking about nature, we're talking about technology. We're not saying technology is bad, should be avoided, we should never have it in our life. It's more so to recognize it's a tool. And as I say within my work, we don't want to become the tools of our tools. I even have a term I created in my philosophy called natural problems to emphasize this idea that there are problems inherent within nature that shouldn't be feared. And so technology being a product of nature is also another thing that shouldn't be feared. It's simply about having the consciousness and the awareness to recognize what are we doing. And notice here, he's also emphasizing creativity. We saw that as a very common theme here for increasing individuality. Sensory experiences. Imagine being surrounded by a forest. Imagine the butterflies and the bees and the skies. I mean, amazing. You can try to replicate that with VR and with technology, but it's not the same. And usually those are based off of real life.
Yeah. And it means getting out of just the visual, imaginary experience into the actual embodied experience, being in our body and this system of thoughts, emotion, and feeling, kinesthetics, right? And this is our human technology,
Hmm.
which we don't want to ignore or undervalue because it really is I think, undertapped,
Yeah,
you know?
for sure. And so let's talk about this idea of statism, bringing it all back together here in regards to authoritarianism. And, now we're talking about nature. I have a picture here of a tree trunk. So getting to the roots of what we are talking about mainly in our project, Luis Adin, a philosopher, many individuals have a fear of chaos and disorder, leading them to support authoritarian structures that promise stability, predictability, security, and control, which can be very comforting. And so there's a transference that takes place. This is an idea that we want to introduce here. People often transfer feelings and expectations from their parents onto authority figures seeking guidance and protection. And this is not a new idea. If you've been following us in this seminar, we've been talking about that quite a lot. And again, the schooling system, very similar. What is teaching the kid? And what is that kid going to grow up into? So this creates a dependency on authority figures, mirroring the dependency children have on their parents. According to Freud, the superego represents internalized authority and moral standards. People with a strong superego may feel compelled to obey external authorities. A strong superego can lead to feelings of guilt when disobeying authority, reinforcing conformity and obedience. Some individuals may have aggressive instincts that are channeled into support for authoritarian leaders who exhibit strength and dominance. Conversely, others may have masochistic tendencies, finding psychological satisfaction in submission to authority. Adine suggests that some individuals fear the responsibility that comes with freedom, and authoritarian structures provide a way to avoid this anxiety by limiting choices and responsibilities. So comfort, security, and we often say, right, what is the government here to do? What is the state like? What is the prime aspect of its existence? It's to protect the people, protect the rights of people. Well, whoa, 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 what are we doing here, right? What's Where is this coming from? Why do people feel the need to be protected? Where is that coming from? And this really, gets to the roots of things, I would say. And so when we're talking about this idea of transference, what if we can define this and also understand countertransference? Leslie, if you can introduce this for us.
Sure. So this is a simplified approach to thinking about how we have biases, both as providers and as patients in healthcare and in other types of relationships, and that these biases could be simplified as something around transference and countertransference. So transference is the redirection of feelings about a specific person onto someone else. So for example, in therapy, it could be that someone looks at me and senses something about me that reminds them of their mother, and then starts to interact with me unconsciously as if I am a mother figure. And if I am unconscious of this, I might have my own motherly qualities activated and be engaging in countertransference where I am mothering a client. So we can see this. I've seen it many times in a medical clinic that I worked in, where one of my clients would be extremely triggered by the way their doctor treated them and would attribute some great abandonment or disrespect. And it was very clear to me that they were projecting, well, that they were having a transference reaction of seeing this as a mother or a parent figure that let them down, very connected to their own childhood abandonment wounds and so forth. So this is something that often interplays unconsciously and can lead to being biased towards your patients or misconstruing the other person's behavior. And the other piece that I think brings bias into the doctor's office, so to speak, is this definition of, it's very popular in, I know in psychotherapy terms, this idea of functional impairment, where in order to justify, treating someone, we're expected to identify how a person's condition or symptoms is impairing their ability to function. So it's a limitation that makes it difficult or impossible for someone to perform their daily tasks, which could include simple things like dressing, grooming, getting out of bed, preparing meals, managing finances, completing housework, or staying functioning in terms of their work schedule and something like that. And this brings up the question of who really gets to decide the definition of well-adjusted. And if someone is operating, seamlessly with the 60-hour work week, and they seem to be managing that fine, is that really healthy? And is that something to, if you are a provider and you're looking at a person and on the surface they seem to be functioning well, that could be justification to deny them service, and say, well, you're not impaired enough to get this psychotherapy or this procedure. And so it's, whose definition is this? Whose definition is it that you are well functioning or not? Because modern lifestyles can contribute to disease, both mentally and physically. And the lifestyle that many of us are having to maintain to be able to pay our bills creates a strain on our well-being that is often not acknowledged, and is one of the causes of a breakdown in our mind and bodies. So what if functioning in the world includes going along with immoral systems or authoritarian leadership? Is that really healthy? And we want to be aware that some of the biases that are coming at us we have to question whether they're true, whether they are someone's assumptions based on their acculturation, their enculturation. So some things to think about. So going along to get along, the current system does not encourage or promote or make easy getting preventative health care. And this is something I've noticed since I was very young. So there's not the emphasis on prevention or on expanding wellness or providing support towards self-actualization. If an individual comes and wants therapy to become self-actualized, I can't justify that to an insurance company. I have to somehow come up with finding something that's wrong with how they're functioning in order to justify giving them a service that insurance would pay for.
Mhm.
So what are the consequences on your physical and mental health of just going along to get along with the status systems? What kind of toll does that take on your mind, body, and spirit? Yeah, what is the toll on you of paying, boatloads of taxes, having restrictions on what your insurance pays for, or having limited options for your healthcare interventions? One might even say that being well adjusted to modern life is actually a mental health problem, as it implies a loss of self and an intolerable compromise of one's rights and morals. So reflect on yourself to find your underlying biases and worldviews that impact your health, and start to question those worldviews that you've just taken for granted as true, that this is what it requires for us to live life.
Yes.
Great point, Leslie. I just want to add into that. I love, as a long-term patient myself, could we imagine a system where our illnesses actually had profound messages and initiations towards awakening and self-realization? So for me, that is a dream come true, hearing someone who works within the system realms to be able to, honestly make these statements and realize that the way that we're doing it is very limited. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Leslie. I mean, you're very practical with this too, saying like, hey, this is what I have to do with my clients, and this is the problems I see, and these are the feelings I have. And I think that courage within itself is something we encourage in anybody who's watching this, is to share their story. And I mentioned this many times, but how we get out of this system is we might have to have therapy for ourselves and our reflections and see, should we be sharing this? Should we be trying to move toward a better world? Or are we just going to, like you say, get along, play along, and not really get real change going here, real health, which is the whole point of the profession.
Right. And I think that, there's a natural, when we talk about nature and natural rhythms and natural cycles of health and psychological wellness, we are disconnected from those natural cycles in our modern life. We are very disconnected. And it's kind of like getting on a ride of some sort and then adjusting and adapting to this false rhythm that then if we're being honest with ourselves, at least I know when I'm honest with myself, I realize that that by year after year plugging myself into a schedule, let's say, that is created and for the benefit, in a sense, of something else than me, that I am bit by bit wearing away my own health, right?
Yeah.
So my expressing that to a doctor, let's say, that let's say if I'm fatigued, whatever the symptoms might be, in this modern system, it'd be like, well, let me give you an antidepressant so you can get back to work and function at this externally created, expectation. Right. But in reality, what would be much more healthy would be to be able to disconnect from that expectation and to fall into a more natural rhythm. And I think this is one of the least spoken about realities of our world that impacts our health, because the work ethic is so strong that you're rewarded for working your tail off,
Mhm.
working yourself into the ground.
Yeah.
And you're not rewarded for slowing down your life and adapting more to natural rhythms.
I want to add on to what Leslie is saying. It sparked something within me about this idea of a generational disconnect. And the generations prior to ours, some of the boomers who are in healthcare per se, adapted, most often maybe maladapted to the militaristic training style of the profession. And because they've done it, they don't see why we can't do it. And you often hear a lot of the older generations, the boomers, saying, I don't know what's wrong with those millennials. I don't know what's wrong with this. Why aren't they just going to? And I think that there's a blind spot there. And that is, again, the amount of technology, adaptation, change, evolution, breakdown. Things are moving so fast now that I don't think that the boomers have experienced that, and they're not taking to account the effects of our the way our world is moving and how the speed of it, and how that's playing an impact on our performance and our ability to show up with awareness. That's another thing. We have more awareness than ever. So that's also playing into how we show up in these environments as well. And, you could see why certain systems are against the idea of spiritual awakening, right? So there's just so many different facets, I think, that certain generations don't see, and they're projecting and blaming some of us for wanting change within the healthcare system or within the system to preserve our own well-being. And I think they're just missing that, yes, they've done it, but it also has come at the expense of a lot of personal sacrifice for many. Maybe you're highly successful, but you're a complete failure in your relationships or your parental roles, right? So I think there's a lot to admit within this change and within how the old generations did it. They have to admit some stuff about where they've defaulted to succeed in this maladapted way. And then they don't have the experience of growing up with some of the things that we have grown up with, that just change the dynamic altogether, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't necessarily do it all, especially when the all just keeps getting bigger and more overwhelming or time consuming, and more, I think, more detached from each other. The things that really require multiple people working together to achieve has faded out to an individual expected to do everything. Think of a single mom.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think you hit on some really good points, Leslie, too. Like just this idea of the over time, things build up and things build up, and it may not see it because of how slow things could be progressing, whether that's on a society level or an individual level, or unless you're able to really step back or go to a totally different environment where you can then look at the previous environment and say, wow, I didn't realize I was there. I didn't realize I was thinking that. I didn't realize what I was doing. And we even shared before the Stanford prison experiment where the average person, was given this role as guard, and they didn't see the actions that they themselves were committing until after the fact. So there's this shadow that is taking place, and it can even take place with our own work, right? Like, oh my gosh, we have to free the world. We have to educate all these people. We got to change the medical system. So let's work really hard and make a big seminar and go in and out and constantly be at it. We have to be careful ourselves because we're like the shadow of that, and we might have shadows ourselves. And also, we aren't perfect. One of us may get sick, one of us may have problems, and we're all healing still. Just because we're sharing this information does not mean at all that we're invulnerable to some of the things that we are ourselves critiquing. So it is, I think, about this type of awareness that makes us, in my view, like even greater healers than healers.
We're shedding a light on a facet, an important facet, right? But it's still just a facet. So, but that's all we can do. But at least we are aware that this is a diamond and we are shedding light on a facet. When you think that your facet is comprehensive and everything, that's when we're stuck in our bubble.
Right.
And like you said, if you have somebody who's educated, indoctrinated, then goes to med school, then goes from med school to a hospital setting, which is very similar to a school setting, yet different, and they don't ever get away from that environment or those people, they are living a very very insulated form of life that has been primarily maybe in a particular bubble. And, in order to get perspective, you got to pop bubbles and you have to go into radically different climates and with different people to be able to open your heart to different sides of awareness. And I think that's what we need to do.
And what do people say on their deathbed? right? Oh man, you got to learn to take things slower. Oh, I wish I could have done this, or I didn't see this. Like even just that is telling.
Time with people, relationships are often the
Yes.
biggest regrets, not how hard you work necessarily at the mill, you know,
Right.
or how much money you made.
I hear people say, my biggest regret is that I wasn't honest. Or my biggest regret is that I didn't take time for myself. Like the very simplistic deathbed regrets. Meanwhile, here on earth, we're all urgently running around like chickens with our heads cut off, trying to create progress in the world, you know? So
Yeah. And this brings us into our next slide. The souls that are mistreated is the title.
Heloisa Castellanos and Eduardo Colombo. Heloisa explores how fear and persecution under authoritarian regimes affect individuals' mental health, highlights feelings of helplessness, anxiety, and trauma experienced by those living under oppressive conditions. There are long-term emotional scars left by authoritarian practices. Heloisa uses personal testimonies to illustrate the pervasive sense of distress and loss of agency. He also details the coping mechanisms individuals develop to survive in such environments. Authoritarianism not only damages individuals, but also erodes the social fabric. Common patterns observed: PTSD, anxiety, depression, social isolation, distrust in authorities, resilience and resistance despite trauma. What causes the differences? Coping mechanisms, cultural impacts, severity and duration, support systems. Colombo examines how repression as a psychological mechanism is intertwined with authoritarian structures. He suggests that repression not only operates on an individual level, but also supports and perpetuates authoritarian social orders. The unconscious is portrayed as an active force that can both challenge and reinforce authority.
So, this is very interesting here. The unconscious as an active force that can both challenge and reinforce authority. We talked about before how religion and some of the spiritual ideas we talk about can either, really reinforce authority or be some of the greatest challenges to that authority. Uh, of course, mentioned here is also that there's long-term emotional scars left by authoritarian practices. And so, we can see perhaps some trauma maybe over different generations of time. We talked about that as well through colonization and other means. And the personal testimonies to illustrate the pervasive sense of distress and loss of agency. We talked about autonomy. And again, we're seeing here anxiety, social isolation. And we talked about some of the problems that happened recently, not so long ago in history, as us recording this, talking about this idea of quarantine affecting this too. And so this is basically talks about this idea, and I like the title of this, the souls that are mistreated, because it's we're looking at an individual much deeper than just an individual. Like there's some emotional thing that is really pulling upon them. And like, the deeper you go, you find out, oh my gosh, what's going on here? And so I think this summarizes a lot of what we've been talking about.
It sure does. And if you want to go back one slide, I wanted to make a point here.
Sure.
The going along to get along with status systems. And the slide we just read also elaborated more on how authoritarianism is a duress and a stress on health, both mental health and physical health. And so I just wanted to point out that we're not that there's one particular point in our presentation here, which goes on for a long time, but one of the key points is to demonstrate, it's just in Health Revealed, to demonstrate that the authority and trauma and the state and the whole all of those together are stresses and duresses on physical health and the very heart of what we're talking about.
And I'll just add that I think that this statism, this authoritarianism, and the duress that it creates on humans of all ages is a mechanism that stalls human development for individuals as well as collectively, and that there is a resulting failure to thrive that occurs, and a predominance of childlike mental states operating among the masses that then is complicit with this agenda, of authoritarians wanting to control and benefit from the masses. So in essence, by healing our wounds, our child wounds, we can then grow up, and we will not be dependent on these statist systems the way that we have been. We can free ourselves as full adults, as individuals who then can really meet our needs in society together.
Yes.
Without having to look to a mommy daddy system anymore.
Right. With intention, with consent. Whereas here, you see coping mechanisms, you see fear, you see survival. How long are we going to live in that mode and that operation and permiss it and say that's okay when we can totally choose another route? Choose that route. And it is a path of choice, of power, of empowerment.
In this section we've been looking at, we see this huge contrast. We started out talking about nature and then non-authoritarian therapy as to unpacking and relieving and calming down the trauma and stress. And here we see that we're seeing a recognition that authoritarianism and statism is a duress that works in the opposite direction. It actually seems to stir up old traumas. It seems to bring it seems to go against our health. And so there's a contrast here that we've arrived at that is almost opposite of the living in nature, taking a break, getting a non-authoritarian therapy.
Yeah.
I just wanted to quickly add, in relation to what everybody said, is that when we're stuck in fight or flight or fear or anxiety or worry or depression or any of these aspects, it keeps us out of the prefrontal cortex and more in the lower mind nature, which leads us to feel like we need help and we need that mommy and daddy figure. And that's how this system, I believe, is set up to operate that way. But when you're able to, like Leslie said, have the agency to address your own traumas and start to do some of this inner work and start to integrate, we may never be perfect, but at least we have the ability to tap into the higher mind through the prefrontal cortex, which some people do who aren't naturally empathetic. Like if you think about a narcissist, right? They don't have the degree of emotional connection that a lot of us do. So therefore, they're not getting hijacked as easily because they don't care as much. So they can access genius in different parts of their intelligence because they're not getting tripped up on their emotions. So do we want those people running our world and our leadership, which is often what we see? Or do we want to allow room for the natural organic tech and the geniuses to step up who still are in touch with their heart and care?
So here we're going to talk about the problem of symbolism, Amadeo Bertello, power and its reproduction. Power is maintained not just through physical means, but also through cultural and ideological symbols. So this is where we can bring in symbolism and its impact on people. Symbolic power operates at a subconscious level, making it harder to recognize and resist. By understanding their origins and meanings, individuals can begin to see how they influence behavior and beliefs. This involves questioning the accepted truths and exposing the underlying interests they serve. serve. Education is seen as a key tool in helping people recognize and resist symbolic power. And Bartello actually recommends using alternative symbols, promoting new symbols and narratives that reflect egalitarian and democratic values. These alternatives can help shift perceptions and build support for more just and equitable systems. He emphasizes the importance of collective action in challenging symbolic power, and working together, individuals and groups can amplify their efforts and create a stronger impact. So maybe you guys have some experience with symbolism as well, but I mean, we're exposed to symbols everywhere, right? Even as simple as tattoos, people use, or they have it on their credit card, they at the gas station, at McDonald's, and all these different fast food chains. Maybe there's symbolism present that we may not recognize that is very effective. Even in the mere use of advertisements, people say, "Oh, I'm not affected by those advertisements." Well, then why is there billions of dollars spent on advertising, right? This is a question that we can ask.
And I can refer people to Chris Jansen's podcast, Endival podcast, where he has a series on the power of symbology and the use of symbolism. And it's very helpful because it's such an abstract concept that it takes some time to really contemplate how symbolism is affecting us. And so I do encourage people to look into it.
Mm-hmm. And so, we share this on this presentation. Of course, it's not focused on symbolism. This is a whole, field of study you can go into, but it's something important to know about moving forward, because we're talking about a lot of things that affect people's mindset. And this is one thing that can be overlooked, right? People may not be looking at the fact that there's symbols all around them, and that can affect them in different ways. And there's even optical illusions where you think, oh, you're looking at one thing, instead you're looking at another thing. Or hidden symbols, right, within movies and different shows.
Subliminal messages and things,
Right.
and it operates at the subconscious, so it's bypassing your conscious mind, and it's connecting with subconscious associations.
Mm-hmm.
It can be a bit overwhelming, the concept of learning symbolic language. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
because it is everywhere. I think what's most important, if people aren't familiar, to reduce it, is that there is indeed a language of symbolism that's being used in front of you every single day. And, you may want to start to recognize, to become more aware of what's going on, because some people will obfuscate information, and then they obviously have a leg up and they can control aspects of your psyche without you being aware of it. So just be aware that there is this language of symbology that is very present in our day-to-day society all around us. And you don't have to become a symbolism master, because it is very extensive, but it's good to know, and maybe for you to become aware of the basics. So
Yeah, for sure. It reminds me of like that classic type of thing you see in the movies where the psychologist pulls up a bunch of like pictures and they're like, "What do you see? What do you see?" And then, try to get to see insight from their client or the patient, like based on how they perceive certain images. And so if they do that in those settings, then, what happens on
Yeah.
a collective basis with just everyday symbols.
Yes, that's the Rorschach test, which has been used historically in psychiatry, and it is a valid test to help identify people's unconscious operation.
Mm.
And just like anything else, the use of symbology can be used to inform or obfuscate.
Mm-hmm.
And sadly, there's a lot of people in our world who do use things like this to obfuscate information from the general public, which can lead them into directions of being controlled or under that mind control, which we want to avoid.
Yeah. And so, moving on here, bringing it back to what we've been talking about through the course of this presentation, you'll see the term internalization again. Here we have, I believe it's René Leroy, the unconscious state, a sociologist. The central theme in their work is the process by which individuals internalize authoritarian norms, and this happens unconsciously. So again, this idea of the unconscious. and as people absorb the values and beliefs propagated by the regime. Over time, these norms become part of the individual psyche, shaping their thoughts, behaviors, and attitudes. This process creates a compliant and obedient populace that holds the system from within, often without realizing it. And so they argue that this internalization is one of the most insidious aspects of authoritarianism, as it makes resistance difficult and reinforces the status quo. Emotional bonds, resistance to change, and symbolic power, right, going back to the previous slide, all make it harder to disobey. So you pile this one on top of the other. A lot of these are hidden, or they're not seeing how they're affecting us. And then we talk about statism, right? This belief system that takes place in people's mindset. We talked about mental slavery, where a slave wants to be a slave, doesn't realize that they're a slave. It starts to seem like, okay, maybe this is why history is repeating, or we're not learning really our lesson, or we're not really making any true progress toward freedom, it feels like, or we feel stuck, or we're not really getting real health. It's because there's things we just don't see, even just about ourselves. And we have it within us, all the answers, or maybe all the problems, right? Rather than having to say, there's the problem, there's the solution.
Yeah, Corey, I just want to add, working in counseling for many years and having my businesses is what a common phenomenological comment that we hear so much is, I feel stuck. And it's hard for people to even identify exactly what they mean. They can come up with these, explanations about maybe certain aspects, but there's just this almost collective unconscious program running where you hear so many people say, I'm stuck. And I think that that has everything to do with these last two slides, is that within the subconscious, they're just falling unbeknownst to them into these programming, and it's almost like their body can viscerally sense that something is not right, but they can't quite identify it.
Yes. So although it may be hidden or something that's hard to see, it does, are you saying, Stephanie, perhaps have expressions that do come to be more external and physical over time? It becomes more evident that there's something there that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of the difference between the microcosm and the macrocosm, is that a person may say, I feel stuck because I don't like my job, or they'll use a very real life experience, but on the whole, they find out that maybe they switched jobs and it hasn't really resolved this deeper feeling of like still something is not quite right. Then they have this like destination addiction of, well, maybe if I change this, I'll feel better. Or maybe if I do this, I will feel unstuck. And it leads them on this hamster wheel, really understanding that there is something on the macro level that is actually affecting most of us, which has to do with this right here. It's that they're like tapping into that collective unconscious.
Mhm. Yeah. And bring it full circle, there's actually, we talked about how there's this idea of liberation psychology, eco psychology. There's even a whole subset called political psychology or political psychoanalysis. And here's Roger Dadone, a psychoanalyst, and he argues that authoritarian traits often stem from specific family structures and dynamics. Now, this is not the first time we're hearing this, right? We've talked about this many times through the course of this seminar. And so, for instance, a strict punitive father figure can instill a deep-seated need for authority and order in children, which later translates into political behavior. His book delves into unconscious desires, there we go, the unconscious again, such as the Oedipus complex, play out in the political arena. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard of this complex, but very interesting here. Authoritarian leaders often symbolize a paternal figure, fulfilling the unconscious need for a powerful protective authority. He discusses the psychological process of projection, where individuals project their own undesirable traits onto others. This mechanism is frequently used in authoritarian regimes to create scapegoats, fostering unity and obedience among the populace by directing aggression towards an external enemy. He examines the psychological appeal of charismatic leaders who often embody the idealized father figure. These leaders use emotional manipulation to gain and maintain power, tapping into the collective unconscious of their followers. He suggests that psychoanalysis can help individuals and societies recognize and overcome the unconscious forces driving authoritarianism, right? Which I think is the whole link with this project that we're doing, is like bringing psychology into the realm of politics and statism and into medical fields, because there's a lot of control or like Stephanie said, a lot of stuckness that needs to be, unraveled. And so by bringing these forces to light, psychoanalysis can foster greater self-awareness, critical thinking, essential for resisting authoritarian tendencies.
So this is similar to the concept of transference in psychotherapeutic relationships, where the therapist could be seen as holding traits of like a mother or father figure. And this is describing it in the context of politics, where the same thing occurs. People look to the politician as some sort of, unconscious representation of father to protect. And, then those politicians are going to have their own counter transference to the demands and expectations of the populace. And if it's not healthy in how they're operating, then we can be perpetuating this whole like familial dysfunction at a national global level.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, is this proxy parental system leadership role. And I may have mentioned this in a few episodes back, but I was pretty close with a friend who had a lot of pull, privilege, and prestige in the medical field. And him playing this character of the proxy father figure type role within his healthcare industry, he would often say to me, we are just giving you what you're asking for. So like Leslie said, this highlights the critical nature of what this woman or gentleman in this picture is holding up this sign that says, we are better than this. And the reality is, yes, of course we're better than this, but who are they? Who is this person? What is this protest for? Really, the sign should be turned back on the populace, and we should be making the change so we don't go to the proxy system leadership and have to hold up a sign and say, we're better than this, but I don't know how to get there. So remember, the leadership is reflecting the need of the populace. So really, in essence, we're trying to fight for leadership change. We need populist change. So the mirror image shifts.
Well said.
Yeah. I think you'll notice too, among a lot of what we've been talking about, I mean, we're helping individuals and society recognize and overcome the unconscious forces. Not many slides here say, hey, you got to change the leaders and you got to, make sure that they rule somebody better. It's more like, we need to be careful that we are not creating the next authoritarian regime that's going to end up creating, democide and mass murder. Like it seems like the common theme here is like, how do we prevent that from happening again? It's happened like dozens and dozens of times, and we just seem to keep ending up back there, and everybody's like, oh man, now we have to, mourn and be in trauma. But I mean, just look at the nature of some of these systems, and you have a mandatory draft in many countries, right? I gotta go to war. I gotta fight these people. Here's the enemy, right? This is the enemy that we have to fight. There's that external enemy that we have to go after. So very, very tricky, and especially when you have, figures who appeal to people that, people really look up to and say, yeah, they really stand for us and our values. We can see that can be quite dangerous.
I just want to highlight what you're saying here, Corey, is really the insidious nature in which this all unfolds and repeats because of the hierarchy of the system and the dysfunction and disorientation of separating us like this and having this victim savior role just perpetuating, is that between the victim and the savior is a third party, right? It's either the scapegoat or it's the person who's still holding that anger of this tension between this duality. And when I think about healthcare as an example, you can think, well, you have the ego of the leadership or the physicians or the surgeons or the board members. And then you have maybe the nurses who feel most oppressed, and you have this dynamic, but then in between these levels is this middleman, the administration, or the middle leadership, who tends to be very disgruntled because they are placed between this duality of dynamic. So again, you can just see if we somehow knock out the leader, who's next in place? The pissed off middle leadership, which creates the cycle to be perpetuated just like over and over again. So it really is like you really have to mentally pull this apart very delicately and making people aware of this dynamic, because it is almost virtually impossible to dismantle unless you're very psychologically aware of these nuances.
And then add symbols like flags or political party emblems or emblems of different movements, political movements, and it creates even more separation and identification with a dialectic, with a extreme of some sorts, rather than bringing people together and problem solving.
Yes.
As long as we have all this identity politics and duality and fragmentation and ideology, and it just keeps everything all tangled up like a dreadlock.
Mm. Yeah, but I think someone might counter argue and say, well, without some sort of identity, well, how will we get to the position that we're talking about? Right? Like you need some sort of grounding to say, I'm part of this group or part of this thinking. And because otherwise, how am I going to find other people like me? And we gather and we share our support. What do you think about that?
I mean, the simple answer is I agree with you. And,
Mm,
when I say that identity politics should be abandoned, it's not saying that all identity should be abandoned. I
mm,
think we've somehow tried that, and that's become extreme and distorted as well. I think we need to focus on what we're all doing here, which is, do you understand what healthy identity and balanced states of consciousness look like over the extreme, which would require one to develop self-awareness through shadow work. So then you can identify whether or not my philosophy, my belief, my ideology is within the realm of do no harm and allowing other people to have their space as well too. It's just
mm,
we fragment into these extremes, which really I think causes the problem. But you don't see the extreme unless you do the work.
mm,
And sometimes those extreme identities lead to an eradication of individual rights. So I think we need to keep an eye on maintaining that we're really here for being human, for our being alive and being sentient beings with humanity as the base level of protection there. And then we clearly have our preferences and differences, which we can celebrate, and we can find unity and, some level of tribe in, as long as we aren't eradicating the rights of individuals,
mm.
and that we keep in mind this balance of collective and individual needs,
Right.
and have a moral foundation, of
Hmm.
how we treat people.
Yeah.
In an odd way, it's so simple that it's not. And we've gotten ourselves wrapped up in some complex scenarios. But even in some of the extremes, where things appear to be very unhealthy and maladaptive, is that you can see somehow within the maladaptive behavior, there's something we're missing that needs to be delicately and precisely pulled out to be realized into the integration of the next way. So it's almost like some of these movements, again, they just seem wrong and very extreme, but even within that maladaptation, you have to pull out the reason it came to fruition and kind of shed away the nature of it harming other people, and what is it that what are we missing within society? Where are we energetically imbalanced? So like Leslie said, it's really no use to just abolish certain things or knock down all the statute, just demolish the world and we'll rebuild it. There's gold in all of these adaptations, whether they're
Hmm.
positive or negative. So make
Right.
sure that you're doing the work to distill the gold so we can rebuild the structures with a healthy foundation.
Yes. I would say that, our history and these governments and all these systems, if anything, teach us and help us understand what better systems do exist because they've been tried and they were probably going to be tried in many cases. As human beings, we try many different things. And so If we see it as sort of like a fun little experiment, and to some extent, even if it's bad, but to keep a good head on our shoulders to move forward, um, we can definitely try looking at these many alternative solutions that we've been proposing, in the seminar and different ways of looking at things.
I think a big advantage of putting all of these things, all of these factors, and the perspective of history of what has happened before into a psychological perspective and looking at all the psychological features and elements of authority and government helps us to create and transition away, create new solutions, transitioning away from a long history of failed authoritarian government and more into the voluntary organization aspect and shed some of the old hangovers of the past as we become aware of the psychological features. For example, the Milgram experiment, the Stanford experiments,
Yeah,
just reveal are the nature of people when they're placed in positions of authority. And
profound.
so when we shine the light of truth or of psychological understanding on this whole thing, it helps us transition away from the negative factors and embrace things that are more voluntary and more cooperative as far as managing the human affairs, which is the only real thing that we have in modern civilization as a reference is government. But is government truly a voluntary organization? And if not, can we look at, really only the anthropologists have gone in and found, small cultures, isolated cultures that get along fine with either without government or with a modified form, a voluntary type system, a tribe maybe. Not
Yeah.
all of them good, but some of them. And so that's using psychology to shine the light on government helps us to extricate ourselves from the negative factors.
In this study of anthropology and sociology can give us a framework to measure or to discern what were the qualities that led to peace and harmony and what led to chaos and violation of rights. And if we do that study, which some people have, like I think of Mark Passio, he's deeply studied these things and he's come to conclusions around natural law and morality that we can learn from that to then create a model of more peace and harmony. And why aren't we doing that? Why aren't governments doing that?
Yeah. Interestingly, he's sharing this idea of natural law, which he gives credit to the past for, like ancient wisdom. And he simply says that that knowledge has been hidden. Now, when you mentioned anthropology, I think of David Graeber, who's sharing a very similar perspective to what we're talking about here. And he's got several books talking about the evolution of societies. And he really challenged mainstream views regarding the history of humanity, showing that many of the former, peoples were living in voluntary, decentralized communities. And then he has a book talking about debt, the first 5,000 years, talking about where that all comes from. And he traces it back to Samaria, right? So going back to like what we talked about with slavery, you can maybe see some ties there. It's a very interesting topic for sure. That, of course, we aren't focused on the anthropology here, but it's very interesting to bring in other fields of interest. And as Scott mentions, I mean, the Stanley Milgram experiment, these are like profound. They create controversies throughout the entire world for a reason, because it was something that like nobody was looking at. It was just like, what's going on here? Authority and its effect on people. Nobody was looking at it, and so you have this one guy who does a study, and it's like banned on all these colleges, can't do it anymore. It's like, what's going on? Nobody can figure out why this is happening. But yet, look how much research we have, all relating to the findings that he had. And a lot of the works that we're sharing here are from sometimes even before Stanley Milgram did that experiment, right? So I'm gathering research material from all sorts of different years, some that go farther back for sure. And I think it's important that, what we talked about regarding movements and symbology is understood when we talk about this problem, or solution of anarchism, right? Depending on how you take it, which is why we brought up the term voluntarism as an alternative that more directly implies what we've been talking about regarding individual change and voluntary interaction and morals and order, as opposed to looking at a free world as inherently chaotic or just trying to rebel against the system and trying to look cool. Um, this type of flag that people can use and the colors that people can use. Oh, I got this A and it's got a circle around it. Um, and now I got to wear certain types of outfits. It can cause some of the problems that you guys mentioned, regarding this identity politics game that we can fall into. But regardless, let's look into the psychology, continuing some of our previous findings on anarchism, as the term has been used by these individuals that look at it much deeper than what people tend to perceive of it. So John Ardoni, in some social psychoanalytic explorations, he argues that anarchism is deeply rooted in the human psyche's desire for freedom and autonomy. He draws on psychoanalytic theories to explain how individuals naturally resist domination and seek self-governance. This resistance is seen as a fundamental aspect of human nature, driven by a need for personal and collective liberation, right?
I think that the that what Stephanie was talking about earlier, that people are seeking to feel better and they make changes in their lives, and it's like these lateral moves in a way of this job for that job or this city moving to that city, but still feeling this sense of inner dissatisfaction. I think that it has something to do with what this slide is saying, that we all have a desire for freedom and autonomy. And when our freedom and autonomy is being thwarted, that there's a part of us that knows that and is not at peace and is seeking some kind of freedom from the tyranny that is occurring in our lives. And it doesn't have to be obvious in your face tyranny, but any type of thwarting of our personal freedom and autonomy is a drain on our system energetically. And there's so many small examples of how we get derailed in our path because of different arbitrary rules or laws that we need to follow that take our time and steal our money and et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to bring that up.
I think this really hits at the core of the psychological aspect of anarchism that could be perhaps in every individual that they may not see within themselves. The more you start asking questions about what their desires may be. And, if they do seek freedom, maybe they just throw anarchism out the door, but they don't realize there might be some insights within it that can be really aligned to their morals and the way they perceive the world.
I think that every child, every infant in toddler and child growing up, has this drive. I think it's evident. And then the whole parenting approach is generally how do we guide, this drive to be independent and to do what, help kids make safe choices and not unsafe choices. But what happens with authoritarian parenting is it becomes more about control than it is about guidance. And that is a root of a lot of this that goes on in our world, like one of our previous slides referred to.
Yes. Yeah, we talked about the school system and how it's basically structured. We even had some quotes directly about, oh, we don't want these people to be doctors. We don't want them to be leaders. We want them to kind of just, be smart enough how to work the forklift, but not like smart enough to, rebel and take our place in a way. And it's very interesting, when you look at it like that, because if you have many people who are willing to be servile and not empowering themselves and saying it's okay to be disempowered, it's okay to not take responsibility over oneself. Now we're giving an excuse basically for authoritarianism, for people to take that seat of authority and rule over other people. And so it's those little excuses and justifications that I think add up in the large scale, which prompts upon whole studies like this liberation psychology, right?
Ray, I just
Yeah.
wanted to add, they say with great freedom comes great responsibility.
Right.
And that's something to keep in mind, is that the way society here in America is organized is that the distractions are coming at us at such a rapid pace, is that we've sadly entered into, more and more of a time where people are just willing to frivolously give up their autonomy and become apathetic because they don't want the responsibility.
Mm.
So if you want freedom, you must take responsibility, and that takes work. So I
Yeah.
think the first question is, do you want to do the work to become free? And are you willing to stay in that mindset of being an autonomous agent requires you to be very radically self-responsible? And again, depending on your will, your desire, your motivation, your environmental factors, how much trauma you have, how distracted you are you addicted? All of these things keep people away from doing the work required to remain in a state of personal autonomy and freedom. So it's not like you just become free and then you can just leave hedonistically and not do any work. If you're living a good life rooted in freedom and autonomy, you're very radically responsible and you're doing work to maintain that position.
Mm.
If we look at the school system that it currently exists, it is basically directing people into existing jobs and job markets and existing structures that are based on this authoritarian model. And it's not encouraging free thought or creative thinking outside the box or creating new positions and jobs. It's not really creating entrepreneurial mindsets. There's a real push away in school from things like philosophy, music, the arts, creative explorations into more tech and markets that are being created, elsewhere, right? And not really feeding and fueling the individual's true calling
Mm.
and individual path.
I think to add on to that, Leslie, is that that's very contingent on somebody's financial resource. Is
Yeah.
that if you're going to a private school in New York City or you're going to a private school in somewhere along the country, you are getting all that and more. You are stewarded into the elite. So it's more so, do you have resources, money? Who do you know? And are your parents, do you have the type of parents willing to put you on that path? And
Yeah.
it's very separate. It's very dualistic. It seems to be that either you're stewarded from a young age into the elite or you're not.
Yeah, there's a classist model here.
Sure. Yeah.
I think, and this is why some people who look at freedom and many who may call themselves anarchists or the like to focus on the people who have money and the corporations and say, oh, well, they're the problem because then that prevents people from getting the education and so forth. So it's important to navigate the nuance here because we're not, just blaming one group or one type of organization here. I think it's actually possible to help others become self-responsible. But not when I say that, I'm not saying that that means we need to create a state type of system or create a new ideology. I do believe it is possible, just like a parent does in guiding their kid to become self-responsible. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to, invent a whole new way of living and you have to resist against certain powers. I think it's important just to see that. And, permaculture as a solution, the idea of abundance can radically change this whole dynamic because if people are more able to be more responsible, like you say, with the financial resources, and they're utilizing these solutions that bring people together naturally and that make them feel better healthily, and it's kind of like a very holistic solution. So, not to go on a tangent aside from this, but it's important to recognize that we have this moral, spiritual, mental side of things. Then we have this physical, practical, 3D, and these two maybe should be aligned. And so when you bring in permaculture or growing food into it and setting up community gardens and bring the community together, it can be really beneficial, I would say, toward this pursuit. And I think sometimes one end might be forgotten, right? And then it leads people to look for other solutions that maybe are not as innovative, right? Because permaculture is a newer field, just like this idea of voluntarism. It's a newer word relatively that is starting to be used as people find out it's navigating the nuance better than the previous terms. It's being able to look at all the different aspects and say, okay, we can work with this, and and better than ever before. So I just wanted to mention that because, I think although we can say it's all in the individual, they have to be responsible, they have to take charge of their life, there still can be help for them. I do believe that, and we can help usher in those systems.
I think one thing that's complicated here, and I love the concept and the idea of permaculture to bring together people on an even playing field and to teach the qualities of abundance and what it takes to grow a community garden, from the soil to the harvesting to the cleaning up. There's a lot of good demonstrative lessons in that work. But if you have somebody who's grown up in great debt, and not just financial debt, psychological debt, spiritual debt, parental debt, lots of dysfunction, personality disorders, where children are grown up in these environments, they're going to need a little more care around their process to success. And, sometimes successful people will look down upon people who are not successful and think that there's something wrong, that they're not doing, that they are solely responsible for their own success, like you have seen. But what people of resource or privilege may not be seeing is that it's not just about finances. When somebody is in debt, psychologically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, that actually needs to probably be addressed before the finances. So if you can't get somebody, they say, you can take the chains off of a slave, but never off of their mind. So we have to be willing for people who have resource to understand that people that don't, it's not just about them being lazy and not doing the work to get financial success. It's about the layers of mental and emotional things that are also blocking that person from taking initiative to find the right environment in their life. So, and again, the person who does not have resource, there's been movements as of late, and even including things like DEI and different political policies, where it's like, well, because you've grown up in debt, emotionally, psychologically, physically, in your neighborhood, you have the right to just go steal now, or you have the right for reparations. Well, that's not teaching anybody to get out of their mental slavery. It's putting in another program that they are the victim and they're deserving to just simply take, without re-educating the mind to pull themselves up and out in a way that they can really truly become healthy and self-sustainable. But we need all of those things intact, is what I'm trying to say, is that the people without the resource need to understand that just because they get money, that doesn't mean they're going to be successful, that it's, for them, it's more mental than financial. And that for people who have resource, they need to understand, again, that it's actually more mental than financial. And if we all see that we've grown up in these different environments and circumstances, we can start to steward proper programming where the psyche is healed and integrated and redeveloped, and we can work towards freedom on many levels, including financial, from a healthy mindset, not of a deserving mindset or a taking mindset, or I'm giving you privilege now because you didn't have, when you don't really understand how to wield that privilege or resource properly.
Good point. And I think it ties it back to eco-psychology and our connection with nature. There might be, I would argue, just from my point of view and seeing some of it in person too, that nature will have effects on the psyche to some extent itself. So, we're not just talking about financial resource, we're talking about money that literally grows on trees. And then if everybody has it and it's abundance that is nonstop because it's a free energy system, unlike other financial systems, then it does open up some cans of worms and rabbit holes where abundance can be seen in a very different light than perhaps people have perceived it. Now, I'm not saying that everybody can live in abundance, we can all live in the Garden of Eden, but in a way, I kind of am. Because with the knowledge of permaculture and food forestry, it starts to lead in that direction. And so I think it's just an inspiring thing. It's a very hopeful thing that I just want to let people know about. Because they're not, so it's not just like all on the responsibility of, oh, I got to teach people. I got to really, drill home these ideas. There might be some assistance from nature. There might be some assistance from our physical environment.
Yeah, well, anybody's environment, whether it be physical nature outside or the environment that they grow up within their home, right? I think this is what we're saying, is that the sacred feminine aspect of health and well-being is in the environment, whatever that externalized environment is, whether it be nature, permaculture, or your house, the people amongst your house. It's anything outside of your internalized processes is environment. So that's the sacred feminine of health and well-being amongst a society, is your everything you see outside of your own eyeballs, within your house, within your family, within your nature environment, is it healthy?
Yeah.
And if it's not healthy, you cannot have a healthy society. I mean, that's the marriage between having an internally healthy psyche coupled with your external reality. So that's the sacred feminine, is the environment. What is your environment? Because that is it can make you or break you.
Mm, I see. Yeah, so if we delve into this whole field of liberation psychology, we have Frederick Liebling, who, looks at this, and he has an approach that focuses on personal autonomy and self-determination. He argued that individuals should be free to pursue their own paths without interference from authoritarian institutions. This perspective was reflected in his therapeutic practices, which aim to empower clients to take control of their own lives. He believed that authoritarian structures, including internalized effects, as Stephanie just mentioned, and as we've been talking about, stifle creativity, independence, and critical thinking. In his view, such systems create a culture of dependency and fear, which undermines psychological health. And this also supports work by Peter Ford on liberation psychiatry. This is a whole field. It's just amazing to see. There's a lot of people who have studied this, and I'm glad to shed a light on this and say, hey, look at all these people who are doing this work, who've done it many times in greater detail than we have done, right, through their works.
This is the exact approach I try to take with my own practice and my own development of psychological theory and techniques. And it's very refreshing to see many other therapists take this approach as well. So it's like we all want, ultimately it's very close to parenting, very conscious parenting, where we want our children to grow up and to be autonomous and creative and not messed up, So schools of psychology oriented towards this, which there are many, and many good techniques, are properly oriented towards freeing the person, letting the person, in other words, the therapist should be working themselves out of a job, basically giving that control back over to the person so that they can go out and on an autonomous basis succeed in the real world on their own steam. So this is a very good, and of course this is going to augment physical health as well as psychological health ultimately. So it has a lot to do with healthcare and how we approach it.
Yeah. It's funny, I was saying the word liberation instead of libertarian, but basically relatively the same notion here as different fields to study.
Yeah, I just
And
want to
the irony in that is that the quote unquote left is liberation and the quote unquote right is libertarian. But really, if you look at what they're saying, they have the same goals. They want a person to be free. In the case of the left, what
Liberation, yeah.
thank you. In case of the liberation view, it's basically let's take away these authoritarian control structures, and there's more emphasis on, like Stephanie pointed out, the environment. Let's change the environment, which is unfortunately requires government and really works against what we're trying to achieve. However, their end product or their vision is not wrong. And libertarian, let's have less government, less control. Again, that also is looking at an improved environment. But when we talk about, whether we talk about libertarian or liberation psychology, we're freeing the individual. And I think the emphasis needs to be equally on improving the external environment and improving the internal outlook of the person so that they are empowered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. That reminds me of, the potential of the sacred masculine and feminine that we've talked about is the coupling of the personal or the union of individuality and self-realization with multiplicity and living in healthy environments so we can thrive. I think this is a relationship that undermines most all things that we do and all systems. And how much are we focusing on the individual and how much are we focusing on the environment? And if you're only focusing on one and not the other, we could all focus on the environment all day, but if you have people who are very psychically damaged and really need that help and they aren't getting it, something will feel a little imbalanced. And, Scott, you were talking about parents wanting to raise children with possibility and potential. A very reductionistic example is just thinking about the flourishing of a flower from a seed, is that you have a seed and it has to go into the healthy soil. It has to have a healthy foundation. So if you looked at that seed like a small child, what is his home life from very early on? What is the environment like? Is the soil healthy? Is it fertilized? If you've got no parents or you grow up in a really crappy childhood, your foundation is broken.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're filling these cracks and holes however you can because you're not emotionally intelligent enough to do it as a child in a grown-up type of way. So, and then, obviously, the seed sprouts and then it needs water and it needs sunlight and it needs continued fertilization and love and connection. And if humans don't have that same processes, it's not going to produce or flourish maybe and produce the food or seed as well as it possibly could. So again, it's so reductionistic, but it's the same for humans. These are what we need too. From
And it also
soil to harvest, we need that.
Yes, it's a great metaphor for the human body in relationship to health as well. If you crowd your body with toxins and preservatives and dyes and GMOs, and you don't take care of your internal environment, then, all the medicine in the world isn't going to turn around your health.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes. We need light. We need sun. We need healthy water. We need all the same things. We're not so different, so you're right. Sadly, we're getting bombarded with toxicity from all ends, psychically, familially, environmentally, in our air. So yeah, we have to clean out.
And the food we eat. And this brings us back to the personal responsibility, the anarchic principle of, having freedom and yet taking responsibility for your choices that affect your own outcomes and the impact on others.
Right.
And further that, you could also look at government, especially the way it's practiced in modern civilization, as the failure and the externalization, the projection out of the individual's did not grow up in a healthy environment, the failure for them to have attained their true autonomy and true self-determinism is reflected in the amount of government that people demand, require, think they need to run things, quote unquote, because you don't have a society of autonomous individuals who can take care of themselves. So they're looking to we can call it extended parenting even. It's like the parenting has to continue because the child has not grown up. And whether that's from factors of the external environment, which were not good, didn't get raised very well, or whether it's just never was empowered, never was given, always was given the idea that somebody else should be telling you what to do, and you don't have the autonomy. And I love this, I want to revisit it again on this slide. It's just so powerfully, simply true. The authoritarian structures do stifle creativity. They stifle independence, and they stifle critical thinking. All of those things which are the ingredients of improving life and improving conditions. And if you have them in yourself, you can get along in the world and you can succeed. And if you don't have them, you're gonna require authoritarian structures. So it's like extended parenting.
You need a high level of compassion and psychological understanding, dealing with people who've grown up in severely traumatized environments, because these children grow up without the ability to have trust. They can't trust people, and they don't have faith in their future. They're in survival mode. And this is what I think contributes to a whole heck of a lot of reliance on government and even things like chronic illness and disease, is because when you are hijacked in fight or flight mode, you are stuck in the first chakra, which means that you can never even make it up to the freedom of being creative and having fun and relaxing and calming the nervous system, because you are stuck in the density of survival. You can't get to creativity. You can't get to higher ways of thinking to support your future and figure out how you're going to create your entrepreneurial project. You can't get there because it's like you are jailed and locked in the first chakra of fight or flight and survival, which eventually, I have experience with this myself with my health conditions, hijacks everything from your success to your physical health, to all of your relationships, to your environment. So we have to understand that in order to be able to break out of this stuckness, we first have to ask very simple questions of, did you grow up in fight or flight? And do you feel you have the capacity to start to trust yourself and the company you surround yourself to move beyond that now?
Yes. And I think, what Scott mentioned too, with the creativity and the penchant critical thinking, we see this as what he was touching on as not just the requirements for health, but the requirements for freedom. So this connection between freedom and health is what we've been really talking about. And it's profound to see because, is health really just a matter then of freedom? Right. And when we're looking at this idea of liberal or libertarian, we see these as two diametrically opposed, yet they come from the same root, which is liberty. And that's so funny. And yet, here's the psychology being able to bridge the ties between the two and say, okay, they both are here to benefit our health and to create true freedom.
We're the time that we live in, again, it's so tricky because the social engineers understand this. And the more we can keep people in fight or flight and fear or freeze, is that they don't have the ability to challenge the system or to create or to think critically. And you look on any news station at any time of the day, they are still propagating fear and chaos and disaster. So people need to wake up that this is part of what's being propagated in our system, and they have to realize that so they can choose to come up and out of that with the right people.
It's become entertainment too, as we talked about before with boredom. I believe there's a lot of people who are simply just bored. and they don't have those community structures, and they are having these phones in their pockets, and they can just scroll and scroll and scroll, or watch certain things, and it could be quite entertaining watching
Yeah, I
the
think there's
game
a
nowadays.
yeah, there's the difference between those who are genuinely traumatized and stuck in fight or flight and those who just love drama.
That's true.
It's both not going to produce a lot of creativity and a sense of autonomous freedom. But yeah, are you stuck and you genuinely need help because you're traumatized, or you just addicted to your own drama and apathetic to doing anything because you like the game that you're in, you
Mhm.
know?
And then liking the drama in a way perpetuates some of the problems, even though you're like laughing about it, making fun of it, could be quite tricky.
It's like
So,
food for the system.
yeah.
It's like energetic food to keep it thriving,
Hmm.
right?
Like fast food, like McDonald's, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, any news media outlet is like fast food.
Mm-hmm.
We should be getting our information from independent journalists and researching appropriately, not just putting, celebrity, mainstream media, all of that has to go if you want to take responsibility to wake up, so to speak.
Voting not just with our dollars, but with our spiritual currencies, our time and attention.
Absolutely.
Yes. And so, what we are looking for, I believe, is an interdisciplinary approach, which, a lot of these guys are approaching in different ways. So here we have Felipe Garnier, a philosopher who focuses and emphasizes on this approach, showing how anti-psychiatry, psychoanalysis, and anarchism can collectively offer a robust critique of societal norms and institutions. He argues that psychiatric institutions often perpetuate power imbalances, similar to other authoritarian structures criticized by anarchists. This perspective encourages a rethinking of mental health care to prioritize autonomy and self-determination. There it is again. He advocates for a holistic approach to mental health that considers social, economic, and political factors rather than solely focusing on individual pathology. Similarly, Psychoanalysis and Anarchy from the Libertarian World in 1994 argues that psychoanalysis and anarchism share a common goal: the liberation of the individual from oppressive structures. Psychoanalysis seeks to free individuals from internal repression, while anarchism aims to dismantle external authoritarian systems. And similarly, this is supported by the work of Roger Dadon, which we shared before, and Jacques Lesage. I think that one's a French name I'm not going to be able to pronounce correctly, but giving them credit because there's a lot of very interesting ideas here. Notice the balance here. Notice the nuance. I mean, the internal and the external, right? The social, the economic, and the political. And I also find it interesting, anti-psychiatry and then psychoanalysis. So I know psychiatry has gotten quite a bad reputation due to the overemphasis on drug usage and unable to perhaps connect with individuals. And, Scott, I think you have a lot of expertise and stories to share about that too, because that's where Scientology came from effectively, was this idea of that psychiatry was not actually helping people and that there's other methods and alternatives out there. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, it was a movement from the beginning to kind of a do-it-yourself psychology, okay,
Mm,
or to get with one other person and be their psychologist, follow the directions in the book, let them be your psychologist, and kind of partner up. So yeah, and that led to a lot of different movements, spin-off movements, or movements within psychology field itself towards more and more client-centered therapy. That was kind of what encouraged the client-centered therapy movement as well. Came out of that same drive for reforming authoritarian psychiatry. Let's do it differently. Let's do it right. Let's do it in a way that's effective for the person and helps the person to become more empowered and not less.
mhm. I did see it as a pattern among a lot of the researchers that we gathered, that a lot of them were talking against psychiatry, but often for psychology. So it's just an interesting, perspective to see that in relation to authoritarianism. So I think that kind of backs up some of what you were saying there.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is you can look at psychology and kind of see it divide up into a sort of a state-sponsored psychology that cozies up very close to psychiatry and institutional psychiatry as an authoritarian form. And then you have a lot of the rebel psychologists who who do eventually get enough support to make big strides in larger settings like universities or movements in which that whole thing actually creates new approaches to psychology, new disciplines, and new areas of psychology. So, and we've gone over a lot of those or seen a lot of representatives from that.
That's true. Yeah. Different fields. And so, if we're going to talk about that just a little bit more here, Gaston Gogin, a philosopher, psychiatry as a statist tool, he wrote a section titled Psychiatry in the Anarchist Encyclopedia in 1934, so this is quite a while back. Many others have also contributed similar sections to this. His critique is rooted in the belief that psychiatry, as practiced traditionally, often serves the interests of the state and the ruling class. By labeling nonconformist behaviors as pathological, psychiatry can suppress revolutionary potential and maintain the status quo. He calls for a humanistic approach aligned with the contemporary movements in mental health that emphasize patient-centered care and the importance of understanding the individual's social context. This approach challenges the reductionist view of mental illness as merely a biological dysfunction. There's a lot in here that we've actually touched on before, right? Even just the idea of reductionism and looking at the left brain and looking more toward the right brain when it comes to our approach. Of course, we talked about the problem with labeling, right, and making all the different diagnoses about certain people. We even shared from the leading or the father of psychiatry, American psychiatry, Benjamin Rush, saying that we need to, make different children conform and raised into a system where they believe that the government is above their own family, and that they should be worshipped and obeyed. I mean, he said that directly in his own words. And so, that was him on the schooling system, and saying that people who have a proclivity toward freedom, he called it anarchy, right? Anarchia. He called it a whole psychological term to try to label people who were dissidents, to label people who were having this need for freedom. So quite profound.
One of the tragedies I see in human history and the development of psychiatry is the way that it developed, where it came from. It came from basically the ruling class designated a certain area of the Catholic Church. You are now going to take care of these crazies or take care of these people that pipe up and want freedom and these agitators. So it was very political from the very beginning. And so we got off as a race, the human race kind of got off on the wrong foot in the whole idea of how are we going to address the mind, how are we going to address ourselves, and as a result, it was very chaotic because it was not in alignment with true human nature, and as a result of that chaos, I feel that the human race has been really, in just my last comment, the impetus of forming these new movements as a counter to this main authoritarian psychiatry. It took a long time for those movements to be established and to gain recognition and to take footing, to have a firm foundation and to become an accepted, tool as a movement or as a technique for psychology and reformed psychiatry. So it's taken a lot just to get to where we are now, where we can say we have an alternative to what was handed to mankind in the very beginning.
About this slide in reference to movements in mental health that emphasize patient-centered care. We may have brought this up earlier in the dangers of the identity with an illness, but working in the several hospital systems, it's very clear that there is an ideology towards what's called patient-centered care. But I would like to just explain a little bit of what I was seeing as opposed to what I feel as a patient myself. Patient-centered care has the potential to become and to actually be. It gives the illusion, patient-centered care, that it's putting the patient at the heart of the process. And in a way, that is part of the goal, where the patient is the center, but then the patient-centered care model is referring to having everybody's there, the patient's care providers, all surrounding the patient and hopefully communicating in a way where the patient is being addressed whole comprehensively, because all of the patient's providers are kind of surrounding the patient to care for them. And what I've seen as a patient in that model is that I'm still left out as the patient. I'm still separate from the whole of the care model. So I think what's missing is it's well intended that we're going to comprehensively care for this patient better, because there's going to be better communication amongst the providers for the care of the patient. When I feel true patient-centered care is having the patient and the care team actually be on the same level. There's no separation or bifurcation between the providers, and we're all going to care for the patient. Bring the patient forth into the circular model of the care providers, so the patient's story, the perception of their illness, has room to come forth. Because when you have a whole bunch of providers still taking care of a patient really intensely and collaboratively, you're still missing the fact that the patient has a subjective story regarding their illness and their identity amongst their illness. And you're not letting the patient's voice truly come out in the story of their illness to maybe cultivate a potential for transformation and shift. So the patient-centered care model is still more providers looking at the patient more closely about how they can care or take care of that patient, without the patient having room to emphasize and accelerate or build care for themselves. Does that make sense?
Yes, I see what you're saying. I think it hits on, this kind of missing link, yes, which is this emphasis, I would say, on the freedom. In without getting political, of course, in the in the psychology realm. I mean, it's not really, and that's just a reflection of what's going on in the individual, like you said. So, it is profound. I believe you're kind of in a way getting to the roots of it. I mean, it's the same thing when it comes to education. It's like we're thinking about the education system. How should how should the teacher, treat the kid? Well, it's like, at the end of the day, yeah, they're a teacher, but the parents are like the real teachers. And then even more than that, the kid is the real teacher. At the end of the day, like we want to develop their minds so they can think for themselves. Like if that is the main goal, then that should be the root cause. And so it's more of like patient-centered care. It's more like patient focused on patient care,
Well, you think about it, you just brought up a really good point, is that when you have a child, there's a unspoken expectation that the child is going to change as they grow up and evolve. They're going to change. There's room for growth. In a patient-centered care model, typically, and again, contingent on the individual's specific condition, but it's almost like we have more parents, but there's still no room for the child to grow. You're still the same. There's not enough room for the patient to actually evolve through their illness. Or maybe they have something that at some point they recover from or heal from or can overcome. So that's, again, we don't want more parents in the field of the patient if they're contributing to keeping the patient in a position of one particular spot in their development. It has to be people who are willing to let the patient grow beyond their identity with illness, or even transform if it's possible, or recover from their illness.
Yeah.
And this is
I
why
just wanted to
think,
comment
go ahead.
on this concept, Stephanie, that you brought up of creating teams with an assumption that they're communicating with each other. And I don't know about y'all out there, but in the environments I've worked at, the communication was not happening healthfully. You know, there was an intention to integrate, you know, the different modalities or whatever, but the communication broke down time and time again. And a lot of that had to do with other factors that controlled their time and made it not profitable to actually talk to each other and not make it easy to talk to each other. So we have some breakdowns.
And you're right, Leslie, is we've talked about this before, it's worthy bringing it up again, is that in these systems of care, we want to do what's right. Most often people are trying to adhere to their calling and really in being intentional. But the problem is there's a massive communication breakdown. So patient-centered care sounds good, but actuality, it's not happening. There's a lot of providers who actually don't respect each other. They don't trust one another. I've heard this openly spoken about. So if you have a patient-centered care model, where the first initial priority should be that the providers are communicating, but yet they don't really like each other. So beyond time and space, Leslie, that they're already compressed on, is the fact that a lot of them actually don't even like or trust each other. One of them feels like they're the one that needs to rule the patient because they know best and the others don't know what they're talking about. So we have much more issues within the environment of healthcare, the relationship amongst the providers within the system. If you can get that in a more aligned, authentic relationship, then the patient will actually have much better care naturally. You don't need to talk about patient-centered care when providers genuinely like each other. There's no need for it.
Interesting.
But again, we have to say these things because we have a major problem.
I would agree. And I just wanted to throw out that, you know, what in the field of do-it-yourself care, the emphasis is on the most effective techniques and processes, et cetera, and ways of helping each other. And that gets people doing kind of a self-care and reporting back, you know, what's working, what's not. And in that environment, which is not, you know, going to be found in institutional environments for sure. However, a lot of that actually informs or feeds the professional knowledge base. And so there's an interaction there, at least where I'm working. And that potentially the institutions, the traditional care models are going to benefit from what's working, you know, what's been experimented on more independently. And in my field, how that reflects is there are people that come to you that really don't do very well on their own. They need that extra care. And so personally, I'm looking at the things that I've learned from coaching and helping people do their own care, okay, are now informing the professional approach, okay? So in the institutions and in your care centers, you have the professional approach. And so I think the way of the future, and this may take some doing, is that we're going to need to give people more autonomy that have issues, mental health issues, and are approaching you for care. And that's part of the empowerment process, is helping them to care for themselves. Are there things that they can do to journal for themselves? Are there ways for them to use their close relationships to communicate to others, to do some sort of talk therapy? You know, knowing the rules of talk therapy, can they accomplish that? And particularly for people who can't afford professional care or who don't have insurance. So anyway, I wanted to throw that out there. That's very difficult problem for that community to solve. I can see that.
Yeah.
Point, Scott, some people do need extra support and care, right? But that doesn't mean that the provider can. I see so much of this process having to do with the provider's ability to trust their patient and to go against what the system has often told them, which is kind of the overprotection model. So it's like, how can we teach the physicians and the providers to understand, read the field of the patient a little more clearly, with the intention that at some point we want to steward this patient to be autonomous and to be able to self-care if that's what they desire. Even in mental health situations, I think that many people do have the desire to self-realize and to integrate from these mental health conditions. And then at that point, the provider needs to pull back and develop more personal trust within their relationship to let the patient grow. You can't mother a child and expect them to bloom. You will kill the oxygen. So at some point, the relationship has to change instead of staying exactly the same.
You know, what I see is one of the major barriers to allowing that, even if providers want to, is the litigious nature of everything. There's a fear of being sued. There's a fear of being negligent. There's a fear of not following protocol, and then you get sued. You have to go to court. You lose your license, or you get a ding on your reputation. And so that is really a huge problem. Even when individual providers are pushing that line a little bit, their overseers are not encouraging that, you know.
And this is why we have so many outlying communities that really radically shift the narrative amongst the potential in healing from mental health. And that's why the outliers probably, I would assume, have far succeeded in helping people integrate mental health in the traditional institutional system, because there's more freedom to push boundaries. And I'm not saying that that works every single time, but there's a whole bunch of people that I know that do alternative therapies or work with, a pastor, or go to an ayahuasca ceremony, or do shadow work, or do these outlying perspectives. And boy, did they transform and heal and integrate very successfully, because you don't have that legal aspect of it hanging over. I'm sure it'd look different if we had that legal aspect as well too. But yeah, so something has to be done where,
Yeah.
there's some sort of space for
And
It's
this applies
everywhere.
to,
information.
to not just mental health, but
Yes.
all medical. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I mean, what you're saying with like the protection, a lot of these themes we're seeing all across society is sort of a, perhaps a projection and a correspondence principle, right? You see this idea of protection. For instance, I'm even working on a land right now where I'm growing food, and one of the landowners was worried about people, getting sued. And it caused a huge thing where like I couldn't do events there for a couple weeks and the community got disconnected, but everybody loved it. Everybody part of it wanted to keep growing food, wanted to keep doing things, but because of that fear of the lawsuit, it drew us back so far. And then think about all the churches, the prisons, the schools, all these places that could be growing food, the HOAs that are limiting people in growing food, something so basic that people just now, are fearful of growing food out of the need for protection. Usually it's all done under that pretense. And the same thing goes for many of the systems we talk about, whether it's education or political, this idea of protection, fear of the unknown, fear of somebody's true nature or being honest.
Yeah.
And,
Even
yeah.
letting kids walk home from the bus stop. I mean, I had a situation where they basically like kidnapped my child who had permission to walk home from the bus stop because of a strange paranoia the bus driver had that wasn't even based in
One
any.
person.
Yeah. It's so interesting. How
That's
it infiltrates.
it will keep our society down if we're in fear of these things. And any true spiritual awakening at some point requires when somebody can cultivate the bravery of authentic behavior, is to then find the courage deep within to say, well, if that's what you fear is going to happen, we'll just deal with that bridge if it comes across. Like, you have to find a way to say, like, this is what I'm going to do anyway. And if there's some sort of repercussion for it, we'll handle it then. And have the confidence to try to not be hung up on the fear of it happening. And if it does happen, that you have the confidence that, well, I'll get through it if something happens, because I believe that what I'm doing is the right thing to do. So I'm going to do it anyway. I mean, again, from a spiritual perspective, they often say that, in order to, what do they say? In order to truly become yourself, like, you have to lose your mind, right? Like, that's a very common thing in many spiritual communities, is the aspect of somebody kind of having a little mental break before they come to more realization and integration. It's common, it's not uncommon, but in the system of healthcare we exist amongst here in the United States, we got to do everything we can to keep somebody from a mental break. And if a mental break happens, and we probably need to medicate that person from having another, there's so much fear, and again, it's just a different paradigm. It's a different mindset. If you take that
Yes.
person to a shaman or any one of us, it's like, there's the ability to have confidence to work with people who are on the edge. And, that's very scary for the world of, licensed providers. I get it. But in our world that we exist in, it's not something we're afraid of. There's an ability to steward in that very delicate moment, and then to know when maybe something has gone too far, and to shift somebody towards maybe needing more professional help. But very far and few between have I dealt with situations like this and needed that to happen. There is, if you don't see it as abnormal and you see it as a part of the process, the willingness from both sides to confidently get through it automatically exists. It's there. It's an expectation that this is okay. But when you say to somebody, this is wrong, this is not right, you have a mental illness, we need to medicate you, well, then everything changes.
Yeah. And there's not only fear, but there's consequence to allowing symptoms to express. Parents, I know parents who've lost their children because their mental health was misjudged, misunderstood, very black and white thinking. And so I think that leads to the almost a panic to follow doctor's orders or to take a medicine to fix, so that there are no consequences or misunderstandings around people's emotions or their thinking process.
Yes.
Very difficult, very tough, very touchy, is that we're not going to save everybody. That's just the reality, right? But we want to do everything we can. And I think we just have to understand that the overprotection model doesn't work. And maybe having the discernment, if somebody has more freedom to be able to be attuned if that person does need deeper help, and to send them in a deeper direction. It's more awareness, I think, around the individual. And but it's very clear that the way that we're doing it solely through the healthcare system has epically failed us for the most part. And I think it can take people so far, but then, obviously people who have mental health issues often are struggling with not just an emotional issue, but a spiritual one as well. So at some point, traditional, psychiatry, or however we're doing it here, is either just covering something up that wants to express, right? Or limiting that person, or it's simply, not working, or just numbing
Or pushing the problem deeper, because a lot of the medications are not, they're treating the symptoms and they're masking and pushing them deeper into the system, which in the long term is creating a more stubborn problem.
I was going to say, it's profound that like we we went full circle again. I mean, I was going to mention straight up spirituality, and I was going to say presence because we were saying fear of the future and fear of this and that. I mean, it's almost profound that we end up back to this scenario of spirituality again, unintentionally, just because it's within the teachings. I mean, even Jason Gregory, an author of a Taoist text and many other texts talking about Eastern philosophy, says like trust is the real government of this world. He says if people just merely trust each other, all these old systems will basically fade away.
trust and trustworthiness, right? Go hand in hand.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Sadly, we do have evil.
Yeah. Scott, what were you going to mention?
Well, another full circle we've come to health revealed. We're coming to the crux of the problem, and that is authoritarian, rigid structures that are getting in the way of people helping each other, of people healing, all of those things. And it would be a long, long discussion that we won't go into here, but we're basically authoritarian government holds itself up as the solution to conflict resolution. You know, we've got the courts, we'll figure it out in the courts, and you wind up paying, you know, I don't need to remind people, they wind up paying a lot of money and it doesn't work out too well usually. I mean, sometimes it does. A broken clock is right twice a day, but we have a very broken system, and this totally is, as you can see by some of the anecdotes we've just brought up, is enmeshed in the healthcare system, and it is in the way of us helping and healing each other. And I can't, add too much more than that, other than to say that one of the things that we have to accomplish in the freedom movement, the health freedom movement, freeing ourselves idea, is that we have to become expert in conflict resolution. We have to be able to not just operate on our own, which we talked about earlier, the self-determinism factor, but we have to have good ways of resolving the things that authoritarian government now pretends to resolve, and we all know they don't. So it's like, can we do it better? We know that we can, but we need alternatives to the legal, the lawsuit, the litigation system. We need alternatives to the authoritarian systems, to the authoritative figure as the doctor or psychiatrist. And in order to get there, we have to be able to really propose and implement real solutions to conflict resolution, so that we don't have to operate in fear of a lawsuit. It's like we have a different system. We have a way of resolving these conflicts. So therefore, we are safe to address our issues with each other.
I absolutely love this. And coming again back to a spiritual principle, is that when one has faced the ego within their own psyche and has awakened their heart consciousness, right? And they understand that they are working towards service of others for humanity. We love each other. We do our own work. We can hold ourselves responsible when we get into arguments. It's not about deflecting, blaming, shaming anyone else. This is a spiritual principle. And most of us here on this call understand concepts of ego death and really overcoming your own BS by doing your own shadow work. And that's one thing that this community has. And I'm seeing that more of us have the ability to perform conflict resolution and to understand conflict and the risks, because we have faced our own ego. And we're working for the aggregate, for the community, for love, for hearts, for healthy minds, for critical thinking. And the more we can perpetuate that sort of overcoming our ego and working for the greater good, leading from the heart, leading from truth and goodness, right? Wisdom and truth, is that we automatically have a leg up of the system, because there's nothing more powerful than resonance, love, and truth at the end of the day. So if more and more of us can just commit to that, conflict resolution becomes much more easy, and authentic conversation and the ability to be very intimate and deep with each other to get through the problems, to birth something better, automatically exists through the work that we've already done. So, hopefully, this whole movement is about how do we make, America healthy again? How do we get healthy? It comes from love, truth, and honesty, and doing our own work. That's it. Yep. And if more of us do that, we already have a leg up over the system. And at some point, it's not going to be able to stand up to that bond that we all have with each other, which comes from the heart and love.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah.
And yes, we're building those systems. So I encourage everybody out there who's watching, I say this many times, but do reach out to us because a lot of this is in progress, trying to bring a lot of this resource together. You see, there's many people who are writers talking about what we're talking about, from the past. We're bringing it all together. So, they're not just lone wolves out there with one book or one material shouting out, in their own neck of the woods. It's like, how can we aggregate it? We now live in this age of mass information, so we're able to do that, which is incredible.
I just want to say one last thing. I was picturing like just an image of like the mothership has landed. It's like all of this ideology and conceptualization and books and brilliant psychologists and philosophers have already put so much out there in the world. Corey, what you guys are doing with your project with Jim, and it's that this stuff is now materializing into true, like, marketable change and shifts and buildings and sustainable living and farms. And so it's a very exciting
Yeah.
time for this to become a reality now.
And if we don't do it, someone else will do it very easily because we're building up the steps that are like
Yeah.
quite literally the foundations. So it's a beautiful thing. And it is great to see people come together. That's why I love doing events and trying to grow food and everything. It's a very healing experience within itself.
And I just wanted to say that I think if we don't do it, we meaning all of us who are awakening to this information, then we're at the mercy of the continued authoritarian government, statist institutions to
Yeah.
solve our problems. And as we've, I think, demonstrated very clearly, that is not really promoting our health or freedom and isn't working for us. So if we don't individually participate and join in with other people to create alternatives, then, we don't have a good outcome,
Yeah, the system will exist. The institutional systems will exist as long as they're needed. So, the goal, I think, is for people like us who resonate with this to just build it,
Yeah.
and they will
Herbert
come
Spencer,
find us.
Herbert Spencer, the psychologist from the 1800s, he said that. He said eventually the same moral sentiment that renders government, he says, impossible is what's going to eventually dissolve the government. And it's a very fascinating idea. He came right after the abolitionist time era, and he was widely respected in many different fields. Um, and so, it's just that right there is so profound. And then you have Abraham Maslow saying that the actual step toward self-actualization is self-transcendence, where he says that's anarchism. I mean, you just and yet these are respected psychologists that like everybody learns about, Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And yet they use that, many of them, for justifications for the state. Like, oh yeah, we need these basic protections, and who's going to do that? And the state's going to help us do that. But you read his actual work, and he's saying, no, we don't need that. So I mean,
Parts are left out.
my gosh, right? So,
I think one of the biggest clarion calls that we
yes.
could, I know, Corey, I know you love when I say that, is that the information is so widely available now. And I know all of us have gone through phases where it was a lot of talking on social media and bringing information to the masses. And anyone who's out there who's still trying to prove a point to someone who they feel is asleep or locked in the system or argue, that's becoming more and more futile. Just stop and move over to the other side of building, and then let a few people continue to fight the others or release information. But there's enough out there. And just for anyone out there who's not taking physical real world action, now is the time. You can let go of spreading, making your YouTube video every other day, and that's beautiful. But honestly, there's plenty of information out there. There's not too much more anyone can do that's going to make a profound difference. So just come to the other side where we're building the reality.
I think it's about getting the information to people, and the more of us who do speak it, the more people we touch. So I don't discourage people from continuing to teach concepts and ideas. I do agree with you, though, that we need to put them into action and make them visible and join arms in manifesting and demonstrating and modeling the principles, because we can't keep them just in our head. We can't just keep them as ideas. We need to take these ideas and put them into living action, because that is what will inspire people. And like, it's like the proof is in the pudding. We got to make some pudding and, you know, show that it makes people healthy and free. And then also be aware of the blocks to information transmission, which exist. So we got to be creative around that, and you know, always be sharp and creative ourselves.
I love Corey's concepts, where my favorite videos from you, Corey, are the ones where you're sharing information publicly. And you're like, I'm out at the farmer's market and this is my message. It's like,
because it does two things at once. Yeah, it gets people
Exactly.
engaged in real life while I'm recording that opportunity and taking advantage of that to share it online. So yeah, you mentioned a great point, and I want to do more of those. And actually more people watch those types of things because of the interactions that come from it.
yeah. The next step is taking it out, taking your information out. And listen, I'm an introvert by nature, and I can sit back and talk to a screen all day and night and watch cool philosophy. Like that's my jam. But I've realized is that, hey, it's go time. Like, get out of the
Let's
house.
get this
Let's
to
start making. Let's
let's
do
get
it.
this to Jordan Peterson and all the people that we watch. Like, let's get it to all the people who are already having that base who've been doing it for all these many years. Like, if this is so profound and it's just stuff that they have not like seen or talk about, I think it's worth, you know, trying to do that outreach to them. And yeah, so
There's a massive convergence happening where it's like we're a few degrees separate, but
mhm.
there's things happening I've seen, like with ex-Scientologists, with religious people, with Catholics, with Christian, with the Orthodoxy, with the natural law community, with the philosophy community, with the scientific community. It's like all of these people are kind of we're getting closer to each other, actually, on in many different realities, which is very exciting. It's just feels now like, let's sit down and have those Socratic dialogues. And even though, like, I'm a, whatever you label yourself as, like a freedom fighter, truth seeker, natural law person, like, sit down with that Catholic who's pulling out of the traditional way they were practicing to see these principles of nature and love and connection. And like, let's all just meet each other and have these conversations and converge, because that accumulation is going to help fight evil and the funkiness of the institutions as well. When we from these different groups have enough in common to start amplifying the main message, which is, let's create a better world now we're ready, something that's healthy.
So
you know
let's talk about expressionism and humanism, because this could greatly overlap with what we're talking about regarding freedom and the health of the individual. We talked a lot about creativity. We talked a lot about how the environment affects individuals and being able to express, not so much be repressed, right? So we have Ludwig Rebuner in psychoanalysis. He argues that the true artistic and cultural revolution can only occur when individuals fully engage with the unconscious mind. And there's a lot of people talking about the culture, right? And different stigmas and beliefs that people have within it. And there may even be a lot of talk about certain races and sexes and how they relate with each other. I see this a lot on social media. I don't know about you guys, but a lot of talk about culture, just as much as there is about politics, and people are greatly concerned about it. And they often see they also interlink, and that there needs to be different solutions within one another to solve each other. But anyways, Rabuner believes that psychoanalysis should not be confined to its medical applications, but should be a tool for broader cultural and social transformation. This perspective aligns with the broader expressionist movement, which sought to break free from conventional norms and explore deeper psychological and emotional truths. And this can include affect theory. So, you know, we talk a lot about supportive environments. We started this whole section talking about eco-psychology as being able to look at like all the different fields and kind of see how can the individual within the whole relate to the whole. And so we're going to look at psychology and anarchism and libertarian research. Lebinet, he delves into various psychological theories that align with anarchist thought. He references the work of humanistic psychologists like Carl Rogers and Abraham Maslow, who emphasized the potential for growth and self-actualization in supportive environments. Lamennais contrasts this with the more pessimistic views of human nature found in Freudian psychoanalysis and behaviorism, which he argues are often used to justify authoritarian control. Lamennais provides practical suggestions for applying anarchist psychology in everyday life. This includes creating educational environments that promote critical thinking and self-directed learning, as well as developing social structures that respect the individual. So I believe that is all what we're trying to do here, especially when we talked before about the schooling systems. And we see again another parallel of somebody saying, hey, the Freudian ideas can tend to be a little bit more controlling, of course, depending on how they're applied. But in the tendency here, many people are starting to look at more of the unconscious and these different aspects. Self-actualization, we talked about Abraham Maslow's his hierarchy of needs, and even the quotes from him directly talking about this is powerful. So he is considered a humanistic psychologist to bring back the idea of humanism into this. And so if we're going to expand on this, there's many different writers, including David Wieck, who draws parallels between the psychoanalytic critique of internal authority, such as the superego, and the anarchist critique of external authority, such as the state and other hierarchical institutions. Both psychoanalysis and anarchism, according to Wieck, seek to empower individuals to challenge and dismantle these forms of authority. He suggests that psychoanalysis has revolutionary potential when combined with anarchist principles. By addressing both the psychological and social dimensions of oppression, this combination can lead to a more comprehensive form of liberation. And it's something that I think would be important is, to recognize the psychology of people before going out and about claiming that we want to change everything. Understanding their mindset, understanding where they're at. And I think it's kind of like this presentation stands as a warning to anybody who says they want to change something, to anybody who says there has to be some sort of solution, because there might be no solution to some of the solutions, and there might be different ways to approach what we think is true or what we think we know may not be what we actually what actually is true and what is true knowledge. So being able to be very humble in what we know and being able to move forward, being able to look at the bigger picture is, I think, what all these slides are kind of hitting at. Right? I mean, there's different ways to go about things, and this word anarchy, as we see, has a different application, especially when we look under a psychology lens. It's like, how do we bring the community together? How do we build schools? It's very different from the political sense of like, we got to tear these people down and we're a rebel and these people are bad. It's very much more inward.
And in the freedom movement of today, or you could say the freedom education movement, because some would say there is no freedom movement, other than there are lots of people who want freedom but are unable to get together because of all the deep psychology that's been group psychology that's been run. Anyway, that aside, some of the leaders, let's say Mark Passio, Michael Tessarion, have been calling for doing the inner work for a long time. And so these slides fit right in there. There is a correlation between doing the inner work and how the outer work is done, because those two things work together, or they complement each other. They complete each other. And I think it's very important to become aware of that and to dig in and really get down to doing the inner work and figuring out, how do we do that inner work? I know in my own work, my project is to make inner work that I've learned from Dianetics and Scientology more available to the freedom movement. But there's also some others that we know who are working on Jungian psychology and other forms of inner work that are valid and quite workable, as well as some of these that we're bringing out in this presentation here are new to me and new to a lot of people. So this is an exciting time or opportunity for us to like, well, these guys laid out, you know, how much the inner work can be utilized to change deep-seated mindsets,
Right.
like the acceptance of authoritarian government, and which is reinforced by all of the mass media conditioning and propaganda. And we can actually set to work on getting the inner work done within the leaders of our freedom movements, doing the outer work, and marry those together. That's something I would like to see. I know that the other leaders would like to see it too. They've been calling for their followers to do the inner work, but without really presenting much of an idea of what that is, other than go read Carl Jung. That's good. Yes, do
Right.
that. Check out various therapies. Yes, do that. But there are actually some therapies are more oriented, like in the last slide, we had Carl Rogers named. These are client-centered therapies and are more in harmony with freedom. They're like, you get to work on what you feel you need to work on, rather than the old Freudian authoritarian model. We know what's wrong with you already. We're just going to dig until we find it. And so it's a very exciting time it could be for us. And since this also connects to the physical health of people, we know that, then this has repercussions all across, you know, the medical field, the freedom community, and the therapeutic community as well.
Great point, Scott. Very well put together, and I agree. I think there's a lot of potential in this, and I don't think it's any coincidence you see right now that big upsurgence in that idea of shadow work and that need for it. And I think you're right. It's kind of like a missing link right now. It's being discovered, but not enough delved into. People don't know how to do it exactly. You're right. It's like, oh, just read this person. And I think we need to maybe touch on that as this project moves forward.
Like to add, people who are becoming aware, we still do have a radical imbalance of those who have identified that the system is dysfunctional and they're thinking of ideas and concepts to try to create a new way. But again, it's not fully balanced with the degree of inner transformation that we're coupling with that work. And the issue arises when we get really excited about an ideology, a new concept to help the world. And if we're not more aware of our inner environment, that starts to leak as bias and holding other people responsibility. It starts to leak into the environment where the creation should be as pure as possible without the trauma and the shadow being projected into the new environment of creation. So if we're not careful, we may have really great ideas, but the problem is we're going to cycle continuously around this, trying to create this and failing if we don't truly have more self-aware or people working on their own enlightenment infiltrated into those environments. And for people who hear the word shadow work and they feel like that's very nebulous or esoteric, very simply and very practically, that's what we mean by saying that, is that if you have an awesome idea and you want to put it out into the world, you want to put it out as purely as possible without your own blind spots and projections getting in the way of that creation. So in order to do that, you reverse engineer your own psychology and do that work upon yourself. So you're not leaking trauma into the environment when things maybe don't go your way. So, and the last thing I'll say is, I think all of us here are proponents of self-awareness and really working upon yourself and to do this emotional, mental shadow work upon ourselves. There's so many ways to do that. And reading and taking self-responsibility is a part of it. And then the other part of it is getting in touch with like-minded people who are also doing this kind of work, or people who are leaders in the field already, and get involved in those communities. So just being around people who have done this type of work upon themselves, it affects the environment that they're in, and it affects the group dynamics that they're in. So place yourself around those who have really dedicated an extended amount of time on doing the work upon themselves, you will be changed and affected by just being in the presence of these individuals.
Great points. I would also like to say, in relation to what we talked about before, to notice the opposites, notice the extremes and the nuances, because to me, that's kind of how you can spot out some of those shadows, such as the fact that, like you say, be careful. We don't want people to also be too careful, and then they don't do anything at all, right? And then if they get involved with other people, what if that's a feedback loop and they all have the same traumas and they all have the same shadows? They're all not addressing it. It can actually make the problem potentially worse. Or what if we're not incorporating more exercise and more of the somatic techniques of like getting in touch with our body and we're purely focused on the intellectual side of it? Maybe we're not trying to see if meditation could potentially help us do this. Like there are many different methods, like you mentioned. So it is a call from me, from my perspective, upon like this idea of humility. I think that is required to do any work, just as it is required to learn in the first place, or for anybody to listen to these words and to learn from anything that we have to share with them.
I just want to say one last thing, Corey, you brought it out of me, is I think sometimes what happens is we fail to recognize the bigger picture of the dance that's occurring within our process of externalizing and then going back in for reflection. Scott, I think you call it reach and withdraw. Like I'm going out in the world and then I got to go back in and just like check where I am amongst this process here. And then I kind of go back out. And I think that once we come into some information, we can get excited and then just focus solely on the external and start to forget about the dance of the inner and the outer that should be occurring throughout our process. You may have to immerse yourself in one arena for an extended period of time, externally or internally. But then again, the goal is to not just stay there. You're always wanting to do that work upon yourself and then see how you can go out and impact the matrix in a positive way, and then do that dance of self-reflection and then moving out, not just getting stuck as a freedom fighter per se,
Right.
and then going back and evolving yourself amongst that process.
And a practical aspect of what Stephanie just said is we have a lot of leaders that we lose to burnout. And if they were doing the inner work and when they reach out and they get hit because you reach out, you're taking a risk, you're sticking your neck out for truth, and you're going to get hit. And if you're able to withdraw and then use that time for inner work and come back at it, and a lot of times we see our leaders come back, but it takes so long for them to, the withdrawal process. Inner work kind of accelerates that and keeps them out, and productive. And that's the advantage to knowing that inner work technology.
Yeah.
And also not being afraid to connect with your friends and your, along the journey. If you are that leader who's burnout, don't hesitate to have the community of other people that are doing the same. And maybe you've been hit down, but they're just coming out and they're at a different place. So we really need to support each other, the people who are sticking their neck out there, as Scott said. It's very important that we're not afraid to say to one another, hey, look, I'm suffering a little bit of burnout from sticking my head out, and we can give each other encouragement as we do that.
Yes. Yes, and I will say too, behind this presentation, we have these talks with each other. We check in with each other. Sometimes I share with you guys all sorts of things that I'm going through. And, when it comes to the seminar and the information we share, I often have said this too throughout this is like, I'm still even critiquing our own information, right? Because I know that even though a lot of these guys might agree with each other, that's a great thing in many ways, but also could be a bad thing, right? Because like there's always different perspectives, and I want to try to find out those different perspectives, and that's why I'm constantly doing like, hey, I invite you, the viewer, or anybody out there to share, your perspective and your journey with us. Thank you, Stephanie and Scott. I appreciate it.
Just say one more thing about what you just said, is that we all could come back in 6 months from now and go over this material again and have distilled more wisdom and nuance and information and critique our own, like you said, critique our own work. So as people read this, when you're having triggers or emotions, or you're thinking of something that's challenging what we're saying, we fully understand that. this is an aggregated, I mean, Corey, this is so much information that's been aggregated that a lot of people don't have. So the first step is to share the information and to do as best as we can as we try to break it down. But we are all well aware that, again, we could come back together in a year and have a slightly different lens on it because of where we're at that time. So it's kind of like, it feels to me like, here's the information, here's what we feel, but we also recognize that this is a living and breathing body of work that's going to evolve as we evolve and everyone else evolves, and we want to hear about it. We want to hear about where people are at.
Yes. Thank you, Stephanie. Well put. And, I would say many of these writers have done the same thing with this idea of anarchy, is like looking at this idea and seeing how it's been perceived a certain way, perhaps for a while. And then, like this individual, Howard Ehrlich, reinvents the idea and looks at it under a different lens. And so the concept of internalized oppression is central to the psychological analysis in reinventing anarchy. It refers to the ways in which individuals absorb and reproduce the values and norms of oppressive systems, even in their personal lives. This internalization can manifest as self-doubt, conformity, and a lack of agency. Authoritarian conditioning begins in childhood through family structures, education systems, and social institutions. This conditioning teaches obedience to authority and discourages critical thinking and self-determination. Individuals must engage in self-reflection and psychological deconditioning to overcome internalized oppression and develop a sense of autonomy and empowerment. He shares the idea of collective psychological health, suggesting that a society based on anarchist principles would foster healthier, more fulfilling relationships and communities. So again, another perspective that you may not have heard of, and this idea of psychological deconditioning. I mean, I feel like that's just another way, again, of saying shadow work. And there's many ways of saying statism, many ways of sometimes portraying the information and the basic essence of what is being said here.
Anybody who's struggling with this terminology, such as anarchy, authoritarian, if they're somehow struggling within their own psyche with these words, it's okay as a civilization where we're at now to shift out of, kind of like you said, Corey, like the anti-authoritarian movement, or that let's fight against how it was, and to just show up where we are now and say, civilization is changing, it's evolving. We now, as a civilization, choose to do this a different way, where we are more autonomous, where we are growing up, kind of like integral theory. And now we want to move ourselves and systems into a more evolved, grown-up variation of where we've been. Mm-hmm. As a civilization, we have a right to do that. It's just that that right is conflicting with the majority of how the matrix and the systems have been designed. But again, if people have that difficulty with, well, anarchy and authoritarian, like, what are you saying? I don't want to fight, or these terms. Well, just think about it. Are you growing up? Are you learning? Are you evolving? We are trying to cultivate a civilization where we have the room to expand into our more adult-like behaviors.
Yes. And I would add on to that to not fear these ideas either. Even if they are seen in one extreme or another, just to be able to have the conversation about it, to be able to face it, just like we would a shadow or some part of us that we don't want to look at, because we can learn a lot from it.
Yeah, they can be stigmatizing words, and I think what we're trying to say is they don't have to be if you just take the time from people who are aware to understand what we mean by them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This reminds me of what Mark Passio describes as negative knowledge, and that we need to kind of unravel a lot of the false information that we've been conditioned with and come to believe as true, to start to question our worldviews and take off some of the masks that we've grown to wear and accept as the way things are, and when we can question and strip away some of the indoctrination, then we are left in a purer place to learn, where we can add knowledge. And so the shadow is like the stuff we're stripping away, the things we take for granted, that aren't necessarily true at all. And then when we strip away to that 0 point, we can then start to build afresh and in a more healthy, conscious, deliberate way.
Yeah.
To add, Leslie, what you're saying for any audience members resonating with this right now is that it's normal to feel afraid. It's normal to have fear. It's normal to question. So, but what would you rather do? You know, would you rather stay and feel stuck, or just accepting your reality when you know deep down you're truly not fulfilled, or you're missing something? Would you rather stay there? And then the bigger, more mature, broader question is, what would you want for your children? Would you want children to stay stuck, or would you want your children to have the capacity to evolve and create and not have all of this system breakdown, mental illness, dysfunction, illness everywhere? Like, what would you want? So get out of your own mind. If you can't get past it, say, what would I really want for my children?
Yes.
And it might help to point out that the fear is primarily two things: a fear of freedom, which is natural because as we grow up, we're not free, but we're safe in our family if we have a functional family. And so that psychology follows us throughout all our lives, and it affects everybody. Okay, and then there's the fear of change, and especially political change or social change, because in our collective memory, we see a lot of violence associated with this. Whether or not that's actually true, it's definitely handed to us in our history books, that there's always going to be a war or violence incoming. And there doesn't need to be in this area of reforming healthcare and reforming psychology that we can take this term anarchy, which means without rulers and without authority, and actually start living that. It doesn't need to be directly connected with any movement out externally as of yet. It's just the idea that we need to reshape ourselves and handle our own psychology before we decide we're going to create a new outer system. Okay, and we all know that you can have a very dream-centered, what do you call it? That the utopian type vision for a society, and that it almost never happens because we're not up to the psychology within of actually living that. So it is appropriate to frown upon or be skeptical about the external revolution, but the internal revolution is what counts. It's the spiritual transformation that allows us to live better within whatever system we have to live in. And collectively, that can mean we can connect up with other like-minded people and form a island of sanity and a sea of insanity, if you will. So there are a lot of things here that, when we identify what these fears actually are, we needn't suffer through that fear.
Yes.
God, I love, ideally is that each and every one of us as human beings would be seeking out our own spiritual transformation without expectation of the material world, right? Now, we don't want to avoid the material world, but we would first and foremost desire to seek out our own spiritual transformation. And then whatever is produced from that transformation, hopefully would align more with it, with a spiritual perspective. But again, because we are so entrenched in the matter-based density here, and we've got ourselves all tangled up like a dreadlock in so many systems of our own thought and system thought, that we've just even lost that pure beauty and grace of saying, like, for my lifetime, I desire to seek out spiritual transformation to become the best person I possibly can. Like, that should be first and foremost what we're working on. But again, it's so easy for us to just focus on blaming the system, or we got to change this, or we got to change that. So again, just remember, you know, in an ideal world, we would want to become the best version of ourselves first and foremost, and then anything that ensued from that would be a gift.
Yeah. And preventing the cycles of history that keep happening over and over again. Maybe it's teaching us a greater lesson. To go back to the abolitionists and what we talked about with slavery, this term anarchy actually began around the 1850s, which is when the end of slavery and the abolitionist movement was like basically at its peak. So many of the abolitionists were called anarchists by the media and by the different people in the nation, and they would look at it and like, what are you talking about? We're not anarchists. We just want freedom and we care about people. We want the slaves to be free. So that's a good example of, you know, they might have been actually, according to a lot of the slides we talk about, but they're not accepting that label and they recognizing the context of what they're doing. Like it's a psychological transformation they had to partake in, not just for themselves, because they were very spiritual individuals who had to work on themselves a lot to help other people, but helping the slaves as well learn how to read and write, how to understand themselves. So there was a lot of psychology going on in just that day and age that prompted upon this use of the term in a very different way than people may assume. And of course, we talked about utopia as well, and I shared a quote from Oscar Wilde who said, it's the realization of progress, right? And as time moves on, we need to always have this new form island to go to, basically, as humanity. So we are evolving and progressing. We're not just stuck in the old ways of doing things. So utopia can be seen in a different light as well. And so we have psychological needs, Maurice Brinton and Chris Pallas, neurologist. Many political decisions are driven by deep-seated anxieties and a desire for security, right? I'm pretty sure many people can resonate with that, which can lead individuals to support authoritarian leaders, however, who promise stability and order. This psychological need for security often overrides rational considerations. Brinton suggests that the fear of social ostracism and the desire for belonging play significant roles in this process. People may support authoritarian regimes not because they agree with their policies, but because they fear the consequences of dissent and value the sense of security that conformity provides. Brinton critiques the rationalist assumptions prevalent in much of political theory, arguing that they overlook the emotional and psychological dimensions of political behavior. He emphasizes that political actions are not always driven by rational calculations, but are often influenced by unconscious desires and fears. Economic and social inequalities create environments of fear and insecurity, which in turn fuel support for authoritarian regimes. Fostering environments of mutual aid, solidarity, and psychological well-being can help mitigate irrational political behavior. And this is kind of important because a lot of people focus on like what policy, what candidate, like the deeply intellectual and I think, Stephanie, what you mentioned as well, the material. And we're trying to get beyond those layers and see something that is quite literally unconscious. So it's a different perspective, and I appreciate this because, you know, the needs is something that people will often jump to. Like, well, what people want protection. Well, people need this. People need that. Where are these needs coming from? Why are they needs, right? Are there different ways to go about it? Like I shared before, permaculture. I mean, that can shift our needs if we believe in it, if we have empowerment, this idea of like we can take it into our own hands, we can have sustainable local economies. Is it possible? Or are we saying it's not possible? Right? What's our anxiety here? What's our stuckness? Where are we? And also I want to mention that, you know, among this perspective, notice here statism isn't mentioned, like this idea of the belief in authority within itself. I sometimes, looking upon this information, reflect on it as well and say, well, interesting. You know, is it all these deeper problems, or is it really just a belief in authority that's causing a lot of the problems we see in the world, right? Like, are we overthinking this more than we should? Is it just the belief in authority itself that is perhaps causing all these different things, like the fear and the sense of security? And maybe it's not so much the material and the spiritual, or you know, is it kind of a combination of all these different things, and we're only looking at maybe certain aspects? I think it's just something to bear in mind: is can you integrate the other researchers within these researchers?
A thought that's coming to my mind on this slide is the distance that's created when you've assigned an authority or authoritarian system to enforce theoretical positions. Because when you are afraid, let's say about a border control, right? Let's say the issues around border, and you're driven by fear, and you have all these visions of, criminals making your streets unsafe, and then theoretically you believe or you assign, the government to solve this problem, right? Which they do through aggression, through police force, and then the individuals who are agreeing in theory have a cushion where they don't have to actually solve the problem themselves, and therefore are removed from the violence that is being used to enforce the law or the rule, right? And so this is emphasizing that these political actions are not always driven by rational calculations, but driven by unconscious fears. The fears then give permission to the authorities to take action, but those actions are all often violating rights or putting people through aggression and violence. So we have a contradiction here, and whereby if people were fully responsible for follow through on a theory or on a value, then they would be having to deal direct face to face with the people whose lives that affects. I think it would be done very differently. That makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. And so, a structured anarchism, another perspective John Griffin shares, he emphasizes that true social change begins with the liberation of the individual, the common theme of bringing unconscious motivations and influences to light to overcome psychological barriers to freedom. So here we see it again. He critiques traditional psychological theories that reinforce authoritarianism. He argues that many mainstream psychological approaches tend to pathologize dissent and promote conformity. We talked a lot about that as well, the problems of psychiatry, of labeling, even sharing different perspectives on the DSM and alternatives. And I love this perspective as well, this idea of personal anarchism here shared by a psychologist, Spencer A. McWilliams. And so check this out. Here's a quote. As personal consciousness evolves from the relationship between the individual and the group, a sense of mutuality and compassion develops based on the natural human tendency to attempt to discover the laws of nature and live in harmony with them. The most general law in nature is equity, the principle of balance and symmetry which guides the growth of forms along the lines of the greatest structural efficiency. Anarchist philosophy suggests that when the principle of equity is followed and constructs are revised to correspond more closely to events, human social conduct will naturally be moral and cooperative. In contrast, behavior that fails to adapt to the nature of events leads to conflict and immoral behavior towards others, such as hostility. This natural sense of proper conduct becomes distorted when it is modified into moral laws, which are then institutionalized into religious, legal, and political organizations. The natural instincts become deformed by being rigidly defined and ultimately inhibited by the weight of the structure. The organic life of the group, a self-regulative life like the life of all organic entities, is stretched on the rigid frame of a code. It ceases to be life in any real sense and only functions as convention, conformity, and discipline. The tendency of the state is to establish a system of statutory laws in which there is no opportunity for the more natural and flexible reliance on the basic principle of equity. Under anarchism, the principle of equity would supersede statutory law. And of course, this brings in the idea of natural law into the picture, which we shared previously, and with the researcher Mark Passio, who often focuses on that idea. And this idea of being able to see what corresponds closely to events, right? And this also reminds me to Richard Wetherell's work. If you've ever read his book, Might, Right is Might, not Might is Right, right? So he took it and kind of put it on its head because many people think, oh, well, if you have more power, more influence, more arms, you can decide what is right. And he said, no, wait a second. And the way he defined moral versus immoral behavior seems to, I think, correspond with this perspective quite well. He said if you do good, you're going to attain good, and it's going to work with the different things in your environment. And as this becomes politicized and institutionalized, it becomes corrupt, and your good intent to try to do so is actually going to end up causing a bigger problem. So very interesting here.
Right. There's a danger to blind rule following and just creating a law or a code or a rule that's just very black and white, and then authorizing people to enforce that can be potentially very dangerous and be ignoring the violation of actual human rights and causing harm instead of bringing good. So it's very important. We need to be thinking for ourselves, situation by situation, individual by individual, based on principles,
Right.
and not just a rigid, inflexible kind of, superficial code or rule.
Richard says in the book, he says, there's a common excuse. He says, like, well, what is right today may not be right tomorrow. So he says, as a response, he's like, well, then do it today, but not tomorrow. You know, it's such a different way. It's like, wait, you're right. Okay, there can be flexibility, there can be gray areas, but it doesn't mean that there is no truth or that there is no moral code. And so he kind of deciphers through it, and he often emphasizes the idea of honesty, right? Or the golden rule, and these rules that aren't necessarily definitions. They're not saying like this is what morality is, but it's kind of like an ever evolving definition that is we're constantly striving for. And we can see it perhaps with personal evolution and consciousness, talking about psychology here. So he expands on this. He spoke against the institutionalization of all things in society to always be open to revision and replacement. He also warns of the state within a state, or the idea of self-government as being potentially a conflict-causing ego, making the self an institution. So this, I think we haven't heard thus far in the presentation, but I think we've touched on the ego, so I think it definitely relates here. The task of personal anarchy is to destroy this institution in such a way that the person may continue the process of evolution. The ultimate goal of personal anarchy is to remain fresh and open, perennially ready to deal with moment-to-moment reality in new and effective ways without rigid reliance on pre-existing rules. Of course, what comes to mind as well is what we talked about with the left brain imbalance as opposed to the right brain, or the masculine as opposed to the feminine. The goal of self-improvement is to make the self better, while the goal of self-transcendence is to study the self, to see its basic structure so that it ceases to have the governing role in life. Personal anarchy may be approached through the vehicle of psychotherapy. Although it is typically used to assist a person in developing a strong, effective self-structure and to overcome maladaptive patterns which inhibit healthy functioning, psychotherapy may also be used to assist the personal anarchist to develop self-knowledge that can weaken the hold that the self-structure has on the entire personality. Now, this relates a lot to what he references as well as Eastern philosophy, which has done this, such as Zen meditation. He says, through this process, the self is forgotten, allowing the person to express a more basic nature through living in harmony with ordinary daily life. So, isn't that interesting? A perspective that says self-government can be a problem, right? So, but again, you have to be able to see the nuance to understand this perspective. It's like self-government is a problem, but does that mean you don't own yourself? And what does self-ownership mean? Like, what are we talking about here, right? It's like being able to truly know who we are. And it goes beyond these ideas of anarchy or government or even self-government could be challenged if we have enough insight like we see here. By the way, this is like one of my most favorite slides in the presentation because it's exactly in line with Taoism, which does not usually call itself, an anarchist philosophy. People call it an anarchist philosophy, but at its core, that's because it's kind of getting beyond all the layers of self and ego and attachment. And that could include toward anarchy, which is why people have a hard time with that, even in Taoist circles. So like, really? Anarchy? Because of this personal anarchist that is happening.
And something I would point out as well is, anyone with a healthy skepticism towards therapy, it's quite possible to make great strides forward in the inner work, just in study and in getting a good map of patterns of you yourself so that you can see how you are and how you behave. And we have that in Western society with psychology. Unfortunately, it seems to be pretty limited. I mean, there are exceptions, but pretty limited to the study of animal behavior. And if you go beyond, there's something different about humans, there's a spiritual element, then you have different perspectives. And this seems to be capturing that other perspective, that the philosophy of freedom and understanding self. And that's more than just animal psychology. That's getting into what are the basic patterns of creation, the natural laws in it, and how does that apply? How are those natural laws manifesting in me, myself? What are my laws? And understanding who and what you are, it can go a great distance in self-understanding, which is the goal of self-therapy or of a therapy. A good therapy would be you end up understanding yourself, and so you don't have as much trouble navigating existence or navigating reality or navigating social situations. You know thyself, which is the original goal of philosophy-based inner work.
The process of self-realization, starting to become aware, self-awareness, introspection, start to realize your patterns. So Scott said, you can start to come into that philosophy where you're more aware, you're just more clear, self-realization, know thyself. Know thyself starts with a lot of upstream work. You have to start to become aware, look at your reality different, look at your triggers different. You can just reverse engineer, and you will find yourself when you reverse engineer all the way back to just becoming aware of what you're doing, your conversations, what triggers you. It doesn't have to be super complex. It starts simply, and then it starts to take a life of its own, and your awareness develops further. You become more nuanced with yourself. So it's almost like you have some basic tools to start out with, and you commit and you devote yourself to becoming more aware. The process does really, truly unfold. You just have to keep accepting any discomfort that arises when something is shown to you and just keep working your way through it.
Mm-hmm. And isn't it interesting? We found our way back to spirituality again without intending to get there through mentioning Zen meditation here and the state within a state. I love that idea, right? And so, if we're going to talk more about this idea of the left brain, we talked before about this idea of scientism. So, can we connect perhaps what we've been talking about with now scientism? And how do we challenge that? We have Paul Feyerabend, a philosopher and academic, who criticizes the idea that there's one correct way to conduct scientific research. He argues that history shows scientific advancements often occur through unconventional means, which would be deemed irrational by strict methodological standards. His book includes detailed case studies such as Galileo's defense of heliocentrism, to illustrate how scientific progress often defies established methods and norms. So he proposes epistemological anarchism where no single method of theory holds a monopoly on truth. He famously states anything goes, suggesting that the diversity of methods and perspectives is crucial for scientific advancement. He challenges the dominance of rationalism in science, arguing that it can become authoritarian by suppressing alternative viewpoints and methods. He argues that the authority of science in society can become oppressive, similar to authoritarian regimes. He believes that lay people should have a say in scientific matters that affect their lives, challenging the notion that only experts are qualified to make such decisions. He argues against the idea that science holds a monopoly on truth, suggesting that other forms of knowledge, including those from different cultures and traditions, should be respected and integrated. He defends his positions against accusations of irrationalism and explaining how his views support a more open and free society. So isn't that fascinating? And we just talked about bringing in this idea of spirituality into the mix and how that relates to the right brain and how scientism relates to kind of this left brain materialist worldview. And he's saying don't rely on the authority or the experts, and everybody can kind of be their own expert in a sense or have a voice to share, and that things should be open and free, and we can integrate these together and not have an imbalance. What an amazing perspective.
Yeah, it talks of the dangers of monopoly, right? Anytime or one entity carries too much power, then it can twist the truth, it can withhold truth. So I think that this is important that we not monopolize.
And I think that monopoly occurs in this sense through the perception of people. If they perceive science as the legitimate source of truth, then yes, it's going to have a monopoly on truth. But if
Yeah.
people don't perceive that as the only source, then yes, it can be more open. And I think a lot of people do rely on science. And as we move into the age of AI, they're relying on AI, which is often relying on science. So, this is something to be aware of. And when we talk about AI, we can also talk about art. And, I will say too, I create a lot of art for my own stuff. I create a lot of my own things, and I'm already noticing just among talking to other people, they're using AI and other people can't tell. And I'm the only one who can tell that it's AI and I have to tell other people like, hey, this is AI, and they don't know. And at a certain point, I'm not going to possibly know. And it's very tricky for me because I like to create things out of my own passion, out of my own heart. And there's people out there who say, oh, well, AI can do it better and we can do it this way and why not, right? But it's this central idea that I think we're talking about, the essence of what we're detailing is like this humanism that we detailed before, the expressionism. Is it still there in the individual? Because that contributes to their health, it contributes to their freedom. And if they don't have that, because of AI and their reliance on it, and again, their perspective is tunneled, like AI has now a monopoly on the humanism and on the expressionism. Are they going to be truly free and healthy, right, from just the AI affecting them? So how does art affect us when it comes to education? Because of course, education is what a lot of this comes down to, seeing that the school systems are kind of the upbringing of statism and this whole idea of creating an authority in man. Well, Herbert Reed, a historian and philosopher, emphasizes art and education for creativity and critical thinking, critical of authoritarian education systems. And central to his vision of anarchism is the concept of an organic society. He contrasts this with the mechanistic and hierarchical structures of authoritarian regimes. An organic society, according to Reed, is one where social order arises naturally from the free interactions of individuals rather than being imposed from above. He argues that true liberation requires a psychological transformation where individuals overcome internalized authoritarian conditioning. He explores how authoritarian regimes use culture, and we talked about symbolism before, as a means of control, shaping the psychological landscape of society. He argues that by dictating what is considered valuable or acceptable in art and culture, authoritarian powers manipulate the collective consciousness. A liberated culture allows individuals to explore their psychological depths and express their true selves without fear of repression. In his essay, The Cult of Leadership, he critiques the psychological manipulation often employed by leaders to maintain power. He advocates for leadership that inspires genuine psychological growth and autonomy among individuals. A focus on human values can lead to a more harmonious and less authoritarian society. So I would say art and education, how human is it, right? If we're following orders and we're in line and we're just doing what we're told, it's not so human anymore. We would say that's robotic. And even recently I went to Qigong, and it was funny. My Qigong teacher at the end was talking about how soldiers in the army have like perfectly straight legs when they're marching and perfectly straight arms. Like, I mean, that within itself goes against the principle of Qigong. It goes against the principle of a lot of the basic exercises that's all about flow and letting circulation take place. Because by doing that, you're restricting. And it's like that's what you're literally there to prevent. So I found that an interesting coincidence. It's like, well, here you have the army, which is not just suppressing their mind, but also suppressing their body. And so that's insane to me. Alan Watts has a quote here from Psychotherapy East and West. He did a whole series on this. Totalitarian states, however, know the danger of the artist. Correctly, if for the wrong reasons, they know that all art is propaganda, and that art which does not support their system must be against it. They know intuitively that the artist is not a harmless eccentric, but one who, under the guise of irrelevance, creates and reveals a new reality. So the artist is the one responsible for helping people envision or imagine what is possible. And he also describes how the artist can act as a psychotherapist or even as a guru by this mere action. Now, this is another fascinating perspective if you're unaware of this, the circuits of consciousness from Robert Anton Wilson, who definitely challenges a lot of societal norms. He's often correlated with this idea of Discordianism, and creating actually his own religions that are meant to kind of be a play on the whole idea of religion. It's a fascinating rabbit hole you can go down. But he's written several books on the matter, and you might be also familiar with the Illuminati card deck that has been circulating around social media. Some of it went viral because there's certain cards from the 90s that actually showed events like 9/11 and other scenarios. So there's a lot connected here, which goes into psychology ultimately. But he identifies these different circuits, right? There's the first circuit, biosurvival, which is the most basic level, focused on physical survival and safety. The second is emotional territorial, deals with emotions and social hierarchies. Then there's symbolic, that involves language, logic, and symbolic thinking. Then domestic, social, sexual. This level is concerned with social and sexual relationships. Then neurosomatic, body awareness and sensory pleasure. Then neuroelectric, that's higher states of consciousness and intuitive insights. Then neurogenetic, with genetic and evolutionary consciousness. And then neuroatomic, which is on cosmic consciousness and unity with the universe. Now, of course, introducing this idea of cosmic consciousness might sound as foreign to the people watching this as when we mention the word anarchy and saying it's a different perspective. And that's fine, right? What we're here to do is to share different points of view. And so Wilson discusses how each circuit is imprinted during different stages of life, shaping our behaviors and perceptions. He emphasizes the importance of understanding these imprints to break free from automatic conditioned responses. He emphasizes exercises including meditation, visualization, altering routines, experimenting with different belief systems, and even using psychoactive substances. He describes a phase that he calls the chapel perilous, a state of psychological and existential uncertainty where one must confront and integrate conflicting beliefs and experiences. This process is likened to a rite of passage or initiation. So, of course, this goes into occultism or de-occultism, and perhaps the works of people like Manly P. Hall, right? And people like Alan Watts and Huxley, we mentioned them before, they too have talked about some of these deeper ideas. The farther you go down this rabbit hole, it is profound seeing. So, now that you're going also into Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism and Zoroastrianism and so many different fields of study that people do not know about.
I think a nice basic for somebody who's not aware of this or these people that you just mentioned, even just really studying Joseph Campbell and like the concept of the hero's journey is practical and often easier to digest and is really powerful work in itself that may be for somebody who's newer to this information.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes. I know it could definitely seem overwhelming. I'm still delving into this. I mean, as you can see, there's different circuits in our life, and some of us are on different points of this circuit. And I can't say necessarily that I'm on like the eighth circuit, and perhaps that is perhaps the very point, right? Is getting down to that personal anarchy of saying maybe I don't know it all, and that's how I can start to know more of everything.
There's a lot of really great, fantastic templates and maps of consciousness and maps of meaning out there that exist in many different realms. This is very fascinating, very evolved. The ancient system of the chakra system and the mapping is very evolved, different spin to it. And then you also have something like Ken Wilber's integral theory, which is again very similar, tends to go up to about 6, 7, 8 levels, and they're slightly different, but all very similar. So, there's many options to look from, but it does give you a really great way to study yourself through this mapping system. And the important thing is that working up the system doesn't mean you get to all of a sudden neglect the lower centers if you start to go up the ladder and achieve. You're always going to be going up while you're kind of revisiting and making sure the lower ones are still intact. Otherwise, you get things like spiritual bypassing where somebody wants to fly right to the top of Jacob's ladder and they're not grounded enough to figure out how to pay their bills. So again, it's always about picking where you feel that you're at, working on evolving, but then never remembering where you came from and the foundations and the roots of our existence as humans in the world of matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. And so let's expand more on what he has to say here. Some of his main themes, right, Robert Wilson, is reality tunnels, which is subjective perception, cognitive dissonance, mind control or conditioning, Discordianism, I mentioned before, which is this idea of uncertainty and being able to deal with that, paranoia and conspiracy to try to make sense of complex realities. His approach to understanding reality is rooted in model agnosticism, the idea that all models of reality are just that, models. They are useful tools for navigating the world, but should not be mistaken for absolute truths. This perspective encourages psychological flexibility and openness to new experiences. His use of quantum mechanics to explain psychological phenomena, or quantum psychology, underscores the idea that our perceptions are not fixed, but are influenced by our beliefs and expectations. This perspective is similar to the observer effect in quantum physics, where the act of observation alters the observed phenomenon. In psychology, this suggests that our mental states and attitudes can shape our experiences and interactions with the world. Now, I don't know how familiar you guys are with quantum physics, and there's a lot of talk about this. There's a lot of debate around these different ideas. But if you guys want to maybe share your perspective on this based on what you've studied and have taken into consideration, I do definitely find it fascinating, especially when you start to merge it with medicine and how people may be able to heal themselves through a mere shift in perspective.
One thing I'll mention that teeters on this line of quantum physics and health is that there's a woman, I don't know her name right now, Dr. Courtney on social media that I follow, who is a gynecologist. She's a physician, but she has come into this new way of thinking using quantum theory for health. And really, she correlates how the universe is made up and working on its own. For instance, light. And she'll really discuss how, the zinc spark when a zygote, like an egg, is fertilized. And she'll talk about there's light. There is a zinc spark when an egg is fertilized. And she'll just discuss how the world and how the cosmos are actually set up innately to attune to be in relationship with us for health. So using light for health, using easy water, clean electron fueled water to be a match of what we got going on within ourselves in a healthy state. So I think we're starting to discover something called, quantum biology, and really how the cosmos and the world and nature is set up to offer us what we need for health organically. If we can just start to look at our health and well-being and what we use for health and well-being slightly different, and really attune ourselves back into nature as much as possible through sunshine, the spectrum of light. So getting out in morning light, making sure you're even out in night light at times, and understanding that each spectrum throughout our day offers something different to our brain and our body, and how we utilize cholesterol within our body. So it is that we are attuned to be in connection and more in a relationship with nature, which again is something that AI and modernism is taking us away from being in tune with that. So we have to find all these replicas, or use consumerism to find the red light therapy because I can't get out in the sun because I work all day in a hospital room.
Mm-hmm.
So we're having to have these substitutes, but the goal would be to have us start to learn more and appreciate how nature is trying to give us most of what we need on a day-to-day basis throughout the entire day, and even at night, to attune our body to health. So I find that very exciting, quantum biology, which is a branch of quantum physics, to understand that we are an extension of how nature functions, and that nature is actually trying to help us heal and be healthy if we just reattune to that. So,
Right. And I think it could get a little difficult because, of course, if these challenge the systems that be, if there is any false science, it could uh, muddy the waters, right, with what is actually true and not true within that science, because it's seen as a rebel science, right? So there might be some people who grab onto ideas and say, well, this is true, when maybe it's not, or vice versa.
I think beyond the fact that it's not being necessarily that we have to worry about it not being true as so much as challenging the system and then
Right.
having to change and update how the system functions is really, really the problem. So
Yeah.
even just simple as sunlight, right? So somebody's going to say, if you use sunlight, this helps your mitochondria to heal and gets your circadian rhythm back, which helps you to be in a better sleep schedule, which helps every system of your body. And then you're going to have somebody, from maybe the traditional healthcare model that's saying like, well, that's not going to replace, I don't know, a measles vaccine if you're afraid of getting measles. So there's just a mindset shift that has to simultaneously occur while we're doing the research. And obviously we need to make sure that our researchers are incentivized to be honest about what they're finding as well. So
Yeah. It's kind of like being able to approach something with least amount of bias, which to some extent is part of us, this sense of bias. But like when we're talking about this idea of personal anarchy or model agnosticism, again, what comes to mind for me is humility, is just being able to be open to different perspectives and say this is not like one way of doing things, and we have to do this one way. And that is, again, how we have true science, as we mentioned before, getting beyond scientism.
science has positives as well, right? If we're doing it right, and we remain curious and open to change in our studies and hypotheses and all our research. But the issue again is that when somebody spends such an exorbitant amount of their life being scientifically indoctrinated around something, even though they claim that they're in love with the science. I love the scientific method. I think it's the way to go. When their personal, individual scientific method about how they've lived their life is now challenged, and they come to realize that we're coming into new information that's challenging a lot of things that you've been taught and what you've practiced. And maybe actually we're coming to find out that what you've practiced not only is now no longer accurate, you may have contributed to harm. This is where things get very, very sticky. And then we want to double down on the old science because we're afraid.
And so we also have a lot of research from Dennis Rancourt, who's an author who's also rather outspoken, talking about how the state makes us sick. And he details that medical science has linked dominative hierarchies or oppression to poor individual health. Stress from oppression weakens the immune system. Domination is reinforced as oppressed individuals become less able to resist. Oppression includes many small barriers in daily life. It can include work or institutions. An individual's position and social hierarchies correlates with health outcomes. Corporate fascism advances unless opposed by empowered individuals. Institutions often work to weaken individual autonomy and creativity. The main conflict is between individual expression, he says, and institutional control. So again, it's about being able to express, not being able to like say, oh, well, this expression is the truth, but being able to nonetheless express and allow other people to express, because maybe that within itself is part of the truth, or like Stephanie says, part of our nature. Like we all have that ability. Do we suppress it? Are we in that state of repression?
I just have another vote here for the inner work, and the importance of the inner work is this slide talks about, oppression, right? And the oppression that some of these fields have upon us. When you don't accurately start to dive into the inner work, we are creating self-oppression often without realizing it. So we create things like self-sabotage based off of our trauma, self-oppression, but then we become blind to it. And then it's the projection outward that you're causing the oppression. So again, you don't know accurately until you question, is the state oppressing me? Is the government oppressing me? Is the system oppressing me? And am I oppressing myself?
Right.
Both need to be looked at.
Yeah, this reminds me of the concept of learned helplessness, that people who are accustomed to their efforts being thwarted, of their ideas being stopped by an external power, will stop trying, will assume that those restrictions are there even when they've been removed, because people internalize their powerlessness and the sense of helplessness, and that is related to depression. And people start to feel depressed at their lack of power and learn to be helpless, allowing, the external authority to continue to operate even if the chains have been removed.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Leslie. Like very often you hear people say you can take the chains off their hands, off their wrists, but you can never take the chains off their mind. It's another layer of work. So that's why taking a simple way out and just, having the state provide easy solutions or giving people reparations or whatever the claim may be, if you're not working on the mental chain simultaneously, it's futile.
Yes. Thank you for sharing that. And we can maybe even make a little chart out of this. Check this out. The statist medical hierarchy. And of course, this is prone to different revision and breaking it down into subcategories and more. But we have the patients or the citizens at the bottom, right, as the base. Then there's the practitioners, which frankly, if we're being honest, should probably be mostly among the patients and citizens. And as you look at all these different tiers, you might argue that they all should be relatively one whole, right? An ecosystem rather than an ego system, one that is not so much hierarchical, but one that works together and supports one another and is at the same level so they understand the people that they serve. But nonetheless, the way we have it perhaps right now, we may see that the practitioners are above or perceived as above or having the authority over their patients and the citizens. And practitioners can even be used for political agendas, the politicians who are above them. And the politicians are playing, all these individuals are often playing by this belief system of statism, this belief system that's ultimately being perpetrated or perhaps even willingly known by, you can say, social engineers or people who understand this mindset or the psychology we're talking about. People who have held it through many different generations, right? And realize that this idea of right to rule, this idea of the monarchy and kings and queens is something that is kind of ingrained in society, and so they wish to uphold it. So, the people who are kind of left in ignorance are below statism, and the people who have the knowing are above statism, right? But nonetheless, it's taking control of everybody, and you can say this is a rather unhealthy system or a system based on control and domination.
Corey, I just want to add that there's one thing that really helps to transform this model you have here, is when we do truly seek out spiritual regeneration, is that when we do that and we commit with a healthy intention internally and love, and we lead with love and wisdom, we can hold different positions. We can hold different levels of this triangle without it being hierarchical in a negative way. It's just a respect that we have different skill sets and that we do different things within the world without a sense of separation or personal hierarchy taking place. So it's a little bit nuanced, but because we do need different people working and having different skills. It doesn't mean that, you've spent 20 years as a medical doctor and you're exactly like me as a patient. That's not the case. It's that
Right.
the right is the same. The right is the same. The education isn't the same, but the right to autonomy and sharing and learning together and helping each other should be equal. The right should be equal. The education's not equal. But when you have a clearer soul and a healthy mind who's committed to an inner work, the intention's different. The relationship looks different when you're working or worked on self-realization and spiritual recalibration. The frequency is just different. The relationship is different. It's one based out of love, and title is like way back there. It's just that,
Right.
hey, my skill, this is my profession, this is my profession. How can we all just help each other and work together? What do you think? It's a very participatory, interdependent relationship, no matter what your title or how many years you've been in school or whatever expertise you have. You don't claim that you're special in your expertise. It's like, this is my part of society. This is how I show up in society to help humanity.
I think withholding information from one level to the next is part of the problem. And so in an optimal circumstance, we would all have access to the information. And so we wouldn't be restricted to people who have a certain type of education or degree after their name. But we all need to be able to have access to information and honor our ability to think.
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue with legalese, right? Is that we here all speak English as our primary language, I'm assuming, but when you get into different fields, the languaging gets very complicated. So the responsibility of the professional would be that you understand your legalese to talk amongst your colleagues, but you know how to speak to anybody about that information as clearly as possible. You don't simply say, oh, my patient is too dumb to understand that, so I don't even bring it up. That's just totally egoic behavior. You explain it. That's your responsibility to explain it in a loving way, understanding that your patient didn't have the same education with you. Maybe they're a musician. Maybe they do some have expertise in something else. So you treat them as an equal, but your job as the professional is to use your language you've been taught in a way that's easily understood.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that, Stephanie and Leslie. I greatly appreciate that. Absolutely. There's different perspectives that we can share among this. And I actually recommend for anybody watching to go to healthrevealed.org/chart, because we have a chart there that goes in detail, basically sharing all the different perspectives and everything we've shared in our presentations and kind of compacting all that information into one chart. So if you want to check that out, be sure to check it out, and we'll have resources on that page for you to learn more. And we're starting to conclude this part of the seminar, but let's talk about this idea of robopaths, because it seems like we're heading in this direction. And, when you guys are talking about education, I would hope that AI and some of these technological tools helps or assists humanity in bringing knowledge to everybody so that way they aren't remaining in ignorance or darkness. So AI could be a rather very empowering tool rather than disempowering. But we do have to be aware of the shadow sides of that and people becoming as machines. So we have Louis Yablonsky, a sociologist, criminologist, and psychotherapist, who says, quote, being open in speech, being unashamed of one's body, relating to nature, hugging, touching, feeling and making love to other people, refusing to serve in the army and kill, and becoming less dependent on machines are generally considered disturbed behavior by a society of robopaths. Gang members often seek a sense of identity and belonging that they do not find in their families or communities. The gang provides a surrogate family, offering emotional support and a sense of purpose. Violence is a central component of gang life, used both as a means of asserting dominance and as a response to perceived threats. This aggression is often a manifestation of deeper psychological issues, such as low self-esteem and a need for validation. Gang leaders often exhibit authoritarian traits, exerting strict control over members and enforcing rigid hierarchies. This leadership style mirrors broader authoritarian dynamics where power is centralized and dissent is not tolerated. Gangs operate in a constant state of paranoia, always on guard against rival gangs and law enforcement. This pervasive distrust can lead to extreme measures to protect the gang's interests, further entrenching violent behavior. For many gang members, participation in violent acts provides a form of emotional gratification. This could be linked to a need for recognition and respect, which they may not receive in other areas of their life. Now, mentioning gangs and mentioning this idea of robopaths and following orders, right? This idea of following orders can take place in different dynamics. But the difference here that we're talking about with gangs or mafias as opposed to perhaps governments is the difference in perception. Most people would see a gang or mafia as evil and something that should not persist in their life. And so, if you're captured, you should run away, you should rebel. But in the case of government, people perceive their actions as moral and legitimate and necessary, even if they are taking similar actions to gangs where there are order followers and they're taking control over pieces of land and they're holding people hostage. And so, are we becoming as machines? We're not relating to each other as human beings, and we're falling into these identities, whether it's a gang, mafia, government, etc. And we're no longer really just treating each other as equals, like we talked about in the previous chart. It's really an identity crisis. People not knowing who they are. Scott said it's like the first principle in shadow work for understanding ourselves in philosophy. So, how important is that as we move forward into a more technological world and people fall into perhaps different ways of thinking that's maybe even directly given to them by technology? Something to be aware of on all fronts, right? How this has manifested in the past and how it can manifest into the future.
I want to mention, Corey, real quick about this psychology, this robopaths, and what happens in the psyche is that if you're creating false identities for whatever reason, based off of your trauma, your expectations, your career, you have these masks, right? Like these false masks that you put on. What happens is over time, you start to lose the connection of the true self, of the soul. It's just like you almost start to concretize these masks on your face, denying and suppressing your own intuition that wants to come through. It's like your psyche is always overriding your intuition. And then it becomes more difficult to really stay connected with a clear sense of intuition. So I've heard a lot of people say, well, I just don't have good intuition. And, it's very well known that intuition is not a gift, it's a skill. So if you're used to suppressing your intuition, it becomes harder and harder to access. So in order to become skilled at using discernment and intuition, you have to allow it to be heard. You have to allow it to come forth. So for those of us who are just used to these personas and false identities, and we don't want to dive deep into letting our true self emerge based off of fear or what have you, what happens is we do become very robotic, and it's like the false persona concretizes within us, and we lose the ability to maintain that connection to our higher self or our soul. So there is repercussions for living fakely and never really letting your true self come forward, is that use it or lose it. You start to lose it. And then you find people that are really suffering and are very disconnected from their true self. And if they want to get back in touch with it, usually there's a significant amount of work that needs to occur for you to get reacquainted with that natural instinct that we all have.
Yes. And not falling to another gang or group identity kind of to help serve that, but actually giving it what it needs to be fulfilled, and like we say, connect with nature in a sense, but not a false form of nature or a false form of what is real.
Yeah, and connecting with groups that encourage intimacy and vulnerability and honesty and intuition. So, it's very difficult to, you have to use discernment, develop discernment, because you want to pull out of the groups that are fake, and you want to enter into yourself and groups that really allow for that very deep, intimate, honest relationship to occur.
Yeah, for sure. And so, as I just mentioned with gangs versus governments, Larkin Rose talks about it. He says, what distinguishes a street gang from government is how they are perceived by the people they control. And this basically just summarizes what I talked about. And he says, they do not perceive the street thug to be any sort of legitimate rightful ruler. They do not imagine him to be authority. The loot the thug collects is not referred to as taxes, and his threats are not called laws. So even this mere terminology changes people's perception on the action and the morality of it. And he expands on this too. He says, what literally happens is that one group of people issues a command and their enforcers impose it upon the masses by punishing disobedience. This is what the mafia does. This is what street gangs do, what schoolyard bullies do, and what all governments do. The difference is when the government does it, it uses not only threats, but also indoctrination of both the enforcers and the general public. Where the message of most thugs is usually direct and honest, the government message involves a great deal of psychology and mind control, which is why, we're here and trying to decipher through all of this. And he says, which is essential to making the state mercenaries feel righteous about inflicting oppression on others. The controllers in government portray themselves as lawmakers who have the right to govern society, portray their commands as laws, portray any who disobey as criminals. And unlike mafia heavies, those who administer retribution against any who disobey the politicians are portrayed not merely as hired thugs, but as noble law enforcers who are righteously protecting society from all the uncivilized, contemptuous law breakers. And you can again relate this type of idea to what we talked about with slavery and the slave patrol, and how they're seen as, righteous to have to bring the slave back to the plantation, even though the slave is, revolting against the slave master. And that violence that the slave is using against his master is used as a further justification to keep him enslaved and say, oh, look, he's unintelligent. Oh, he's uncivilized. We need to control him because he can't control his actions. If we let that go into society, he's going to go and kill a bunch of people. So we have to keep him on the plantation and make sure that he's protected for his own good, and for the greater good of society. Here's a quote from Dr. Jose Delgado, a professor and author. We need a program of psychosurgery and political control of society. The purpose is physical control of the mind. Everyone who deviates from the given norm can be surgically mutilated. The individual may think that the most important reality is his own existence, but this is only his personal point of view. This lacks historical perspective. Man does not have the right to develop his own mind. This kind of liberal orientation has great appeal. We must electrically control the brain. Someday armies and generals will be controlled by electrical stimulation of the brain. So notice the justifications being used here. This is by somebody who is promoting the idea that people should be essentially programmed or put as machines and not have control over their own mind. He's saying this kind of liberal orientation has great appeal, but he's basically saying it's illusory or not truthful and shouldn't happen. So what do you guys think of this perspective?
Well, this is the logical conclusion of a state that reinforces its own idea that control is the thing and that the state exists to control man because man is bad, because people will do wrong things if we don't control them. And Delgado was a servant of the state and maybe the epitome of the servant of the state, in that his main goal was to get down to bypassing whoever, whatever you want to say, the willpower or the spiritual being that makes decisions and that lives in a body. And we're just going to bypass all that. We're going to get electrical remote controls to, and this guy is talking maybe 40 years ago. And this is coming true in modern times. The technology is there. It's just a matter of implementing it.
Quite concerning if you ask me. And again, this is not the first time it's being talked about in history. If you think this, stuff is only being talked about now, like Scott just said, this came from a while back.
Yeah.
And Huxley talked about it too, and what we shared before with Orwell.
I think that people make the mistake of thinking that this only applies to bad people somewhere else, right? And that it's not applicable or potentially to in everyday life. But once this idea is, that there's concurrence, that there's agreement on this idea, then it's the potential for it to violate people's rights is massive. And it could potentially violate everyone's rights.
Yeah. Especially when you have individuals like this who are given that position of authority and people perceive them as like, hey, they should be in charge of everyone's health and they need to make decisions for everybody and what goes on. Where again, all these different concerns may be further dissipated when the individual has the autonomy over themselves to make their own choices, because no one person could then inflict such a mass amount of programming or control on any other individual.
Think the Milgram experiments and how it can go downhill fast.
Right.
Milgram.
And it's sad. It shouldn't be like only one person messes up the whole thing. It shouldn't be like that. But that's the way we have it set up now, whereas if you have one person, it can affect billions of people. There's so much dependence and centralization. I think most people can see that's a problem, and that's why it has great appeal. And he's saying basically, oh, well, let's ignore all that. We kind of got to move forward. Let's move forward in this direction, because obviously freedom is impossible. These people tend to not consider the idea that education or empowerment is a possibility. It's usually finding a way out of it, like saying, well, we don't need to educate or empower people. We can just directly put something in their brain and tell them what to think because, they don't want to be educated. They don't want to be free, right? It's like, again, remember George Fitzhugh in Sociology for the South, and he said the failures of a free society. He said all government is slavery, and that's why we need slavery. Remember, that was his justification. And he was using all sorts of insane justifications that people use nowadays to enforce his ideals. And so, I mean, profound.
You can't use this kind of logic without dehumanizing people to some degree. And that's dangerous.
Yeah, but some people may not see that, right? There's people who do not see it's dehumanizing. And that's the kind of the point I'm also getting at here is there's a level of acceptance with the abnormality, which we talked about before, where people think that's the norm. And in reality, it's not normal at all.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's another quote. This one's different. Joyful aliveness is renewed when one feels exuberantly free from societal constraints and yet intimately connected with the world of living nature. Biophilia, the affinity and reverence for life, has been emphasized as an innate human predisposition by the biologist Edward O. Wilson, as well as by countless artists and philosophers. So he's kind of reminding us, wait, what about nature? Right? We're moving to this world of technology, of things that can replace people and all sorts of things. But it's like, wait, there is a reverence for life. There is a want for nature. What about that? Are we going to ignore that? And here's a great work, Healing Our World with, Voluntaryism. Essentially, Mary J. Ruwer, PhD, she cites over 1,000 studies illustrating how libertarian principles have worked in real-world scenarios to improve lives. And, the non-aggression principle is central to the idea that people should not initiate force against others. This principle, often referred to as the good neighbor policy, is seen as a foundation for peaceful and prosperous societies. And basically connects this to health. Woower argues that a libertarian approach can significantly improve public health by reducing government intervention, allowing more freedom in healthcare choices. It could be more affordable. And she goes through the whole thing. Deregulation can lead to innovation, how economic freedom leads to prosperity, reduces poverty. And contrary to the belief that freedom neglects the environment, she shows how property rights and market-based solutions can actually effectively protect natural resources. And she argues that when individuals have ownership and responsibility, they're more likely to care for the environment and for everything as a whole. She also addresses crime and terrorism, suggesting that a non-aggressive foreign policy and a focus on personal responsibility can reduce these issues, and that many conflicts arise from government actions, and that a libertarian approach can lead to more peaceful resolutions, integrating spiritual and ethical perspectives, showing how libertarian principles align with the moral teachings of various traditions. We've touched on that with Zen and Taoism and even Christianity, right? She emphasizes compassion, the self-responsibility, and the importance of voluntary cooperation. So there you have, somebody who's really bringing it all together right there. Here's another quote. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Now, I see this quote in many different places, but the question is, what is that model? And I think many people have been proposing different models, and are we really proposing a model here in this seminar? Or are we rather proposing a different way of going about models as a whole, a different perception, a different perspective on the way we go about creating models, and maybe, like I said, not creating any model at all? If we say, hey, people should be free and there shouldn't be an imposed system over them, right? So there are different systems of optimization that are attacking each other. Instead of having an open mind and working with individuals, we get locked into divide and conquer. It's not just conventional doctors versus alternative doctors. The attack is getting closer to home. Doctors fight other doctors. And is this an optimal use of our energy? Can we find a way to bridge a lot of the gaps and the divides and see how we can shift things? And again, I invite you, the viewer, and anybody watching to join us in this process. So let's talk about the history of medicine. This is important to look at. As one perspective we can find from the Truth About Cancer documentaries. If you're unfamiliar with these documentaries, they're very in detail, interviewing hundreds of different doctors on the topic of cancer, which concerns many people, of course, in today's day and age. We went over the statistics of cancer and how it's on the rise, right? Well, here are the foundations to medicine. This is how the whole documentary series begins, saying, like, where does medicine come from? How did it become this monopoly, essentially, or how did it become very profitable? Where did chemotherapy come from? Where did these cancer treatments that people are familiar with, where did they come from, right? So the ancient roots of medicine dates back to ancient civilizations, with Hippocrates and his principle of do no harm being foundational. And you still see this as a principle among naturopathic principles, right, or naturopathic medicine. In the 19th century, the rise of modern medicine began with advancements in understanding diseases and the development of vaccines. In the early 20th century, there was the introduction of chemotherapy and radiation as cancer treatments. John D. Rockefeller, a prominent industrialist, began to influence the medical field significantly. And so there became the Flexner Report of 1910. Commissioned by the Carnegie Foundation and supported by Rockefeller, this report restructured medical education in the US and Canada. It emphasized science-based medical education, leading to the closure of many medical schools that did not meet the new standards. Rockefeller's investments in pharmaceutical companies led to the promotion of synthetic drugs over natural remedies. This shift was facilitated by the establishment of the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research, which is now known as Rockefeller University. By funding medical schools and research institutions, Rockefeller ensured that the curriculum focused on pharmaceutical treatments, sidelining alternative and holistic approaches. The influence of Rockefeller and his associates led to the dominance of the pharmaceutical industry in modern medicine, often referred to as Rockefeller medicine. In the mid-20th century, pharmaceutical industry growth led to widespread use of synthetic drugs, and in the late 20th century, there was an increasing awareness now of alternative and holistic treatments. So we see now we're coming back full circle. People are starting to realize, wait, maybe we're pushing too much synthetics, too much drugs. Maybe we have to go back to some of our roots. And so in the 21st century, which is where we are now, we have an emphasis on perhaps integrating these approaches, combining both the conventional and the alternative therapies. And perhaps to add on to that with our understanding of statism, an idea that we're bringing up here is not suppressing those therapies and not using the state or the government to suppress those medicines or those foods that might actually be helping these different conditions. So that's a very condensed version of, looking at the history of medicine from a different point of view, in case you were unfamiliar with it. And so let's talk about the brain structure going back into statism, which is, again, where we have this idea of suppression and repression on individuals, on systems, on medicines, on treatments. What happens to the mindset, to the individual who says, man, this can't be this way, it can't be that way, we can't introduce this medicine? What is the indoctrinated brain? So Michael Nels here, an MD and PhD, he introduces a neurobiological mechanism, neuroplasticity, that he believes is crucial for maintaining mental health. This mechanism involves the brain's ability to adapt and reorganize itself in response to new experiences and learning. According to Nels, this mechanism is being disrupted by external factors such as environmental toxins, poor diet, lack of physical activity, and excessive screen time. Right? And many people will say this is the foundation to pretty much all disease, or at least the majority in our world. The dysfunction of this mechanism leads to impaired cognitive function, emotional instability, and increased susceptibility to mental health disorders. Nels argues that the decline in mental capacity is not a random occurrence, but part of a targeted attack on individuality and mental freedom. He points to global crises such as war, climate change, and pandemics as tools used to create fear and uncertainty, which in turn make people more susceptible to manipulation and control. Right, so regardless of what you think of wars and climate change and for who we're fighting and for what it's about and the pandemic of, what disease is what and who's being given what, we can see, based on the statistics we also shared before, an increase of fear, an increase in depression, an increase in a lot of mental health issues. The author suggests that certain powerful entities benefit from a population that is less capable of critical thinking and more easily controlled. Nels provides a range of strategies to counteract the brain-damaging processes he describes, and this includes a healthy lifestyle, mental stimulation, mindfulness or meditation, social connections, and the ultimate goal of these strategies is to preserve and enhance mental freedom and creative power, enabling individuals to resist manipulation and maintain their autonomy. So I think that's a good summary of a lot of the points we've been talking about, and then introducing this idea of neuroplasticity and getting more specific on Where does that indoctrinated brain come from? And going to Philip Zimbardo. Now, we talked about the Stanford prison experiments and the Stanley Milgram experiments and different psychology experiments. Philip did a lot of work studying these experiments and even leading some of these experiments around the world, right? He wrote something called the Lucifer effect. This is what he called it, right? And so he breaks it down. I kind of made it more bullet points for us here. There's situational forces, which involves de-individualization. There's a loss of self-awareness in groups, and there's a dehumanization, viewing others as less than human. So basically, this idea of the Lucifer effect can be another way of saying statism. There's anonymity. There's reduced accountability due to lack of personal identification. There's conformity, aligning behaviors and beliefs with group norms. Obedience to authority. There we see it. Following orders, even when they conflict with personal morals, and then systematic forces, institutional structures, systems, and policies that create environments conducive to evil acts. And that can include cultural norms, which is societal values and norms that justify or overlook harmful behaviors. So again, another perspective of basically seeing relatively the same idea that we've been sharing across all these different researchers of the individual is not in control of themselves, and this is an issue. And that brings us to work that Scott Gordon is also quite familiar with here, Thomas Swass, a psychiatrist, and he talks about this idea of the therapeutic state. Saz places the development of the therapeutic state within a historical context, comparing it to other forms of social control. He draws parallels between modern psychiatric practices and historical events like the witch hunts and the Inquisition. This comparison highlights how societies have always used various means to control and suppress dissenting individuals. He advocates for the abolition of involuntary psychiatric treatment and the recognition of individuals' rights to refuse treatment. Now, this sounds a lot like what we talked about before, talking about the problem with psychiatry. So you can see he's talking about this and having a reevaluation of mental illness, a shift toward viewing individuals as responsible agents rather than just mere patients or people to administer drugs to, right? It's a very different approach. It's an integrative, holistic, like caring approach.
Yeah, Saz is one of the best critics of the state interfering with mental health. And it has a lot of parallels for, health care in general. So if anyone is in healthcare and would like to understand more deeply and more succinctly the criticisms of state interference, Saz is a great author for that.
Yes. And so you can see how we're bringing a lot of these different fields together, right? We covered critical psychology, community psychology, social, crowd psychology. There's political psychology, and they all are looking at group dynamics, individual dynamics. They're looking at the problems of psychiatry, the problems of war, of all these different factors that are affecting people in numerous amounts of ways, right? So we can look at Gustave Le Bon, and he posits that crowds are not merely the sum of their individual members, but form a new psychological entity with its own characteristics. This entity is driven by emotions rather than rational thought, making crowds highly susceptible to manipulation by charismatic leaders. Leaders use techniques to influence and control crowds, such as simplifying complex ideas, repeating key messages, and appealing to shared values and emotions. Many other writers in this field expand. For instance, Harold Laswell, PhD, details that many political leaders exhibit neurotic or psychopathic tendencies. We also talked about how the brain can be malformed or changed by the mere position of power or taking a certain seat of influence. Lloyd S. Etheridge, a psychologist, found that leaders with high dominance were more likely to support the use of force in resolving debates. As so, I'd say quite well. And then additionally, leaders with higher levels of interpersonal trust and self-esteem were less likely to advocate for the use of force. And research by Dan Cahan, a professor, has demonstrated that individuals are resistant to accepting new political views, even if they are presented with evidence that challenges their views. And of course, this goes back to Yuri Bezmenov and what he talked about, how you can share with somebody all the new information, all the evidence in the world, and it won't be enough to convince somebody that they're wrong, right? So there needs to be something else that takes place here. not just informational awareness. The research also demonstrated that if the individual was required to write a few sentences about experiences they enjoyed or spend a few moments affirming their self-worth, the individual was more likely to accept the new political position. And so, as you can see, the emotion comes into this, and that sway of that right brain, right, which can include submissiveness and just following other people. And something that we've been warning again and again in the seminar is not to even follow us, not to, just blindly see what we're sharing here. And even though there's a lot of people who may agree with certain things related to psychology, still, think for yourself here, look at all of it, do look deeper into it if you must, if you feel like that's a good idea. But really see on a personal level, can you connect with this information, not just in the left brain, but also the right brain, and seeing the nuance here, because we're not claiming to be, authorities in this knowledge or claiming that we know everything and how everything should work. We're simply asking questions and challenging the current status quo, which within itself is something that the systems may not want in order to keep their power.
I find it really interesting, the last sentence there, that if the individual was required to write a few sentences about experiences they enjoyed or to spend a few moments affirming their self-worth, then they're more likely to accept a new political position or new idea. So I was thinking about that, what is it that is the block? It has something to do with one's self-identity and maybe shame around making a mistake, difficulty with admitting I'm wrong. I was wrong about something. And so there's this self-worth aspect, this need for individuals to maybe disconnect their identity from their belief system, their political belief system, right? The identity of connecting to an organization that they've invested so much of their trust. And so when facing that, they may have placed their trust wrongly. That's a big blow to their sense of self. I find that super interesting.
This goes back to psychology yet again, is that each human has a different childhood story, and we all have different traumas. So remember, when we're not aware and we're not doing diligent work to try to get to know ourselves better and expose our suppressed and repressed sides, there's always a part of ourselves that's looking to project that outwardly, right? So when you have individuals that come into contact with you that are challenging your belief system, if a suppressed part of them links up perfectly with somebody challenging their point of view, their self-identity, their image, their maladaptations, right? If someone doesn't have that understanding and broader sense of capability to deal with these things that create that emotion or projection that they can't see, there's immediately a closing down of the heart. And when you have a closing down of the heart, then we're not talking on an even Socratic playing field anymore. This is now a defense mechanism strategy. So just once again, it just shows why inner work and psychology and becoming aware of our projections is so important if we want to heal, grow, evolve, create change, create loving relationships. Because if the heart shut down, doesn't matter who comes into the field with as much accurate factual energy, there's gonna be a kickback because of the projection.
Yeah. And this idea of looking externally for protection and the political views being connected to a sense of safety, right? It's going to a very primal level of safety and security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we have to also, like we're talking about, impart the nuance, because there are some times that we do need an externalization of help. But again, what's happened is that's become externalized, and that's our main focus now, is looking outside of ourselves for many often, for the help that we need and for the security that we lack within ourselves. So it has to be a very, not just a cultural movement, but more of an individual assessment is, are you able to be introspective and have insight and do some self-reflection? Or are you 100% of the time projecting outwardly for all of your needs, beliefs, and identity based on what's coming back to you? Are you able to understand the relationship between the externalization and when the outer world, it should help you, like in those cases, but then also coupling that with the deeper, more profound ability to self-reflect on probably a higher basis than looking for anything externally. It just seems like we have this all inverted and backwards, that we're just looking out there for everything. So we still need out there for certain things. We still need community. Sometimes we still need emergency situations and help from others, but the balance is just way off, I think, for the most part.
I was just thinking about, people detaching from the political leaders, right? Knowing that there is elements of manipulation and, inauthenticity there. And so that when you can be open and discerning and not fully attach, right, to these individuals, then you're in a much safer place, a healthier place in your decision making.
This is a completely different paradigm. And I think this is important because, a lot of my parents, the boomer generation, and even before that, most people tended to be very trusting of the government and political authorities. And I don't know if they were more trustworthy at a particular time than they are now. We know now that things have gotten really hairy, but we've also seen through this presentation that some of these things have been going on for a very long time. So the ability to first help people to realize, like you said, Leslie, this ability to understand that, the political parties aren't 100% to be trusted and our mommy and daddy figures. Like they're human, they're fallible. And we also have to understand that a lot of the government is just mirroring back where they presume the aggregate of society is. So again, it's that weird thing where we're providing where we think you're at and what you need. So in order for that to shift, humanity has to take a much greater role in their own agency while this switch starts to happen. So the political party can't just mirror back the victim mentality because humanity is starting to empower themselves.
Yes. And it's also, why I've been making the warning of, us and people perhaps following us and falling into a crowd mentality of like, oh, well, health revealed and this team and what they're doing. It's like what we're calling for is an individual assessment, like you mentioned. So not even the externalization onto our work and what we're doing and what we're sharing would be important to emphasize.
Yeah. To simplify it is, are you able, if you are hijacked by your emotions, or you're just absent and not participating. It's always a spectrum and a two-sided coin thing, right? So it's, you could either not just be checked out from reality and just, I'm going to do my own thing and not even focus on community. Like, I don't even care. Very apathetic. That's not a good way to live in a collective society, right? Or then there's the other person who just has their one particular view and they're still looking to create war with the environment. So we don't want war and we don't want apathy. So again, the individual assessment of like, where are you on this spectrum? Do you care about the global family? Do you care broader outside of just your own family, right? And see where they're at. And then, again, we just have to keep working on breaking down our own biases until, like we were talking about earlier about religion and different religions, until we can sit with somebody across the table from us who has differing things they're interested in and belief systems, and we can still have a loving, heart-based, logical communication, conversation with each other, an intimate, honest conversation. That's what we need. Like, we can't really go about changing any systems because we can't even talk yet. We don't even have the capability to have true, honest discussions in more broader spaces that appear to be opposing or different.
Yes. And knowing how to convey a different message beyond the cognitive dissonance, kind of like what Larkin Rose talks about with his asking questions method and the Socratic method of like, how could we, really get people thinking for themselves rather than imposing our worldview on them. We may not be imposing violence, we may not be imposing a certain action, but through our words, we still have to be conscious.
I think one of the greatest indicators to know if somebody's making progress in this arena is that when they come across somebody with an opposing view, or just something that feels a little uneasy for them is, can they get curious instead of accuse and judge? I think that's a good indicator of progress. Can you get curious and say, you know what, I don't think that, or whatever. You don't have to say your opinion. Just ask them questions. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why do you think that way? Tell me more about that, without getting emotions hijacked so quickly, right?
Yes.
But our whole environment sets us up to be overloaded spiritually, emotionally, hormonally, and people they don't have the capacity to handle that, because they're already, it's like their gas tank gets already filled up with these hormones that create this, warlike mentality. So the Eastern philosophy on many things would be a good remedy to first and foremost get people to slow down, to clear out some excess thoughts, to have more brain space to be able to hold and slow down a little bit, and do the meditation, do the slowing down, so you're able to contain more without getting triggered. You're not going to find that living in the Western society. Most people are already really heady, capped up with the energy, pent up, right? So the first thing would be like, how do we just slow down and take some time to relax and discharge some of this energy and some of these excess thoughts, so I have enough space to sit with somebody and not get triggered so easily.
Yes, for sure. And we see plenty of videos online of, oh, this person's triggered. Oh, this person got owned. This person got wrecked. Oh, I beat this
Yeah.
person in a debate.
So, right. So then we just feed off that drama. Like when maturing is getting over that addiction to the, oh, look at this person said this to this person, and drama. Like I even catch myself still to this day, just because you're so addicted to, checking things out or scrolling news or whatever. And they will always, there's so many things to try to hook you into tapping onto something that you're not that interested in, but somehow it makes you feel interesting by the clickbaity title. And I've been really mindful about that lately with myself, is really minimizing and being very, very selective with everything I tap on, not just tapping out of interest or tapping because something seems, taboo or risque or someone's attacking someone. Like I'm just being very mindful that it's my choice to click on anything I want to click on, and just to
Yeah,
slow down and not just scroll and get hooked by something easily that's going to just create more of that drama.
right. Absolutely supports, what we were talking about with falling into that mode of fear. And, you say, oh, well, I feel better if I'm on TikTok and I'm on YouTube and I'm scrolling and I'm watching stuff because it distracts me and it takes me away from the world. But what are you distracting yourself from? Why? I think maybe asking some questions to ourselves, like that reflection method that we just talked about, with like asking our self-worth, like, is that actually helping us? I mean, is that really?
Yeah, and then to just kind of parlay into, this slide and neuropolitics in the brain is, again, most of us we weren't given a warning slip with our iPhone and the rapid pace of technology exploding. It's
Yes.
changing our brain. So in order to go against this, we need the neuroplasticity, we need techniques, because if you're not aware, you're just changing your brain, and it's affecting you. And then you have to really upstream and reverse engineer if you want to try to get back to more of a state of homeostasis.
Yeah. So more on this neuroplasticity, we can go into evolution and neuropolitics, which are, different perspectives again on these different forms of psychology we've been looking at. And so there's evolutionary psychology, and it may support the premises of learning how politics affects us. For instance, the natural drive for voluntary cooperation, the innate aversion to domination, our adaptability and flexibility, our empathy and altruism. Neuropolitics also affirms how emotions are the faster and more powerful than cognitive processes used by politics. And you can look at the works of Drew Weston. And the authoritarian personality, which we identified before, also relates to terrorist behavior. Nearly 50% of people actually vote in a given country, leaving many people just abiding to the system. In many surveys done on these individuals, over 20% of people would not be interested in politics overall, while another 20% would not like who they vote for. Another 20% don't feel like it makes a difference at all. So, it's like you have a lot of people in any given country at any given time who are kind of just there, going along with it and like, yeah, it's kind of here. We've been doing it all this time. But, would they really want this done? Do they really think this is the best condition for humanity? As we evolve and as we start to challenge more systems, and we gave the example before of slavery and abolitionism, this huge movement to sort of end a long practice, these things start to come into conflict with our morals and our development. Works such as The American Voter in 1960 detailed studies how most people cast their votes based on their identification rather than any rational evaluation. Right? So, oh, I'm left, I'm right, so I have to vote for this person because that's like where I belong. And so independent voters were the least involved and attentive to politics, contrary to what people may think. Brian Kaplan, Christopher Atchen, and Larry Bartels share similar problems. Philip Converse shares how the vast majority of the voting public has no clear ideology and has little desire to understand issues which are not clearly and directly related to them as individuals. Politics demands compliance and involvement. As politicians rely on it also for their paycheck, it thus needs to enter an individual's life. We may talk about how it does as we view it as necessary. However, what if it is not necessary to enter your life in the first place? What if people stood firm in not caring about politics to the point of rejecting it completely? There's that option of disobedience, civil disobedience, or nonviolent resistance, which is always an option, an alternative to changing the laws or changing the politicians. And it involves a mental work, just as the abolitionists had to convince people that slavery is wrong. They had to ask the right questions, like we're talking about, how to converse with others, how to make newspapers, educational material, how to really shift things in the world. And that involved also creating new systems and showing by example. Yes, it can seem like a lot of work, but that is the alternative to then just writing down on a piece of paper who you think should be in office instead, or changing some law when it's not affecting the people's minds directly. And it's not really shifting the fabric of what makes this reality in the long run, too, because those are short-term changes, if anything. But 4 years go by, and another person comes in, and people are still playing this identity game. It's very easy for things to just shift again and to keep going worse and worse and worse because people are not getting to the root cause of what is causing the problem, which is perhaps in people's mindsets. And so this evolutionary drive, we can work with it, and we can understand it, and we can perhaps see the psychology and start to challenge some of our assumptions of what we think was always like, the idea of anarchy being chaos, the idea that humans can't work together, freedom is chaos, and that we need to control people and that they need to be indoctrinated into believing their government is more important than their parents. Like, we gave examples of these from even the leading psychiatrist in America, Benjamin Rush, who said the child needs to be indoctrinated into the school system. This is what people actually believe, right? But as time evolves, people start to say, wow, that's silly, that's crazy. Witch trials? Really? Right? So this, I think, is all part of the learning process. And no matter where you are from, as long as we're having that conversation and we're open to it, we may be able to see some things that we didn't see before. And speaking of not being able to see things, if you're surrounded by certain distractions and advertisements, as Stephanie just mentioned, you may be surrounded by certain videos, and as you watch one video, you get recommended another video that's just like the other video, and then now your whole feed is about one particular subject. It can get very easy to get pigeonholed or in an echo chamber of certain ideas. And so there's Edward Bernays, who's known as the father of public relations, or otherwise the father of propaganda. And here you can actually see on the screen some examples of different propaganda advertisements that were used in the past. And notice this is specifically about cigarettes, right? So many people nowadays would say cigarettes are unhealthy, should not be used by people, causes all sorts of issues. There's hundreds of ingredients. But notice the propaganda here. More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. More doctors smoke Camels, right? And there's also video advertisements for this as well you can find online. I'm going to grow 100 years old. But it's not even just pushing for the cigarette. It's saying that the medical profession and the doctors support it, right? This many physicians say Luckies are less irritating. I mean, you had this for almost all these different brands at the time, suggesting that theirs was healthier than the others, and therefore you should go with theirs. What if you don't need it at all? Again, the alternative option that people may not consider because everybody is doing it. It's just part of the social fabric at that point. So Bernays called his work psychological warfare. That's what he actually called his work. His work was concerned with actively manipulating the masses without their knowledge, such as his book Propaganda from 1928, introducing the concept of engineering of consent. And we talked about Noam Chomsky, who also talks about this idea of manufacturing consent. Bernays worked with numerous corporations and government entities throughout his career. He helped promote everything from bacon and eggs as the ideal American breakfast to the overthrow of a democratically elected government in Guatemala on behalf of the United Fruit Company. Right? So during World War I, Bernays worked for the CPI, where he helped craft propaganda to support the war effort. He also promoted the tobacco industry, using slogans such as torches of freedom to encourage women to smoke for liberation and equality. So you can see how, and we may still be believing in this to this day, we may not even know that some of the roots to some of the behaviors we're doing right now come from this time and era where everybody was being convinced and they saw it on movies, they saw it on TV, and this is what I should do. So something to just be aware of because, my goodness, Edward Bernays, this is a rabbit hole to go down. And so, as you can see, it can seem like a battle for the mind, right? Whose side are we playing with, and is it really our mind at the end of the day? Because you have so many people trying to convince you that their worldview is true. And it's why I constantly am challenging ourselves here when I'm presenting this information, saying, hey, don't distrust us, don't just blindly believe us. And if you got into this point in the seminar, you can see that maybe there is a severe distrust of different individuals or authority figures. But really, I think what we're asking for is a trust in yourself, a trust in your authentic self of trying to find what that is. And so William Sargent, a psychiatrist, explains how high levels of stress and anxiety can make individuals more susceptible to suggestion. This is often achieved through intense emotional experiences, such as those found in religious revivals or during intense interrogation sessions. By continuously applying stress, individuals' mental defenses are weakened, making them more open to new ideas and beliefs. He describes brainwashing as a systematic process where an individual's identity and beliefs are broken down, right, to perhaps share new identities and new beliefs, you may say. This is often seen in prisoners of war, cult members, and political prisoners. Once the individual's previous beliefs are dismantled, new beliefs can be implemented, as I just mentioned. This is done through repetition, isolation, and controlled environments. Now, you can ask yourself how much of this is also in the school system, right? Repetition. They call this rote learning in the modern education system. This is one of their main tactics. Isolation, well, we saw some of that historically, not so long ago. Controlled environments, being surrounded by a certain type of set degree of you have to be in line, you have to do this and that, right? And everybody else is doing it. Sargent discusses how behavior and beliefs can be shaped using rewards and punishments. Positive reinforcement encourages desired behaviors, while negative reinforcement discourages unwanted behaviors. He notes that religious and political figures use these techniques, right? So, we can talk about psychology, we can talk about how people are affected, but if we cannot relate this to the world we live in and how people are being affected right now, what use is it going to really be for us? There is a battle going on for our mind, and many people have even mapped it out, such as David R. Hawkins, a psychiatrist, talking about consciousness and force, right? So we talked a lot about fear, we talked a lot about trauma. You can see where it lists on this chart here, the map of consciousness. And you can see that there's enlightenment at the top and then shame at the bottom. And it's a process of trying to reach enlightenment, which may not be so much a process of trying, but a process of, you can say, delineation or discernment, of recognizing perhaps who we are and getting to that point of view of love. You can see there's certain points of reference of like courage, love, and then enlightenment, right? So his discussion of force can be closely related to authoritarianism. Authoritarian regimes often rely on force to maintain control using coercion, fear, manipulation. to suppress dissent and enforce compliance. And again, I would ask anybody viewing this is, has there been any regime on earth that hasn't used these tactics? I would say for them to basically exist, all their laws need to be backed by some level of violence and fear. So this approach aligns with the lower levels of consciousness on the Hawkins scale, where force is used to dominate and control rather than empower and uplift, right? Love and reason, acceptance, willingness, neutrality. Isn't that interesting? Right? Trusting people, being able to live in peace with one another. Maybe they disagree with you, being able to accept that fact, right? Very interesting. And so this brings us to the mindset that a lot of people can come to when they start to challenge everything. And they challenge one thing in their life, and other things start to open up for them, and they say, if it did start in childhood, and I was taught this, that, and this, and that was all a lie, what if all this is also a lie? And what if I do research on it? And oof, maybe I lied to more than I thought. And oh man, now I got to tell everybody because I was lied to. And now, I don't trust anybody. And I got to like really make sure that I, do all this research, and I scream it on the rooftops, and I tell everybody they're wrong, and like I go on Twitter and I go on some rant, right? We don't have to do that. But there can be many different ways somebody can handle what we say is an awakening. And some people who question things and may come to different conclusions may be called conspiracy theorists, whereas they may just be asking questions, getting very curious, and just coming across really powerful knowledge and starting to get some revelations that they never received before, and they don't know how to handle it. So here's a brief overview for analysis. People who believe in conspiracy theories often exhibit certain personality traits, such as paranoia, low trust in others, a need to feel special, and a tendency to see meaningful patterns where none exist. Theorists may have a cognitive style that leans towards seeing connections and patterns in random events, known as illusory pattern perception. Believing in theories can fulfill certain emotional needs, such as the need to feel secure and understand one's environment, especially during times of uncertainty or distress. Some people turn to conspiracy theories to rationalize distress and fulfill unmet needs. This can include a desire for superiority or a sense of belonging to a unique group. Belief in conspiracy theories has been linked to conditions like paranoia, schizophrenia, narcissism, and insecure attachment. And people can react in different ways to becoming aware. This is something that I think, we have to become aware of within itself. And some words may come to mind, right? People can become angry, hostile. They can start to reject things, deny, defeatism. Oh, well, we're never going to solve this problem, and we got to run away. Maybe we got to go off grid, right? There's echo chambers. I got to talk to other people who think like me. I'm not going to focus on educating other people. Outcasting and a lot of projection, or there's an obsession with certain material, 9/11 and certain events in history, and trying to find out who's the truth and who's really behind it all, right? And I know that the mainstream media and many people may attack conspiracy theorists, but I've, talked to a lot of them because they've come to me because I am open to hearing from them, right? I talk to a lot of people who are labeled conspiracy theorists, and even I have been labeled at times as one for merely questioning things. And so it's something to be aware of within ourselves, though, because we could be sharing these theories, maybe not out of an actual, like, curious, authentic search for truth, but out of maybe some sort of insecurity of trying to find something. And it's so nobody's really in the full right. If somebody thinks, oh, well, they're being lied to and this one person, it's all their fault, there still is a level of humility and work to be done for ourselves. And so, what do you guys think about this idea of awakenings and then conspiracy awakenings, and then how we find our authenticity in the midst of the nuance of this? Because, people are labeled this, and some people may actually be, on the paranoia side, and some people are actually just really curious and asking questions. And do they really deserve that title in the first place, anyways, right? They're more than that. They're just a human being who are having these experiences, perhaps for a reason. What do you guys think?
I'll say that I think that these responses or reactions are understandable, to a degree, where if we learn that we've been lied to or tricked, it's understandable to be angry. It's understandable to lose ability to trust and to question things. So in itself, these kind of apparent extreme behaviors or thoughts, ways of thinking might seem mentally like mental illness. I don't see them as a mental health issue as much as an understandable human reaction to learning one has been betrayed or abused in some way, violated. And it's often a phase to be in these more extreme reactivity. I've noticed people, start out with some degree perhaps of paranoia and lack of trust, but then over time sort of settle back to the middle. And I think that's common in a lot of other situations. If you're a person who's been very compliant and very trusting and you've been codependent and you're been taken advantage of, and then you work on your confidence and your assertiveness. Oftentimes people go to a more aggressive side of the scale before they come back to assertiveness in the middle. So I want to kind of normalize some of this and for people to be open to still listening to ideas from people, even though they may seem a little bit far out,
Right.
but to stay open and
Sure.
ask questions. Like Stephanie said, this spirit of curiosity is very key.
Mm. There's so many ideas out there. I mean, you look at the picture on the slide, right? There's lines in the sky, right? What if, right? What if? It's like, and I've interviewed a cryptozoologist on the topic of Bigfoot, right? I mean, that's a whole field of study. There's things like this where people will say, "Oh, well, I don't want to talk about that. I think that's too much. That's too far." But I'm open to it. I really am. And that's because I like to connect with people who truly are passionate and care about a certain subject. Just that alone, I could learn from. I could learn from why they believe what they believe. Not even that I have to agree with what they believe. It's not the point, right? Perhaps there's a deeper reason why they are studying this. Like maybe it's sharing something greater, a greater truth.
And I think that more times than not, if not all the time, when I've been open to some of the more extreme ideas, I realize that there's threads of truth blended in, that there is something. It may not be as all or nothing or as extreme as painted, but that it does open my mind to seeing where we've been misled, or certain indoctrinated beliefs that we've taken on as normal in our culture. It brings into question those things in very appropriate ways. So then it comes back to us as individuals needing to do our own thinking and to study what it means to be a critical thinker and to be open to gathering information from a variety of sources and learning how to evaluate and think and take more responsibility for that as individuals.
Yeah.
I would like to add a little bit about this. I'm going to try to make it concise. I had a lot of thoughts come up during this conversation with you guys about this particular slide. One was, Leslie, you were talking about kind of like the proclivity for somebody to polarize once they come into new information, where they've maybe been passive more so in life, or maybe they're more extreme. And then at some point, something seems to happen where we realize we've been missing part of the story. And then the tendency is to go very hard in the other direction, to have more of an immersive experience, to gain vision of what they couldn't gain in the other side of the mentality. So the tricky part of that, I mean, that seems like a normal procedure towards integrated thinking. But I think what happens in the broader community of things is that if we yet haven't experienced our own polarizing events, where we've went from one style of thinking to immersively going into another, trying to parse through our own thoughts and try to open up our level of consciousness and broaden our ability to digest opposing ideas, that gets lost in somebody's mentality who yet hasn't been open to the possibility to extend into the other part of their thinking, or the opposite dimension of the polarization. So then they don't have the ability to sit back and say, oh, look at that person. They seem to have been very aggressive their whole life. And now they've had this experience where they're slowing down and being more introspective. And I see what's going on with them because I, within myself, have experienced these polarizations along this spectrum of life and learning. And I don't want to judge them because I see that they're on their path. So if people haven't yet experienced that and they're stuck in one part of the brain or one mentality or one belief system, they can't see the spectrum of what somebody is going through to try to hopefully go out on a limb or an edge so they can immerse themselves in what they've been missing. And then the hope is to then distill and shed and start to come back to more of a middle ground with a broader sense of and a broader ability to take in more opposing ideas from the field. So that can get tricky. Again, if you've been doing your own work, you tend to have the capability to see more broadly and hence give someone else more leniency when they seem to be a little bit imbalanced in one spectrum or the other, because the hope is, all right, they're going to distill and get a little more balanced. But again, the I don't want to say the danger, but for a lack of a better terminology, I'll just say the danger of this, though, is people can get stuck in that opposite end of polarization or in their own mentality. So say, for instance, somebody's been very passive their whole life and they play the nice girl or nice boy, nice guy role. And then they start to get into conspiracy theories and start to realize that they feel they've been lied to for the majority of their life. So then all of a sudden, the nice guy takes a back seat to now I'm pissed, right? Now I've been lied to, and oh my gosh, look at this, and look at this, and look at this, and look at this. And then they want to learn and usually consume as much as they can to start to understand what's going on here. But the danger in that can be when now all of a sudden I've turned into the angry psychopathic tyrant because I have the inability to reintegrate my nice guy to try to find some sort of a balance between these types of my personality. And then the last thing I want to say about this slide that's interesting is you have these two words here, Corey: conspiracy awakenings. And to me, I can see this as one, but I can also see it as two different paths. So I think some people come into a broadening of consciousness through conspiracy theories or starting to question external reality as they know it through coming into external information. And then they go down this process of like becoming red-pilled. It's like, oh, the government's this, and this person's this, and this organization's this, and this system is this. And it's the awakening occurs by coming to a broader understanding of what's happening externally in the environment, in the unhealthy environment particularly. But then when I see the word awakenings, to me, for my journey specifically, it reminds me of what some people label a spiritual awakening. Now, when somebody has a spiritual awakening, it's different, but also can be complementary to a conspiracy awakening, right? So for me personally, I had a very spiritual event, a very, a spiritual awakening, let's call it, which then immediately led my broadening to consciousness. It began within. It immediately pulled me inside into my own spiritual development, my own psychology, and really understanding how I can start to cleanse and purge my own personal belief systems. It became a very personalized awakening that then helped me to shed old systems of belief that weren't suiting me anymore and create more space within my psyche. And then I was introduced into a little bit more of the conspiracy. Oh, what's going on out there now? Because I had more space within me. So it seems that these two words, these two kind of forces, is like some people enter into a spiritual recalibration or working towards a spiritual enlightenment through the externalization of becoming awakened to the conspiracy theories. They start out there. And then it can start to, if I think it's going in a healthy direction, not just staying in the angry, tyrannical conspiracy theory guy, it can start to work its way back into their own personal development right? And then also it can be the people who have the spiritual experience maybe first, and they really do the purging and work and, you know, self-reflection, start to do their own personal work. And then maybe they say, okay, I'm now at a more balanced place within to take this externally. I'm aware of these conspiracies. And then how do I contribute externally from a more balanced, internalized state? So I see these two kind of forces as complementary, and sometimes you need to spend time in either the external realm or the internal realm before you can then integrate both the external and the internal in a way where hopefully we can make more change from a more balanced state of being.
Wow.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
good point, Steph. I wanted to comment on this first couple of sentences as well, where it talks about a tendency to see meaningful patterns where none exist, or that theorists who are conspiracy theorists may have a cognitive style that leans towards seeing connections and patterns in random events, known as illusory pattern perception. So I want to point out that I think that there are differences among our intellectual and cognitive skills and abilities, and that some of us do have a much greater capacity for seeing patterns, and this would be called pattern recognition, and that there's validity as well to these pattern recognition skills, that oftentimes people are seeing connections that are very real, but that other people don't see because they don't have that intellectual strength, or they just haven't been in the practice of looking at these broader vantage points, you know, the bird's eye view. And also that they may reject certain correspondences or connections because they think that things are random. So it comes back sometimes to how people understand the world and how it operates, and also their sense of, you know, spirituality. And there's so many factors that play into whether people see the patterns, how they interpret the patterns, whether they trust someone who sees patterns, right? But I just want to point out that there truly are patterns to be seen, and that we are pointing a lot of them out. And I would say that we are not operating in this illusory pattern perception. You know,
Yeah, Leslie, that's a great point. I was thinking that when Corey was reading that too, is that pattern recognition, when done appropriately, can be some of the highest forms of intelligence, right? And many people can de-occult information by having a high level of pattern recognition, right? And there's certain personality styles and levels of cognition that Leslie said that people have more of a tendency to be able to pick up on the pattern. But the issue, again, I think that whoever is watching this, and for us, is that like because we're operating in a dualistic realm, right? Not to be too out there, but we really are operating in a realm that has duality, two sides to things. So most everything that we say, you can look at it from the other side. There can be an extreme of one end and an extreme of the other end, and how we start to navigate that energetically is to first understand where the information lies on the spectrum, and then ask yourself, is there an opposite to this? That's exactly, Leslie just went through that process in real time, cognitively, here with that thought. Corey was reading something and she immediately picked up that, yes, it is true that we can have illusory, how do you say that word, guys? Illusory tendencies to reading patterns that become just crazy and psychotic. But in real time, she was like, oh yeah, but the opposite of that is that there are people who have really good and accurate pattern recognition, and that can be exceptionally useful, right? So, but again, the issue is that if somebody's learning and growing, and all of a sudden they wake up to a more abstract, higher visionary view of something, which is where the realm of pattern recognition lies. If you aren't skilled in understanding your pattern recognition and you haven't practiced pattern recognition, when you go high in your vision and pattern recognition, a lot of times you're pulling in threads of truth with a lot of things that are too metaphysical and may not solely be accurate. So then that's when you see people coming into new information based on their awareness to open their mind. They get this metaphysical thing and they get very excited about the metaphysics, but it's not yet grounded enough. And then they start proselytizing on a YouTube channel, all this metaphysical information, and it confuses people. It seems very distasteful to other people. People are very unattracted to it because their information is too high. It doesn't have the capability to hold a density that most people can yet understand, and it's not distilled enough to be more accurate. That's why people who blast off into a visionary perspective and an abstract view of something, that's awesome. It's a great, fun place to be. But unless it's a skill that needs to be wielded appropriately. You need to take time to come down with your abstract view so you can make sense to most people of the real world who are operating on a more grounded place to be. So don't get too excited in that pattern recognition. I did this. I say this because I'm guilty of this. I went way too high, way too fast, and there was a lot of threads of truth in what I was receiving. But there was a lot of things that were very confusing within that information. And people would commonly say to me, oh my gosh, this is amazing, but I don't understand most of what you're talking about. And in terms of making evolutionary change, you want your information to be received by as many people and as simply as possible. So I had to go on a very long journey of conditioning that information and letting go of a lot of the higher metaphysics to be understood, to make it practical, so it actually be utilized in the real world.
Do you think there's a fear of people letting go of that metaphysics? I mean, like, to think that, oh, well, if I continue down this path, I can learn more and more and more and more, so I don't want to relate to the everyday person.
Of course, it's we can call this like spiritual bypassing, or like in this realm of I'm addicted. Well, what did I just say? When you're in metaphysics, you're high. Your information is high and out there. Who doesn't like to be high? So like it can become an addiction. But
Right.
then all of a sudden you find yourself like, you start to think maybe you're special or you got special powers. And then you've got like 3 friends who like, watch Dungeons and Dragons growing up and they dress as magicians. Like it gets too crazy. Then all of a sudden you're a witch or you're this. It's
true.
It's fantastical. It's a lot of fantasy and that's fun. But if you want to be an active change maker, change agent in society in the 3D plane, you got to come down. And maybe you find the capability and the ability to go a little higher when you need to, and then get the information, take time to process it, and then bring it back down, right? But again, it's alluring and it can be exciting, and you find many people who, again, they start to think they're very special. They they want to hang out with other people who are metaphysicians. I went through this. I get it, but I wasn't getting anywhere because most people, it just wasn't relatable and understandable. It was a little out there. So my encouragement is like, wonderful. If you're getting a lot of metaphysics, great. But then at some point, the goal is like, I think this is like a biblical thing. Somehow I remember Matthew Pajot, who I love, talking about this, that those who receive profound vision and metaphysical experiences throughout biblical times, the goal is, the purpose is that you weren't paying attention. So God had to really throw you for a loop with a metaphysical experience. And the goal is to distill what the experience is, not to continue to talk about the experience. So a more skilled, advanced meta person when they don't really need to constantly talk. The immature view is like, I always want to talk about, like I'm just always high and out there and I'm adult, but I'm just, nobody can understand me. So the practice, it's a practice, it's a process to be able to tap in and then understand it's not about your ability to go high. It's about your ability to take time to process and distill the information to bring it back down to be accessible.
Wow.
To integrate it and to not let your obsession or your enthusiasm, right, to go out on those extremes to become actually a distraction from the integration and the balance in itself. It has a function, a psychological function to shield one from like feeling the feelings really that result, from learning, the new information of being disillusioned, right? There's a lot of feelings there of grief and difficult things to have to face. And I think that a lot of people, they, in a sense, bypass that emotional integration by jumping out into the excitement of their new passion, their theories, right? That
Well,
just,
this, yeah, to just kind of give another quick frame of this is like you'll hear many people use the term ascension, spiritual ascension. I'm ascending up the chakra system, up Jacob's ladder. I'm getting lighter through my density, through my awareness, through my diet, through whatever I'm doing. There's this ascension process of going up. But if you plan on living here on earth in a physical body, you need a degree of density to it. And so then what happens is most people don't talk about this, but you may work this process through the chakra system, through whatever system you're using to try to attain this level of enlightenment, this lightness. But then the goal is, again, get the information and come back down. And nobody likes to come back into density when you've been high for a very long time. That's a very difficult process to do. It's a very advanced thing to say, I'm sacrificing this enlightenment to come back down to earth and be a normal information with this distilled information. Now, everybody has a different journey in life. There are amazing people and saints and spiritual guides and mystics and sages and people who channel, and they live day in and day out with one foot in this earth and one foot in another. And at some point, you better learn how to take care of your physical vessel in a way, because it's not conducive to live on earth constantly in those sorts of vibrations and energy. So maybe some people, it's their life goal to, be a channeler or whatever. And then you usually see that these people die early, or something happens where they're just, your physical vessel is a meat suit. Has density to it. So if how spiritual can you live? But reminding yourself that, you still have to eat. You find this, Ramana Maharshi, fantastic spiritual teacher, incredible, amazing, one of the best. Towards the end of his life, he just didn't eat, and his body he died because he just wasn't, he had no body left. He just stopped eating. So again, it's, I don't know everybody's journey, but for me personally, my journey was to come back down, be a normal human, and try to distill this. And, because there are physical repercussions of being too high, too out there, too light, breatharian, fruitarian, and then not eating, and you're very spiritual and it's like at some point, I think God's like, okay, I get the message. You don't want to be here anymore. You're ready to go to the next place.
and the other piece, especially looking back at Hawkins' map of emotions and vibration, is I think that the goal isn't to just feel the top tier of emotions. It is really, as a human, it's really important, it's vital to feel all feelings.
It's circular. You're right, Leslie. You can go up the scale, but then you're going to have a very rude awakening when you are, hitting these higher energetic logs, right? Look at peace, environment, and somehow you realize that you can't maintain it. And then you're going to go through a process and say, what did I do wrong? Oh no, I can't keep in enlightenment and peace 100% of the time in the world today. It's going to be a very rude awakening. So the goal is that every human, I always just say this is Earth School. You can experience periods of pure bliss, enlightenment, pure joy, but that doesn't mean that you're never going to be angry again, or you're never going to have a grief come up again. It's just you're going to get better and better at dealing with it and understanding where it comes from. It's more about realizing these things than just like, oh, well, now I'm enlightened and I don't have to do any more work anymore, because that's not how it is here.
Yes. It reminds me of Mark Passio's chart on truth versus perception, and trying to align your perception to the truth. more often. It's not that you're going to get it perfectly to the truth, but the goal is to get more consistent with it. And, this relates to the idea of mastery and becoming a master or a sage in Eastern traditions. And, he has a seminar as well on the sacred gift of anger. That's what he calls it. And he actually argues for the case that, using this type of scale, anger is basically one of the pathways toward enlightenment or toward understanding more of the truth. So in a way, from these perspectives, we might be able to see that conspiracy, quote unquote, is necessary in a way toward reaching enlightenment for different individuals, part of their awakening.
And that's part of the trap. If you're working on yourself and you start to feel an addiction towards going up this level of consciousness, this map of consciousness, and you become addicted to moving up, what happens is you start to feel actual shame and guilt. You polarize all the way back down when you don't feel that way all the time. So talking about Mark Passio's work on the perception versus or sacred anger is, even when you become spiritual and you're more recalibrated with a spiritual orientation, it doesn't mean that you don't express how you feel. If it is upset or frustration, it's just you're hopefully doing it with more consciousness. But even if you still get so triggered and you claim that you're a spiritual person, but you get so triggered, Leslie did something to me and I'm totally triggered and I can't hold my emotion. I have to have an outburst. The more spiritual thing to do is to have the outburst. Instead of saying, well, hold on, let me not, because I'm a spiritual person and I can't approach it that way. Then you're not going along with what your soul is showing you. You got a trigger here, go into it. Don't try to spiritualize yourself out of it. It's best to just deal with it. Blast off, have the argument, Leslie, and then calm down and realize and integrate there's something there that wanted to be looked at. So yes, the sacred anger, the be honest, be truthful. If you have an outburst when you're working on your spirituality, that means you're human.
Yes.
Hopefully they happen less and less and you can integrate. But what happens surely is that once you start working on yourself to these degrees, you will notice your trigger immediately, and hopefully you can have not such an outburst. You can have a honest conversation, be truthful about your feelings in the moment, and lessen those moments of going back to sleep and ignorance that happen when you're triggered.
It's willful. It's more conscious. Like another analogy would be to be like let's say you're a bird looking for a fish in a pond, right? You're like, oh, where's the fish? Or you can be present and still, and you see the whole pond. And so when a fish moves, you can snap right at it. Just like, again, in martial arts, being able to be still and present, so that way when you're ready to act, when you're ready to use those lower forms, you're able to. So you're conscious of the anger when it arises, when these things happen, and you channel it willfully rather than unconsciously because you're reactive and you're actually going to miss it and you're actually not going to perform as well. It's just something
But if you do react, don't shame yourself for doing it. Understand there's work to be done around it.
It teaches you to be more conscious, I would argue.
I mean, I fell into that a long time where I was working on myself, and then I wouldn't be perfectly non-triggerable, right? And that's very difficult to think that somehow you're doing something wrong because you're still triggered. It's just showing you there's a little more to go into. So have some compassion with yourself when you're doing this kind of work.
Yeah. And there's a reality too, because anger, for example, is an indicator of possibly being violated against, right? And so the goal isn't to allow someone to violate your rights while being perfectly peaceful and joyful and enlightened, that's just nonsensical. It's
right. And it allows them to act in force. It gives them a permissibility to be in that lower state.
Yeah.
Remember that these lower survival paradigms, grief, apathy, guilt, shame, fear, anger, desire, those carry more density. So it is one thing where absolutely address the anger, but because of the density of the feelings and emotions, you run the risk of becoming that which you hate here in this arena because it's heavy. So if you have to be angry, I'm all for it. But especially with anger, you run the risk of becoming that which you hate if you don't monitor that, because the density of the feeling, it stays around longer. Anger will beget more anger. It likes it. So again, get your anger out, but then realize that you carry the risk of staying angry longer because of the density of that feeling if you don't address it.
So I see it as allowing the emotion to have its
Come up.
metabolism, to metabolize, to transmute through its existence, right? Rather than suppressing something and pushing it deeper, then that heaviness becomes something that is burdensome and a bit of a ticking time bomb. But to allow the feeling to have its natural kind of flow, like a wave, to rise,
like a life cycle.
right. And that's the truth about any feeling, is that it isn't permanent unless you rigidify it and calcify it, right? So these emotions are not a sign that something is wrong with you or that you're failing in some way, but it's an indicator. It's something where you can become curious within to inquire about the conditions of that you are in and to which you are responding or reacting. It can be a teacher, and if we're like, I don't want to be in apathy or severe shame or in fear, we can do a contemplation
Yes.
to understand those causal factors and the situational factors, the interpersonal dynamics. And we might learn that there's a circumstance to which we are being affected that's not something we want to continue with, right? And then
Yes.
we can take action to change situations or communicate with people, or so emotions are super important. And this isn't a map of like, oh, only joy and love is good and guilt and apathy are bad. No, these are all human emotions, and they're
Right.
part of our information system to which we can process and understand ourselves in life and to guide our choices and interpersonal, connections. I think
Yeah.
it's
Great points, guys. And, I actually pulled up a quote here from Alan Watts on this, and he talks about the moment you subscribe to the idea that your inner feelings should be commanded, you let yourself in completely for hypocrisy. But he also talks about the idea of honesty, right? And it's one thing I don't see on this chart, actually, and I think it's something that we're touching on here, is can we be honest and express that honesty? So, there's a really good quote from him talking here. It says, real honesty is a genuine basis of morals. Real honesty is always not pretending that your feelings are other than they are. Now, when we transplant that or translate that into the moral sphere, the sphere of human conduct, the equivalent is this: there are no wrong feelings. There may be wrong actions in the sense of actions contrary to the rules of human communication, but the way you feel towards other people, loving, hating, etc., aren't any wrong feelings. And so to try and force one's feelings to be other than what they are is absurd and furthermore dishonest. In other words, if you feel that you hate someone intensely, it isn't necessarily the right way of dealing with that feeling to go out and cut his throat. But it is right that you should have the feeling of hating or of being sad or frightened, terrified, whatever it is. And like a sailor, whether he wants to sail with the wind or whether he wants to sail against the wind, he always uses the wind. He never denies the wind. So I think that kind of summarizes some of that, where the acceptance might come in on this chart, for instance.
yeah, good quote.
So thank you guys for the summary. Let's talk about individuation and authenticity to summarize, basically to conclude this whole section. And thank you everybody for watching thus far. I mean, this is amazing, the amount of detail and depth we've gone into. And really with the next parts, we're going to be expanding a lot on trauma and fear so we can understand more of those lower functions, those base emotions. And so here is a quote from Carl Jung, and we just talked a lot about honesty and the importance of that. Individuation is the process by which we become ourselves. An individual who tries to live according to the dictates of conscience alone will be regarded as eccentric, if not insane. He will have no social status at all because he does not belong to any group. But precisely because he stands alone, he cannot be corrupted, and therefore he is also a danger to the existing order of things. The goal of life is to say the right thing. The trouble is that what is right to say depends so much on the situation. And I think this summarizes, what we talked about as well with awakening and the issues or the concerns or different perspectives along the idea of conspiracies, right? Is just because someone thinks differently, just because they stand alone, that could actually be, if anything, good. That could actually be necessary when people might want to shut it down and say they're not supposed to have a voice on this platform and no freedom of speech for them because they are saying things that are too dangerous for us, right? When merely they could be questioning something that needs to be questioned, they have concerns that are there for a reason. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Part 8 is our next part, and we will dive deeper into trauma and fear and get finally into our solutions and how we get out of this mess of a world that doesn't have to be a mess because it starts with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Does the government work for us or do we work for the government? Is freedom in America a myth or is it a reality? Tonight, what if it's a myth? What if the government played you like a harp? What if it needed to manufacture consensus in order to justify its rule? What if most people were apathetic to the machinations of government, ignorant of its workings, and downright contemptuous about the things that new government was doing? What if government weren't of the people, by the people, or for the people? What if those were just phrases used to centralize power, distance it from the people, and eventually control the people? What if you were being controlled by the government and you didn't even know it? What if you thought you were free, but in reality your freedom was limited only to government-approved options? What if the Republicans and the Democrats actually referred to two wings of one political party, and that was the only party you could support? What if the so-called public opinion was actually just a reflection of the opinions acceptable to our ruling elites? What if matters of public policy were boiled down to two choices, not for simplicity's sake, but to prevent you from considering the ideas of other options that also exist? What if the ruling elites riled us up over our differences on opinions of marginal issues and of marginal importance in order to distract us from the truth that we disagree with on important issues, policies that don't change even when the political parties in power do change? What if you had two choices, but they both supported more debt, more government, more war, and less freedom? What if even those labeled as political mavericks were simply a mix and match of the two choices the government gives you? What if the actual folks whose ideas fall outside the mainstream were ignored? What if the real mavericks were blacked out? What if their opinions were kept from you? What if when they got too popular, they got vilified and mocked and attacked instead of ignored, even as their rhetoric and their ideas are co-opted by the elites who don't even believe in them? What if government were the cause of our malaise? And what if, in order to cloud our understanding of the corrosive effects of government, the government instead pitted us against each other? What if some of the wealthiest among us weren't wealthy because of their own work and effort, but because they knew how to game the government to get what they want? What if the same government that promises to deliver us from the oligarchs is actually controlled by them? What if there were people who shared your discontent with the way things were, but those in the government convinced you that these people with whom you largely agree are really your enemies? What if government thought it knew what was good for you better than you did? What if government didn't see you as the purpose of its existence, but rather as a resource to exploit in order to further its own tenure in power? What if you weren't sovereign, but merely subject to the government? What if you didn't really own your land and your home and your property, but the government did? What if the government could condemn your property and take it from you and pay you for it against your will? What if the government could take your property without paying you for it? What if we were always at war? What if the government always spent more money than it collected? What if the government spent more of its efforts evading and avoiding the Constitution rather than supporting and defending it? What if the president could start any war and kill any foreign dictator that he wished? What if the president could decide that he had so much evidence of someone's guilt that no trial was needed? What if the president made himself judge, jury, and executioner over any American he chose? What if being an American didn't mean waving a flag, supporting the government, right or wrong, and pledging allegiance to a flag, but rather believing in liberty, exercising freedom, and pursuing your own happiness? What if we lived and let live instead of turning into the tools of government to force those who disagree with us to comply with our vision of the world? What if the government were just a gaggle of petty people playing out their power-hungry fantasies at the expense of our rights, our freedoms, and even our humanity? What if government actually is the greatest threat to our safety and freedom and not, as it claims, the guarantor of our safety and of our freedom? What if I'm right and the government is wrong? What if it's dangerous to be right when the government is wrong?